I'm doing totally fine after waking up like an hour ago because it's night for me, but it's all good now. And I'm excited to show off this amazing speed game.
Hey, I'm doing fine. Yeah, so I'm Mr. Titan. I write notes for this game mostly, and I've got two other very fantastic people with me here,
Apparently,
Mr.
I was
Sharky.
muted.
Wait, should I say it again?
No, 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 you're good. I was muted. I did the big long spiel. I missed the unmute button. We're good at this. We'll do the fast
Oh, did
version.
they hear nothing
Yeah,
of
they
the?
didn't hear
Oh,
me talking at all.
Oh,
no.
So
good
this
way to
is
start. Good way to start.
this is games. This is GDQ Hotfix is a series of our shows running between the main events where we showcase speedruns and speedrunning related content, tournaments, exhibitions, that sort of thing. We're live almost every night of the week. You can tune in to us pretty much starting almost every evening. And more information at gamesdonequick.com/hotfix. Of course, if you have your Twitch Prime or you feel like subscribing, all of our sub and bit revenue for the entire month of July is still going towards Doctors Without Borders. So if you have that Prime Gaming sub come up, you can still throw it towards a good cause. And Flame Fatales is starting August 15th through the 21st. You can find more information at gamesdonequick.com/framefatales. That's the quick version of the whole spiel that I did that everybody missed. But yeah, there we go, Titan. Continue with your introductions and the rest of the commentators.
Yeah, so Kaya is gonna be our runner. Mr. Titan. I write notes for this. We got Roosta and Sharky, as well. Who are great people if they want to introduce themselves as well. Roosta first.
Hey, so I'm Rusta. I part of the community. I help write and maintain the notes and come up with strategies and hang out with people's Twitch chats. Sharky?
Hey, I'm Sharky, or Little Sharky, if you look at the Twitch name. I've been around since 2012. I'm one of the community moderators in the Discord, and I am looking forward to helping Kaya look as awesome as possible today with this run. It's going to be a blast.
I hope so. And I'm Kairun. I run this game. I hope you all have a great next probably 5 hours, and we'll do our best to make this really entertaining.
Yeah, and for people who have never seen the speedrun before, what can we expect to see? Because I know this is very different from casual playthrough.
It's going to be incredibly different. Our characters are basically going to be underleveled the entire time. We're going to be taking battle mechanics that were essentially put in there to make things a bit easier and kind of completely destroying them. We'll be getting through some of the intricacies of the battle system as we go on, but one of the things with this game is that it has a low skill floor. Like, anybody can basically pick up and play it. It's got a very high skill ceiling, and a lot of the fights are honestly like really difficult, not only to learn but just to execute really well. I actually am hoping that Kaya messes up a few of them, because then like every single time that I say this, it's like, this fight's really hard. I swear it's really hard. Ignore the fact that he just like did it super easy without any difficulty. I swear it's a hard fight. So if you could just like die a couple times so that I don't look like a complete fool, that'd be great.
But yeah, overall, like, this run is heavily execution based. It has some RNG, but part of what makes this really hard, together with 12, for example, is that you need to adapt to what happens because it's dynamic combat. It's like not
Everything
you
is
can
real
follow a
time.
node. You cannot follow the nodes 100% step by step and be fine every time. You have to react to what happens, and that's part of what makes it hard. And especially endgame is really cool because of that.
Yeah, this was the last of the Final Fantasy games that came out in the 2000s. It started with 10 and then 11 the MMO, and then 12 was kind of MMO-like. It's an open world, and you don't transition to random battles. You fight things just as they are. With 13, we get to run through all the different zones, we get to progress through, and we're only stuck with fights if the enemies can catch us. And then when they are, it's an active time battle to just really multiply some damage numbers and make some fun happen. So Ironically, some of the earliest runners of this game were all math majors just because there's so much multiplication between stagger and debuffs and buffs. And
Oh yeah. If you
some
like
of-
big numbers, this is the right place.
you're going to love the next few hours.
We'll see some really big damage numbers later on with what's possible in this game. Yeah.
Big numbies. Okay, I'm excited now. Anything else you want to cover, or should you get started?
No, I'm good. It's fine.
I think we're gonna start. This is
Ready
being
when
played
you
on
are.
PC.
Yeah, the PC version. Quick question for people who want to. Do you guys prefer Japanese or English dub? Because I can play both in chat.
There's
Same
no
as-
difference between them except the Japanese is cooler.
Hang on.
Japanese is cooler, but I have English right now, so I would have to restart the game quickly, but it's fine.
And also, it's an English stream, so we should just stick to the one where people can understand it.
There you go.
Okay,
Sure.
then.
Oh, I was
Ooh,
gonna
we
say I
got a
just put up a
poll.
1-minute
It-
poll. We'll let
It's
the
just
people
the
decide.
dub language. It's not the in-game language. It's the dub language.
Yeah, it's
Only
the dub.
the spoken stuff. But it looks like
I guess
people
we'll
prefer
we'll do it from the poll.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like it's English.
English is winning.
Not
handily.
not many ayayas in chat.
Yeah. Well, I just asked because like I know some runners run in Japanese dub. I usually run in English, but I can run both because it doesn't change the game. It's just what the characters say. All good. Then we stick to English.
All right,
Yeah, I
So-
think you're good
sounds
with
good.
English. It's pretty heavily tilted.
I
Imagine-
need to quickly double check if I have it on English though.
Imagine if this was 15 and we had French and German as additional options.
All right,
Okay.
pulls over. English crushed
Yeah,
it. You're good.
I have double checked quickly. Game should start again now. Okay, there we go. It's on English.
Okay, sounds good. I mean, it sounds
All
worse
right.
than Japanese, but you know, that has spoken.
All right, we change a bunch of settings here. This is preference, controller, or keyboard button layouts, but these two are like one of them is mandatory, and we go on that in the run. Like you can select from list or via cursor. We do via cursor, and that has a specific reason. But yeah, we'll mention that in the run.
And
All right, I'm
abilities,
ready.
yeah. I think we're all good. Anything else that you want to say, Ray?
No, I'm good. One of the commentators give us a countdown.
Yeah,
Sure.
we're playing normal mode, not easy mode. So
All right,
yeah.
so I'll count down from 5.
Yep.
Or 54.
That's a bit. All right, 54,
Please
3,
no.
2, 1, go.
Okay, I guess that works. Kaya?
All right, go.
Yeah, I started.
Okay.
All right.
Bit of a delay. All good. All right. So,
Oh, the stream got desynced. I can fix that.
this is FF13, as I'm sure you have all realized by now. We start off kind of similar to some other Final Fantasy games, where you have an ex-soldier and a black guy with a gun fighting against a giant mechanical scorpion with a tail that shoots lasers at us. But aside from that, we get to see the first instances of the way that combat works in the system. So it's an active time battle system, and every character has these things that we call ATB segments that you see filling up with the blue bars. Currently, we only have 2. This will increase as time goes on. And every single action that we can take, from attacks, blitzes, any awareness spells, take up different amounts of ATB. Attack takes, for instance, right now we've got access to attack and blitz. Attack is 1 ATB and blitz is 2 ATB. Once we input a string, we can either early execute or it will automatically execute when it's filled up, uses up the ATB, and we get to continue on from there. There's no like pausing during any of this. It kind of just all happens in real time. And the other thing that's interesting, that's different from a lot of the other Final Fantasy games, is that we only ever have control over the leader of our party. That has a lot of interesting implications sort of later on down the line. For right now, the most important part about it is that if our party leader dies, we game over. Which is unfortunate at times, but we really only have direct control over our initial party member.
So,
And
game-
Sharky, similar to what Sharky said before, this is our overworld map, so Sharky, if you would.
Rooster, you go ahead first.
I was gonna make a quick clarification that you can pause, but you only pause the game entirely. There's no version of ATB wait, and this is pretty much, as far as I know, the first Final Fantasy where you can't, open the menu to stop the battle time and take time for your decisions. And so, yeah.
So, and the game will balance out the fact that you lose a fight anytime your leader goes down by basically letting you immediately retry and just start from right outside the battle zone for any given fight. So can be easy to lose in some fights, but it's very hard to lose a run or have to go back and replay some piece of progress that you've saved from. So, in fact, we get to see an example of it here, where Kaya got caught by a fight that we don't intend to fight. So, basically, each enemy that we would go into battle with actually exists on the world that we're running through, and we only have to fight them if they can catch up to us and tag our lead character. So the primary part of this whole first chapter is going to be avoiding as many of these fights as possible, so that we only have to take the mandatory fights and we can push right on through to the next chunk of story. So
every one thing that to keep in mind about all of it is that they're not going to infinitely chase you. They have aggro areas, and so whenever we get caught or we end up retrying, we're going to end up right outside of the aggro area. They'll be important later. So here we've got our first sort of real mandatory fight, and there's a few interesting things that we're going to be seeing going on here. So it's actually a relatively new strategy, but something happened that was very, very brief where we staggered the enemy. So if you look at the top right of the screen, I'm still talking because we're going to be in another fight very shortly. Top right of the screen is what's known as a stagger gauge, a chain gauge. And for every enemy, it has a percentage. That percentage is the amount of damage that we're doing to it. So if that chain gauge is at 100%, we're going to deal 100% of our normal damage to it. If it's at 200%, we're going to deal 200% of our normal damage to it. It adds up really quickly. That number can go up to 999%, and so everything just gets multiplied really quick by really fast. There's a few.
Anytime you hit stagger, you automatically get 100% extra on top of where it was before stagger. So staggering is going to be very, very important.
Yep. So the stagger mechanic, which we're about to see right here on the Psychon Marauder, is every enemy has a specific stagger point that is a number. Once you get the stagger gauge to that point, then the enemy comes staggers, which has a few things that go on to it. One of them, like Rusa said, is that you instantly get another 100 chain. Right, yeah?
Kaya's stream froze, making sure Kaya's here.
I'm here.
Yeah, 1 second.
Shall we restart?
As well.
Or I stop. Wow, did it die on OBS?
Yeah, just completely froze.
I just wait.
Sure.
It didn't die for me, like it says I'm still alive.
Okay, I got it back now.
Maybe that's
back. We're back after the fight. You didn't miss anything from the fight. But
do you have a bunch of drop frames, or is it just something else?
I have drop frames right now, yeah, but okay. My internet is stable, so it's weird.
Alright, cross your fingers, chat. Sorry about that. I just had to make sure everything was good.
It should stop.
From our side, it just caught up and seems to be moving smoothly now.
Sorry for the circumstances. I hope it doesn't happen again because my connection is at full power.
So,
alright, so
do we want to check in any on the story or why we just switched from a really awesome male character to a really awesome female character?
In a minute after Myrmidon, so I just want to finish the stagger stuff.
Okay, and I apologize, I said that backwards.
All good. So, the stagger is a few things. It increases chain by 100. Enemies are more prone to interruptions. For some enemies, their weaknesses can change, which has a major effect on things. It also has a time limit to it. So that stagger can actually run out, and if it runs out, they go back to 100. We'll get more into how exactly that all works later. But for now, we've switched characters. This is something that the game often does in the first, I don't know, 10 chapters or so, where we keep on switching between different characters. And Sharky, if you want to briefly before the Beta Behemoth.
Sure. So the game is basically telling a story as it pulls us along through the first several chunks of the area we go through. And it kind of starts in the middle of the action. So at the beginning, there is a world called Cocoon. And on that world called Cocoon, there's basically the government is realized that it found a big monster that represents a rival world called Pulse. In the middle of its area. So basically anybody that had close contact with it is being quote unquote sent off somewhere where they'll be safe. And it's, if you can get the subtext, it's about as bad as you would think. So Lightning, who is one of the main characters, her sister Sarah has been basically found and tagged by this monster. The type of monsters are called Falsi, and the workers that they bring on are called Lissi, and those are just Square's way of making interesting words that no one's heard before. So Snow is Sarah's fiance, and he's banded together some friends to catch up to her and try to rescue her. Lightning has talked her way onto a train of people. One of them is a random stranger named Saz, and the two of them have bundled together to try to survive and find Sarah. And that's what we found so far.
So, we've got these two fights over here, and they're a good example of how the combat can decide to really mess you up a bit. So, there's no thing as like accuracy or spells missing or stuff like that, but the combat does take place on this, 3D plane, and the characters will move around, and they can miss their attacks because of it. So in the previous fight against the Beta Behemoth, Kaya tried to time Snow's attacks such that it would miss Snow so that we don't take as much damage and the fight goes faster. By the same token, in that Myrmidon fight,
I hope everyone's alright.
Kaya tried to time Lightning's attacks so that it would actually hit the Myrmidon, because Myrmidon can dodge, and in fact that Beta Behemoth missing attacks is kind of going to be the only point in the entire game where missing an attack is actually beneficial for us. Basically every other time it's us missing something that we want to hit, and it's really bad. And that, oh dang.
That was that.
Yeah.
This
So
one is the hardest one in chapter 1.
yeah, but it's actually quite unfortunate that the game kind of starts at chapter 1, the way that it does, because chapter 1 is, no joke, one of the hardest chapters to do in the speedrun, primarily just because, not because the fights are difficult, but just primarily because the dodges are really hard and kind of obnoxious. There's not a lot of space to move, the enemies are really fast, and you don't really have the tools to get past them in the ways that we're going to later.
So, and the other thing here is that if you skip all the cutscenes like we do in speedruns, Chapter 1 is very briskly paced. We're almost 11 minutes in, and we're pretty much all the way through it. So we've basically skipped about a half an hour of story so far.
Oh yeah, if you were expecting to see cutscenes, there's gonna be like none of those. We gotta skip basically every single cutscene. And this game goes rather quickly, honestly. There's always something that you're going to be doing.
I want to say there's about 7 hours of cutscenes to go through. Another runner named Serena, I think, has the record for no cutscene skips, and it's slightly under 12 hours, I want to say.
Yeah. So there we are. We're done with chapter 1. Yeah.
I was going to say about Chapter 1 that I wouldn't say the dodges are particularly hard. The thing about Chapter 1 is it's so short that you can just reset if you fail any dodges early.
Also true, yeah.
You can just be tempted to just sit there for 1 or 2 hours, as 0, 1 through 7 has been doing a lot lately, where it's just like, well, if I failed this dodge, I can just reset until I don't fail it. So it becomes a big time sink. So it's not hard, but it ends up wasting the most time of real time.
Daydreaming now.
Chapter 1 has parts of random dodges. Like, a lot of the dodges in this game are very consistent. In Chapter 1, only some are consistent and some not. But it's just the start of the game, so you want to have the best chapter you can have, usually. That's why we reset that mainly.
Chapter 2 becomes fun because in some places we're going to go slow now so we can go fast later. Roosta, do you want to explain how that mechanic works?
Yeah, so we're not going slow to go fast. More so, we're doing a slow fight instead of a fast fight because the rewards are set up in such a way that there's a mechanic where there's a target time, and the time you get relative to that target time is it gives you a number of stars, and the drops that you get depend on the number of stars. So pretty much every fight that we actually fight, we're going to get 5 stars on, but we don't really count on any random drops, besides, a few that accumulate over the run for Gil. But here in Chapter 2, or actually I guess across most of the run, it's set up such that shroud drops are more and more likely the fewer stars you get, and the overall chance goes down as you go through the run. But in Chapter 2, it's high enough that you can guarantee.
So the idea here is that the game wants you to accumulate a few of these bonus drops, so the drop rates are raised up quite a bit in this chapter, and they taper off through the next few. So the different bonuses we can get out of those, there's a drop called the Septisol, which makes it to where the enemies can't detect you when you run into the battle zones. There is a drop called Fortisol, which adds all of the offensive buffs to your party members. There's a drop called Aegisol, which adds all the defensive buffs to your party members. And then in a couple treasure chests, we'll also find something called Ethersol, which boosts a resource called TP, I believe. They always change the acronym in each one
technical
of the series.
Points. Yeah, everyone's different, but in 13 it's technical points, TP.
Yes.
13 has a bunch of different names for certain things, so...
Nothing to worry about.
So, and TP gets used for things like summons later on. There's an ability called Renew, which will heal each of our party members for half their health. And there's also an ability called Libra, which quickly fills in all of the information about an enemy for a given monster. And that helps because the more of that you have, the smarter your AI-controlled party members become, and the more effective their attacks are.
Yeah, the Renew is a really funny ability because, like Sharky said, it fills up half your HP. In this game, since you only control the party leader, the potions are rebalanced such that instead of healing one character for a small amount, the potion heals everybody for 150. And it'll become 300 if you have the doctor's code, which we'll be using. But it turns out that healing everybody for that much is way better than actually having a medic do healing, because healing requires ATB, but using a potion only pauses the ATB, so you don't lose anything besides like a few seconds in the leader. And so pretty much for the first 7-8 chapters, we almost don't use medic at all, and we just use potions. Yeah. And even after that, we use potions a lot. But eventually we reach the point where the medic heals enough more than the potions that we have to use the medic. But I got into this because of the Renew. The Renew heals half of your max HP on everybody. So eventually we do use medic, but we also just use Renews because the Renew is just like a really good potion. So even until the very final boss, we'll just be using Renews instead of medic a lot of the time.
I think the first time we use medic is with the modern route is Chapter 6 Symbiosis for one string, but before that it was just Chapter 8 the first time. And then until after Chapter 9 potions have like no worth, basically.
So I didn't count Chapter 6 because you literally use the potion only to manipulate the AI into not giving the leader, who is the medic, offensive buffs. You don't actually like that. You would just use potions if the AI was smarter, but it's not. So you did that. So I would say the first fight you actually use medic for would be like Ushu 1, right?
Yep. And then Midnight Reaper.
So and there's
like one in Chapter 7, one in Chapter 8, and then Chapter 10.
So there are big optimizations like how you set up your party, how you grow your characters, and set up your equipment. There's also really minor optimizations that you can see throughout the different fights. Like I think recently within the last year, we realized that you could somewhat control whether or not the big flashy stagger displays on the screen, and if you say throw a potion at the right time, if you swap your rolls around at the right time, that just kind of plays off in the background without pausing the action to show you how cool it is. So
this is one of the bigger things that's just like sort of an overhaul, is the exact realization of what the condition was. Is if you're targeting something and you're not shifting paradigms, you will get the we call it the stagger slowdown skip. So the stagger slowdown, and then if you can skip it, you get a stagger slowdown skip. And so what you can do is you can just put the menu onto potion, and it'll target the leader, and then you won't see the slowdown. And so like we went from not doing this at all to doing it across many fights, and so like it's like less than a second. Like what is it, Kaya? Like 0.9 seconds or something?
Around 0.75.
Yeah, so about three quarters of a second. But if you do it across 40 fights, that's 30 seconds.
Yeah, it just adds up over time. I didn't get a lot of them, unfortunately, in Chapter 1 because Saz got hit a lot, and when he gets hit, he chains a bit less. So then it's harder to get these.
But I mean, you might have picked up in the menu that Kaya went ahead and changed the battle speed to slow. He's actually doing this to manipulate how quickly Hope finishes off this fight, and pushing the scale of how your battle time changes, which drops you get, so that he can pick up an extra Fort Assault from this fight. And we can use that later, 3-4 hours later, to really push down a big boss fight.
Yeah, so I started to choke in the middle of my Shroud explanation earlier, so I appreciate you taking over. But in Chapter 2, for all these fights, the base drop percentage is such that if you get 0 stars, it gets multiplied up to being a 96% chance of getting the drops. And for the first 2 fights that Kaya did, it's actually base of 50%. And so if you get down to, I think, 2 stars, you'll be at 100%. So those were guaranteed Deceptisols, and then the third one was a 96%. And so we call getting 4% is when you miss your 96% drop. We used to do, I think, 4 or 5, 4 96%. And so it would, 96% sounds very likely, but if you do it 4 times, you're going to miss it pretty often. So
4 different 1 in 25 chances is just enough to really ruin your day after you get a good Chapter 1.
Yeah, and that's one of the main reset points too for top runs. Usually, like it's around 40 to 45 seconds time loss when you get 4%.
It's like 15% chance you'll miss one of them if you're doing 4.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
For small numbers, you can just add the probabilities together.
Also, upcoming now is the first kind of AI manipulation on enemies, and it hopefully works first try. But when you exit battle zones right in front of enemies, they usually back off. So what I try to do for this guy is to purposely lure him out a bit, then exit the battle zone on the left side, but facing him, like this, and then he should hopefully back off.
I'm quite proud of this dodge. The discovery of this dodge was, or this consistent way of doing the dodge, kind of overhauled the whole early game, because we originally got something called the power wristband from a chest that Kai already ran by. That took about 50 seconds to get, but getting that power wristband pushed all of the target downs for these coming fights way down, which is important because it means you have to spend less time to farm Deceptisols and Fortisols from them. But this guy, dodging that gas was an important part of it because he has a relatively high target time, and we didn't have a consistent way of dodging him. So if you ran into him, if you didn't have the power wristband, you have to spend like 20 seconds longer there, and so it just wasn't worth skipping the power wristband. But then once we discovered that dodge, we could skip the power wristband, and the whole early game guild route got changed because of that.
Yeah,
That's also the reason we have these 100% in the route mainly now, because of skipping the power wristband, increasing the target times of the ghoul fights that we previously did, made it just less viable to do that.
Yeah, the target time, or the time that you would get 0 stars was 33 seconds before, and now it's like 45 or 44. And so it's 11 seconds extra per shroud. And so it turns out that we can get exactly the shrouds we need without fighting a single one, and so it works out really well.
So, just to answer a quick question from chat, there's a specific area right after the start of Chapter 11 where most reviews consider the game to have opened up. And Kaya should be able to reach that in roughly 3 hours flat, plus or minus a few minutes. It'll take next. Go ahead.
I was going to say it'll take a little bit longer just because we're taking breaks, and the right before that is the longer of the 2 breaks. So like once we reach that point, we're going to watch the cutscenes that'll introduce the area, and then it'll be open world.
So this particular fight called Anima. Anima is the big monster that tagged your sister and has been brought over to this area. It has 2 hands, and if you defeat those hands, it stops and charges to regenerate them. So casual players will beat the 2 hands and then swing on the boss for a bit. But Kai is just beating up those hands while he fights the main boss, and then kills him off before he finishes regenerating. So that's what, 50 seconds plus or minus? 60 seconds?
Around a minute, yeah.
Yeah, 50 to 60 seconds is typical.
It's
now,
also the first time we used the Fortisol, because haste and bravery in that fight makes a huge difference. It saves around 40 seconds compared to not using the Shroud.
yeah,
So-
40 or even more. It could be like a 150 without.
So we won't be able to manually set up buffs during fights just yet. But basically, when it comes to offensive buffs, haste is going to make your ATB speed up faster, so you can do more things. Bravery is going to multiply your physical attacks, and faith is going to multiply your magic attacks. And each character has a strength and a magic stat. And beyond HP, those are basically just all of the stats you're going to have to deal with as far as what to balance. So not quite the strength, dexterity, intelligence you might see with earlier things, but there's numerous ways to stack buffs on debuffs on stats and really push those big numbers.
Yeah, another thing that's a little bit different about this game is there's no defense stat, and so like the attack stat that you have is the amount of damage you do, plus all of the multipliers that we push in.
So what Kai is doing here is selling off an extra weapon that Snow has and a couple of items and turning those into offensive accessories. I think a power wristband and 2 magic marks.
Yep.
So one character is going to have boosted physical attacks, and 2 of them are going to have boosted magic attacks. Separately, we're also setting up our party and growing them the very little we can. Experience comes in the form of Crystarium points. Basically, you get to traverse through a grid or a pattern of spheres. And each of those will either give you abilities or add to your stats. We also shuffled some equipment around and set up paradigms. So when it comes to combat itself, since you can't control everyone's individual abilities, the game's going to let you assign certain roles to certain players, and you can go from there. So there's 6 different roles, and I think the primary ones we have access to right now are Commando, Ravager, and Medic. Medic, like we said, isn't... Sorry, go ahead.
I'll just say we have Sentinel too.
Oh, that's right. We do have Sentinel. My apologies. Sentinel is your tank. Medic is your healer. Ravager will use both physical and magic abilities as you learn them, with the idea of doing an amount of damage and driving up the chain gauge to multiply damage. Commando doesn't try to stack the chain, but it will do a very healthy amount of damage and buff up the damage that the rest of your teammates do. So we use a combination of Ravagers and Commandos to try to push out as much damage as we can. There's also One other mechanic that the game has, it's very subtle, but it encourages you to swap around a lot. And that's something we call ATB canceling. And I think Titan just made it back. Titan, would you
Hello.
like to?
Yeah.
Welcome.
Welcome back.
Would
Yeah,
you
one
like
thing
to-
I did. One thing I did that was not explained yet and might have confused people is that I turned around and ran backwards for a bit earlier. That is because there are 3 parts of the game in any percent where that one is actually faster than proceeding normal to trigger the next cutscene for whatever reason. So there will be 3 running back segments.
So there is one other thing that if I gather from the tail end of fixing my internet happened, which is AG refreshes. So I'll get to after this fight. So this is Madison Warmack, it's the same one that we started off with, but there's going to be a bit of a difference this time. It hurts a lot more than it did previously, and this is one of the really interesting things about the stagger, is that we're going to be doing something in this fight called the stagger cancel. Essentially, when the Madison Warmack's trying to do Crystal Rain, as you just saw there, we time our abilities, our Ravager abilities, to increase the chain such that it would stagger while it's trying to cast the attack. Then, when it staggers, it actually interrupts the attack, so we don't get hit by that. And that's really good that we don't get hit by it, because we would not survive. This boss is like way too powerful for this point in the game, and it's because they want to teach you how to use Sentinels, but like Sentinels are slow. We don't really want them for this point. Like it's just we gotta go fast.
That's the basic idea. Is the game wants to have a point that forces you to use something defensive, so you can figure out how your defensive teammate here works. However, if we manipulate the stagger gauge just right, we interrupt his big attack and he never gets a chance to use it. And then, the game rewards us for our aggression, and we get through the fight a lot faster.
It's going to be a theme kind of throughout most of the battles is you do a lot better if you're just, the best offense, the best defense is a good offense sort of thing. They can't kill you if you've already killed them. Which is going to be really relevant later on, honestly. So one thing that we did in that fight, and that we're going to do again whenever Kaya does the next menu, is we're actually setting up multiples of the same paradigms in the paradigm deck. And I'm going to assume, though I couldn't hear it, that you all explained about the paradigm deck and stuff.
So I started to build up on it, but I didn't explain any about how you would build up your paradigm deck or how you would set up those sets.
Sure. So
go ahead.
Yeah. So every character has access to their own sort of unique set of roles. It does expand out later in the game, but for the vast majority of it, each character has what we call 3 primary roles and 3 secondary roles that are going to unlock. Each slot in the paradigm deck, we can say, okay, you character, you're going to be this role, you character, going to be that role, and the third character is going to be this other role. And in battle, we can shift between them all, and it's how we essentially not only change what abilities all of our allies have access to and what abilities we have access to, but it's also how we're going to manipulate the AI. And you might be thinking, well, okay, so now that I've gotten access to all these different things, I want a large variety of options in case anything should go wrong. But a lot of times we're actually going to be setting up the same paradigm in multiple slots. This is because of a mechanic known as ATB refreshing, which, as far as we can tell, is put in to help casual players recover when things go badly. But the general rule is that the first paradigm shift that you do in a battle, and every paradigm shift that you do after 12 seconds of not having one of these, your ATB will be instantly refreshed. This means that you can do all of your abilities immediately, your allies get to do all of the abilities immediately, and we get to essentially pack in more bang for the buck as we do everything. So, like, we've got 2 Tri-Disasters here. Right here. Yep. So we got 2 Tri-Disasters here, and we're just going to be shifting between them all because we want to increase the chain as quickly as we can. And so the faster that we get to increase the chain with this, just by getting these refreshes, the faster the whole fight's going to go.
There's some special optimization that Kai is doing here, along with some really weird attack choices by that behemoth. But practically speaking, around every second set of attacks that you throw out, if you go ahead and switch paradigms, the game will automatically refill your bar all the way up, and you don't have to wait for it to refill. So you could see there, he would throw 2 sets of attacks from his Ravager in Tri-Disaster, and then switch to the exact same Tri-Disaster setup, just on a different slot, and get a free set of attacks from it. And then once we met our goal for how much stagger we're trying to get up, we'll switch over to Relentless Assault and do some commando attacks from Lightning, because those hit harder once you get to that point. And we'll switch between 2 sets of Relentless Assault setups. So even though you're switching from the same 3 roles on your 3 party members, it still counts as, hey, you switch paradigms. Here's some free actions so you can, really take the fight to the enemy.
So real quick, did you explain why Kaya is using Deceptisols and then walking into the battle afterwards?
We'll do it
we
here again,
haven't-
so we can
yeah.
explain it now.
Yeah, this is when we were gonna do it. So,
Yeah.
this is sort of a byproduct of the retry system that we commented on earlier, in that whenever you retry a fight or you lose in a fight or anything like that, you spawn back at before the fight happened with everything that you had in your inventory. Anything that you consumed, you get back. This also applies to our shrouds, our overworld items, including our invisibility push and the Deceptisol. So if we activate the Deceptisol, we get to run past the enemies, and then re-enter the battle zone, like the aggression point, from the other side. Retry the fight, and then we spawn on the other side of the enemies, having gotten past them, with our Deceptisol still in use. Or not in use,
Yeah.
rather, in our inventory. This is extremely helpful, because, we only got 3 of them for the whole game, and we're going to be using a lot more than 3, because some of the dodges are extremely difficult to do without using a Deceptisol.
Some
So-
of these
I did it
dodges
here,
are
though.
not. Yeah, some of these dodges are not all that realistic for you to be able to get by just on your own. And this trick, the game just basically says, okay, sweet, you retried. You were standing right here when you walked into the battle zone. And we can use that shroud to sneak past the enemy and then turn right back around and start the fight, so that we spawn on the side that is past the fight we couldn't get past otherwise.
Yeah.
So
I just want to
Yeah.
emphasize really quick that you respawn at the point where you entered the zone when you retry, but you respawn at the point where you started the fight if you win the fight. That distinction took us a while to fully understand, in particular in context of a glitch that we're going to take advantage of in Chapter 9. But since we're talking about it now, I wanted to just emphasize that.
Yeah, and these Deceptisol cancels were also initially banned for in the Japanese community, because they thought it's like glitch abusing, I think. Which is
that's
like-
accurate. So
But nowadays, like, even the Japanese runners run our route and do that too, so it was just an older rule.
yeah, the original runners on the North American side were people like Joning 1138. On the Japanese side were people like Haruyan and Smorkun. And on the Japanese side, they basically decided, you know what, we don't like this, we feel it's a glitch, and all their community agreed to farm up extra shrouds, and then always either let them expire or use them to start a fight.
Yeah.
And while the North American and European runners would instead would basically do what Titan's been describing here, and use it as a more effective way to get your dodges in.
Yeah, and for clarification, a lot of the JRTA communities for RPGs in particular back then were almost exclusively glitchless. So if something was considered a glitch, unintended, most of the JRTA communities would ban it back then.
Yeah, It's not really a glitch though. It's like intended that you get the shards back when you retry, because when you die, for example, you also retry, right? So let's say you use a Fortis Soul and then you just die in that fight, so you just get that Fortis Soul back that you used and all of the items you've used in the fight to just try again with the same chances.
Yep. All right, so
the way we use it is not intended though.
I just want to mention really quick that the Japanese runners, I don't think the rules ever actually changed for the Japanese community, but the speedrun.com is a international community, and so I think the Japanese runners just started saying, let's just compete with the international community because it's way more fun to not have to farm a bunch of shrouds.
So we've got the Garuda Interceptor over here. This is a 2-phase fight. We already kind of went past the first phase. There's a few things that Kai has been doing here. One is the exact timing of the shifts. One downside to the paradigm shift system is that the first shift that you do in every single fight tends to be a long paradigm shift, and since also the first shift that you do instantly refills your ATB, that's just kind of wasted time that we don't end up being able to use. So the thing is that that long shift doesn't happen initially if your main character is in the air. So by always shifting when lightning is jumping up in the air, we get to delay that first long shift animation for a really long time until our ATB would be charging anyways and we won't lose anything because of it. The other thing is that Garuda is sort of our introduction to these barrier enemies, where they don't really take any damage at all until after you stagger them. So in the second phase of Garuda there, we did some attacks, we threw out some spells, didn't matter at all until we actually staggered, and by that point, Garuda fell down really, really quickly. We've also got the sort of last sort of special fights type in this game upcoming here, which are the Eidolon fights. So Sharky, you can explain more of the plot about these after the fight, but essentially they don't have actual HP bars. Instead, they have these Gestalt meters, and the Gestalt meters increase differently based on the actions that you do and the character/fight that they're meant for. So these are the Shiva sisters. They're Snow's Eidolon, and the Gestalt gauge increases through two ways. One is just by doing chaining. So Kai is going to be shifting between just doing some attacks for duration and then the frost strikes in order to build up chain. The big one here is tanking attacks in Sentinel. So whenever Shiva does the ATB charge, Kai is going to try to be in Sentinel for that point so that it massively increases the Gestalt gauge. Once the Gestalt gauge has maxed out, then that's when the fight is over. You can hit the X button and just proceed from there. It has some additional effects later down the line. The characters gain a new ability called Summon. You get an additional ATB segment that's going to be really useful later on. But there's 6 of the fights, 1 for each of the characters, even though we've actually only seen 5 so far. And they're kind of spread throughout. They're like their own little mini challenges. Plot-wise, I'm going to leave that to Sharky.
Also, a fun fact for Shiva that I want to throw in there. It's impossible to die in that fight except through Doom, because one of the sisters is constantly healing you up when you take damage. And you should normally also never lose that fight anyways, because when you just stay in Sentinel for the whole fight and do exactly nothing, go AFK, get something to drink, whatever, the fight automatically is a win. So it's pretty funny. Like, Shiva is really hard to actually lose. Some others not later on, but...
Oh yeah, we can definitely die later.
So
I think casually, some of the later Gestalt fights were among the most difficult for people.
They're so hard.
Yep.
they're rough fights for sure.
Odin is the next one, and that one is already really hard.
Yeah, I think one of the issues casually is it wasn't always clear what you had to do to charge your Gestalt meter.
That's true.
So if you Libra, I think it gives more information.
It says like build chain or whatever, like yields to those who amass chain bonuses is on every single Eidolon the first thing that you get with Libra, and if you Libra again, then you get a more detailed information.
Yeah.
In general, driving up the chain is a universal way to help build up the Gestalt meter. Each different one has different ways you can do that through either Ravager or sometimes Saboteur paradigms. And yeah, like we saw, Snow is a tanky guy, so Sentinel is a really useful ability, just like Kai and Titan pointed out there. There's different options for different party members based on what your primary roles are.
We're
So-
speedrunners, though, so the Eidolons yield to those who read the speedrun strategy guide.
Yeah.
Good point. Yeah.
The Eidolon is actually really interesting speedrun rise because some of them are like complete RNG fests, and others are theoretically super consistent. So there's a wide gamut of them. But
So shout outs
Yeah.
to our strategy guide runners or writers, I should say, for speedruns, starting with Logic Dolphin, who brought us out of the text in Notepad era, and then folks like Roosta here, like Titan, Das Pharaoh. I think Scruffington did some work for one category.
Yeah, for all missions.
We've had a lot of folks who have put a lot of TLC into those notes to make them as readable and also as understandable as possible. So it's always a good run to jump into if you're looking for something new to play or you just want to have some fun with this game.
Yep. All right. So a few things going on over here. So we've got what's going to be one of our primary party compositions for the next while, which is Saz and Vanille. This is a kind of really awkward party at this point because we don't have a commando, and one of the things that commando is really great at is building up chain duration. By the same point, if we don't have a way to build up chain duration, things become a lot harder to do because they run out of chain extremely quickly, and then we just deal a lot less damage. But Saboteurs, which Vanille has access to as one of our primaries, also can increase chain duration. But the Saboteur AI is not the best. If they already are debuffed with something, then and the character doesn't have anything else that could apply in the debuffs for, they just don't cast any other spells, which is not great because we would appreciate it if they were just to keep on casting it just for the chain duration. So that's a bit unfortunate. But on the plus side, Saz and Vanille do have access to very, very powerful roles in Synergist and Saboteur. Get into that a bit more later, but I also just want to say that this chapter, Chapter 4, is one of the worst chapters in the whole game because these dodges are just all sorts of awful.
I got very lucky.
Yeah, the area that... Yeah. Like, the area that Kai just went through right there, we call the Aran Gutter, because there's nothing you can do about those dodges. You either get past them or not, they never ever see you. You can't even deset past them, it doesn't help. There are going to be birds that just kind of fly in and chase after you, and it's like, oh no.
So the reason for that is the game wants you to be introduced to the concept of basically your party interrupting a fight between two different sets of monsters. And when that's going on, there's different mechanics for, how stagger works and whether or not you can preempt the fight. But the two sets of monsters are basically just swiping back and forth at each other. They don't know you're there, they don't care you're there, and you can't make them move out of the way by getting into the battle zone and getting their attention.
Yeah, you just have to get an opening.
And sometimes...
And here are the
that opening is
birds.
quick and- oh gosh. Small difference between different versions of this game. I believe in some of the early versions for Japanese players, those birds, if you retry, will respawn back up on those ledges. In the other versions, they don't. So if you get the dodge on the first try, great. If you don't, it's a world of hurt.
Oh wow.
Yep.
Yeah, now they are usually on the ground on the retries in these versions. But birds are actually one of the main enemies that are very likely to catch you because they just outspeed you, and especially on PC with 60 FPS, they also react a bit earlier and start running earlier than on the console versions. So it's actually... Oh my god, there you saw it.
Yep.
This fast is impossible to dodge. And that is a bit less likely on lower FPS on console versions. to happen.
Yeah, birds are kind of the bane of everything
The
for
game.
us.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, yeah, they're just the bane of everything. Like they're completely awful to dodge. They're really fast. You sometimes you just can't ever actually dodge them, and they just eat up time.
The game was originally released, I believe, in Japan in 2009 and in other regions in early 2010 on the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 consoles. And it's a pretty good port on both cases. The PC port, good and bad, depending on how strong your processor is. Not your GPU, but specifically your CPU for whatever reason I don't want to get into.
The optimized, probably.
Alright, so we've got lightning back, so now we've got a commando, which is great. And this is a good time to talk about how completely busted synergists and saboteurs are. So lightning's going to be our primary damage for the next parts of the fight, but we still haven't really leveled anybody up that much. We've been doing very, very few fights. We don't have a lot of experience points, but we're still going to be able to just chew through all the enemies because of the debuffs and our buffs. So the two primary debuffs that we're going to be making use of throughout the game are going to be Deprotect and Imperil, which Imperil we'll get to much later, but Deprotect will reduce the physical resistance of anything that's inflicted by it by 89%, which is a massive number. It's almost, we're going to be dealing almost 2x as much damage as we would be normally. By the same token, Bravery increases your character's strength by 40%, and Faith the character's magic by 40%. So you've got, minus 89 to them, plus 40 to us, plus all the stagger chain increases, so that's doing even more multiples. Like, things end up just getting to really big numbers really, really quickly and just dying super fast. It's actually really worrying that we have Deprotect on us, because now we're taking a lot more damage, as you can see, but especially in the next fight, having Deprotect on the boss is going to deal so much more damage than it would otherwise.
So
By the way, it's exactly the same for D-Shell, just with magic. So D-Shell is also 89%.
Yeah, D-Shell's 89%.
Debuffs are very strong.
Yeah. D-Shell's also 89%, but we don't make as much use of it. Throughout the game, Deprotect is much more important.
In the anti-system category, yeah. In other categories, there's monsters and fights where magic is what you want to use as a primary stat, and you balance accordingly.
Yep. So it's really powerful. It's one of the reasons why the default damage cap in this game is 5 nines instead of 4 nines, just because we're going to be hitting that by the end of the game. So we've got up here sort of the halfway boss for this chapter, which is the Dreadnought. This is going to be another 2-part fight, and this fight's actually really difficult to learn and to execute properly. So we have 2 phases, and we're going to Liber in the first phase because the information sort of carries on over throughout. And throughout this, there's not much to be done in the first phase. It's going to be mostly just like chaining up and then attacking, getting off the debuff so that we just get a bit more damage during the chaining part, and then when lightning starts actually attacking, it's going to be really powerful. The second phase is where things get interesting, because he's got some really powerful attacks. But yeah, nothing much else really for the first phase. It's just going to be making sure that we don't accidentally die, which can happen because this attack does a lot of damage. But it's not actually the scary one.
So yeah, you can and
look
you
at how
can
much
see,
damage lightning is doing.
Yeah, you can see lightning with the extra information to know to use her physical attacks, with the extra strength from her equipment, with Deprotect, with Bravery. All these numbers are a few times higher than they would normally be. And similar to Crystal Rain, when that big attack Wrecking Ball shows up, if everything goes right, Kaya should be able to interrupt that basically and cut it off before it tries to wreck your party.
So, similar to the Madison War Mech, we are going to be stagger canceling the Wrecking Ball, which is the attack that does a lot of damage. The interesting thing about doing it here is that we know both time-wise when it's going to occur, and we can also use shifting between the Tri-Disaster and the Smart Bombs, which is our triple Rav and our Rav Stab. We're going to make sure that our allies are actually increasing the chain to the correct amount that we want to. And we don't technically die to the Wrecking Ball, but it can glitch out, and sometimes deal double damage. And it can also mean that we need to potion more often because we do take a lot of damage throughout this fight. So stagger canceling it is always best. Past that, Lightning's going to be doing most of the damage in the fight, so we're going to be focusing on refreshing her as opposed to refreshing Saz. And yeah, like that's the end of that fight. Honestly, it's a really hard fight to learn, but once you get the pattern of it, you should theoretically never die to it. We've also unlocked upgrading, which is going to be extremely useful, that we'll talk about in the next Saz and Vanille section. Because we're about to switch over again to Lightning and Hope.
So real quick question. You mentioned that you used Libra early because it carries through both, and you said that Lightning changes her AI based on the Libra?
Yeah, so the characters' AIs are not the smartest. They will try to do patterns in order to gain the information that you would get from Libra normally. So if a enemy is weak to fire, for instance, then we don't know that. I mean, we know that, but the AI doesn't know that until it tries to cycle through all of the spells and see that, oh, hey, this is weak to fire, I should start using fire things. That also applies to... wow, that was 1 HP.
1 HP on Hope, yep.
Always calculated! So that also applies to physical and magic weaknesses. Without having Libra information on the enemies and knowing that, like, physicals will be doing a lot more damage, based on, like, your stats and what the enemy currently has, the AI characters will tend to do, like, ruin and then string of attacks, because it's still trying to, like, balance things out and discover things. If you let it go on for long enough, the AI will learn to just do all attacks instead of throwing a random ruin at there at the start. But that's a lot of damage loss, because currently, at least, our characters are physically strength as opposed to magic strength, so it's just a lot of damage that we could be doing otherwise. Because of that, in fights where we aren't controlling the primary damage source, or at least we have a major secondary significant source of damage, we're going to be trying to throw Libra or Libra scopes, which is the item version of Libra that happens on everything, just so that we can shortcut the AI's information gathering process.
Yeah, I just picked up a Libra scope that Titan mentioned. It's slightly different than Libra. It's not exactly the same, because there is a certain number of things you have to do to get information on everything the enemies can do. And Libra, for example, gives you information, but it doesn't give you full information. While the Libra scope gives you full information and is also AoE, while Libra is single target. So the scopes are better than Libra.
Yeah, Libra's most of the stuff on one character, and Libra Scope is all of the stuff on all of the enemies.
Yeah. The thing is that most of the time, the Libra gives us enough information, and the Libra Scopes also take time to pick up.
So everybody see the minigame here? Make sure to get your waves and your highs into it, because we're going to see it, and then it's going to go away, and we're never going to play it again. The basic idea here is that Hope has found this giant robot and is going to pilot it through this mass of robots that we seemingly wouldn't be able to fight our way through with just the two of them. There are 2 treasure chests at the end of this, and depending on how many of the robots you beat and whether you run over them or swing your hand to knock them away, you might get better treasures in one or both.
I really don't like this. honestly.
Yes. So the idea here is we want the middle treasure out of the 3 possible left drops that can be there. So there's a specific threshold we have to get for how many of the robots we walk through. But swinging your arms is slow and doesn't get us anything better, so we don't even bother as far as that goes.
So before the next fight, I do want to call out that the fact that the chests give different drops, I think, is like the most random thing, right? Because there's no way of knowing in-game, like on your first playthrough, that getting a different amount of robots killed or arm swings is going to change the outcome of the chests. The only time that you would notice it is on the second playthrough, where if you're playing it again and you just so happen to do a different thing than you did the first time, the contents of 2 random chest changes that you would have to have then remembered from the first time that you played the game, however many hours ago, that it was different. And there's no indication that there's anything tying it together. It's like, I don't understand it.
Well, you gotta get
I
your
mean, it's just like any other
strategy
minigame where
guide. Come on.
I mean, it's either selling strategy guides or it really wants to reward you for playing through this entire game every single day just to see what the differences are. I mean, that sounds like an amazing
That's like one of the
time to me.
only differences.
All right.
Anyway, here's Odin.
He's harder than Shiva.
Yeah, so this is Odin. We've got Lightning and Hope here. And this is actually a really good indicator of how much chain matters. So the primary way that we're going to be increasing the Gestalt meter here is going to be entirely through Rav spells. And Odin's right now at like 120, 130-ish, and it's increasing by a small amount each time. The higher that the chain goes, the higher the stagger goes, the more the Gestalt's going to increase with each individual one. We've also done a few things just with the positioning of the characters. We made sure to split up Lightning and Hope so that Odin can only target one of them, because Odin can launch characters into the air, and we want to avoid that because more likelihood that we're going to die, and it's times that we're not going to be times that we're not going to be hitting it, and it's just that was a really good fight because like Lightning wasn't launched into the air. We had very specific potion timing so that Hope doesn't die and just kind of tanks as much as we want. And now we've unlocked Odin.
The second walking back segment.
It is. And this is the summon tutorial, but are you going to be summoning? Or are you going to be showing off
summoning, but hopefully not Thunder Falling.
Yeah, so here's a summon tutorial where we're then going to skip the tutorial and summon anyways. So yeah, basically what happens when you summon is it costs 3 of the technique points, TP, that you regenerate over time by doing fights. And when you summon, it replaces all of the other characters that are in your party. The Eidolon has a different set of abilities that are unique to each of them. They also have something called a Gestalt mode, which essentially once you hit X, as you see right here, you gain access to new sets of abilities, and the number of points you have is equivalent more or less to like how long the Eidolon was out beforehand and how much you managed to build up. These abilities are really powerful, it turns out. For instance, the one that Kaya just used right there, Xantetskin will instantly kill anything as long as the chain is high enough and their HP is low enough, depending on the strength of the Xantetskin. So it's a really, really powerful ability, and really, really powerful move. And if there's enough peer pressure in chat, we can actually use it on a late game boss.
The problem with Xantetskin is that it works on a formula that insta-kills, as Titan said. If it doesn't insta-kill, you barely do any damage. So you either kill or you have it like being completely wasted, basically. Like the damage is really minuscule when you don't kill.
And just to level set where we are so far in the game, we're approaching the end of Chapter 4, which was, on the Xbox version, the end of the first of 3 discs. And we're right at an hour so far here on the PC version, so we are breezing right through this game. We're also probably about 25-30 minutes from our first scheduled stretch break as well. Ray, just time checking that. So by this point in the game, we have most of our party members. Each one of them has access to all 3 of their primary roles, So you can really see the personalities of the different characters come out. And even when some of them have the same roles, they often have complementary abilities. Saz, for example, has offensive buffs up to this point. Hope mostly has defensive buffs, which was part of the balance of that Odin fight. The game's expecting, oh, you've got Protect, you've got Shell, let's really let Odin swing away and do some damage. In this case, because we've got Saz and Vanille, as we kind of alluded to earlier, we're going to be able to both use buffs and debuffs to multiply the damage that we spit out, and it's going to kind of make up for the fact that the two of these don't have the best complementary offensive roles. In the meantime, the upgrading, first example of upgrading in the speedrun here, Roosta, do you want to jump in on that?
Yeah, so earlier we sold Snow's, we got the Power Circle, which is sort of like an upgrade from his Wild Bear, which is his base weapon, but the stats in this game are such that it's actually better to upgrade a worse weapon, because the quote-unquote worse weapons are lower rank, which means it's cheaper to upgrade them, and so bang for your buck, it's a little bit better to upgrade those. And so we sold his worst weapon, and we're also selling the Ninurta, which is a quote-unquote better weapon. Or no, we're selling the Air Wing, which we replaced with the Ninurta. And so we sold these high gil equipment, and that gives us enough to buy some mechanical components. So from that Dreadnought minigame earlier, we got the second best prize, which is a bunch of organics, which for us is much better than the first or third place prizes, because those organics are almost enough to get us to level 2 multiplier on this upgrade tutorial. So organics give you multiplier for your points, and mechanical give you just raw points. And so it turns out we can get enough from that to level up the power wristband to star level. This is something that has also changed relatively recently in the FF13 speedrun. We used to do an upgrade on Lightning's Blaze Fire Saber here, and that was for Chapter 5, the coming chapter. But now we're doing it here because the power wristband can be swapped between Lightning and Saz, and so we can use it more flexibly. You don't get as much stats, but the flexibility turns out to be faster this way.
So
I need to just remember to unequip. That is, if you don't remember,
we'll
to
remind you.
unequip,
We'll remind you.
Yeah,
You can only use it on both if you take it off. So
Yeah. So just a bit more detail on the upgrading. So there's two classes of components, like Rusa said, of organics and mechanicals. The mechanical equipments will give a lot more experience than the organic ones, but they also decrease your experience multiplier. So the general pattern that we're going to try to do with it is feed in as much of the organic materials as we can to get to the ×3 multiplier, and then feed in all of the mechanical components at once to get it to the level that we want, and all the experience. So these are the final fights of the chapter, the gauntlet.
So let me, if I can just jump in,
Yeah,
the story of these fights is pretty funny because all 4 fights are kind of similar in the way they are set up. You preempt them, and then you buff Saz, and then you alternate targets to make sure both die, hopefully within stagger. That's not really true for the final fight with the bombs, because it's really hard to consistently experience that one, but that one's kind of just like, hope you don't die.
I have an emote dedicated to the final fight.
Sort of the same.
Did you go over preempts, by the way, when I was gone?
So we can fill in a little bit on that. I'm not sure Roosta's internet might have been cutting out there. Are you still there with us, man?
I see the green light, but I don't hear anything.
Roosta had a storm last night, so his internet is cutting out.
So
Right. You guys can just go without me for now, because
Okay.
No
So
worries, bud. I can fill in a little bit on this if you want, Titan.
did you go over preempts?
I was going to fill in on that now.
Okay, yeah, go.
So, when you are in the world, the game basically follows the same concept you probably felt like when you were around kindergarten to first grade. You could see things, the basic idea was, you can't see me if I can't see you. So the enemies are alerted to you if they're facing you, and they're kind of just milling around if they don't look at you. If you can start a fight by sneaking up on them, then you will preempt them, and you basically start off with a small animation that puts every distinct enemy power wristband puts every different enemy one hit away from being staggered. And if we do the fights right, we can usually kill everything off in time there. Did you get the power wristband, Kai?
Yep.
Okay, sorry, I missed it.
Unequipped it.
Yeah, I think I blinked and I missed the menu.
I did it right after the last fight.
There's actually a fun thing that some runners do a lot, some only a few times. But there's an idea called camera tricking, where in order to lower the range that the enemies can see you at, we angle our camera straight down at the ground. And literally, since we can't see them on the screen, they don't see us until way later, and we can dodge them a bit better.
We've used it a few points in the run so far, but
so
considering the amount of information that is in this run,
it's just hard to explain everything in time, especially when the run's pretty good, which it is right now. Honestly, that's a pretty good start.
Yeah, like what sub 110 chapter 4 is nice.
Yeah, this is a solid run so far, dude.
Yep.
So
preempts are great. Preempts are great. That's the end of chapter 4. We're gonna go to chapter 5, which is going to be a Hope and Lightning section. And it's first half of it's not great. So Hope's a teenager, and every other character is an adult, for lack of a better word. I'm not sure maturity-wise if I would call some of them adults, but oh well. But one of the ways that they decided to show that Hope is younger than everybody else is Hope's walk speed is 93% the walk speed of every other character. So we literally just move slower whenever he's our party leader, which is not great.
It's a little bit easier to get caught by certain enemies as well.
Oh, yeah.
Also funny because when it wasn't known back then, there's a segment in chapter 11 where you are defaulted to Hope lead. And people back then didn't switch out the lead, but nowadays we just immediately swap him, because just on running in that segment with Hope, I think it lost you like 30 seconds or something.
That's correct. So we always thought, hey, we'll wait until the last possible moment to do menus, and we didn't realize that having Hope in the lead for that long comes back to bite you. Because it's a good 4 or 5 minutes straight of running if you wait till the last possible minute.
Yeah, it really adds up. So that's the one of the only menus we're going to be doing this chapter, actually. We're giving the characters access to some more abilities. Specifically in the case of Lightning, we're giving her Aqua Strike in addition to Water, which she already had. One thing that a lot of people tend to get wrong is the divvying up of what is a magical ability and what is a physical ability. Your stats are tied directly to the ability. It's not tied to the role. So even if I'm in Commando, which most people think of as physical damage, I can still output magic damage the entire time. Same with Ravager, where the spells are magic, but the strikes are essentially elemental physical versions of the Ravager spells, and they still increase chain just as well. And the ruins, when you're in Commando, still deal damage just as well as attacks, but it's tied to a different stat. So it's actually also really interesting because the characters are trying to, like the AI characters that are behind us, they're trying to optimize for a different thing that we would appreciate them doing. One thing that increases chain is something called chain conditionals, where if you alternate abilities, alternate different types of abilities, then it actually increases chain more than you would do if you just repeated the same one. This also includes things like alternating between a physical and a magic attack. So in the next combat, Lightning, the enemy is going to be weak to water. And Lightning's actually going to be, I guess it's not the next one, but it's in a few. Lightning's going to be alternating between doing a physical and a magic attack of the same type, because it's faster in the number of abilities to increase the amount of chain, but it's actually slower real time because we prefer that she just like does her animations quicker.
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
part of the reason why I will alternate spells too, usually later on. Alternating spells gives you conditional modifiers that increases the chain compared to using the same spells over and over. So that means if I, for example, use Fire and Thunder, alternating, it builds more chain than when I use a full Fire or full Thunder steering.
Yep. So there's going to be
And
a
the AI
few
does
just
the
like
same.
random. Yep. There's going to be just a few random fights here for the next minute or so. So Ray, if you want to say anything, now's a good time.
Okay, sure.
For like a minute.
Just to cover some of the stuff that I accidentally said while I was muted at the start of the show. If you're tuning in now and missed the start of the show, this is GQ Hotfix. It's a series of shows where we showcase speedruns, exhibitions, tournaments, all just sorts of speedrunning related content in between our main events. Almost every night of the week. So if you want to see more information on Hotfix, you can go to gamesdonequick.com/hotfix. And of course, for this whole month of July, all of our subscription and bit revenue, minus the amount we have to pay for taxes, is still being donated to Doctors Without Borders. So if you have a Prime Gaming sub, maybe it came up after SGDQ, you can still send that in our direction and be supporting a good cause. We ended over $2.9 million for SGQ, and we might still be able to push that up a little bit more if we get a good amount of subs and bits to the channel during the month of July. So let's see how we can get it.
It's a 3. I believe in you, chat.
Yeah, Doctors Without Borders is a wonderful cause, and I think at some point during GDQ they mentioned that the work that the whole community puts together is big enough to where we're able to fund entire countries that they go to. So
wow.
The work that everybody puts together is just, for lack of a better term, staggering. So
we are their largest.
I see what you did there.
We're their largest individual fundraiser in the world for Doctors Without Borders.
It's
so
amazing.
We've got the Feral Behemoth fight here now, and this fight is the one I was alluding to, where they're weak to water, and we find this out from the lever that we use. And Lightning is going to be alternating between doing Aqua Strike and Water, because it is technically the most efficient way of increasing chain, assuming that you don't care about how long it actually takes.
Ooh, that's nice.
Because the animation time that it takes to switch between doing a physical and a magic is really slow. This fight's really interesting because we're actually going to be fighting the Feral Behemoth again. The difference is that time when we fight, we're going to be controlling Lightning, so we can just have her use Aqua Strikes or physical the entire time. And Lightning is physically spec'd right now, so the only difference between the two fights is going to be a party leader, and it's going to be a lot faster. A lot faster.
And there's a few layers of efficiencies and optimizations in how Kaya does that fight. So it's getting to the stagger point as fast as you can so you don't have to throw any potions and heal. And then on top of that, it's balancing when Hope and Lightning alternate their attack strings, because each hit interrupts the enemy and stops it from doing anything. And then on top of that, whenever you basically whatever role you happen to be in when an attack hits decides the properties of that attack. And in some cases we can get a Ravager attack on the right element to start and then switch to Commando before it lands and get the benefits of both rolls into one swing. So what might do 1,000 damage.
Roll bonuses?
Not a whole lot just yet, other than generally, Ravager is about pumping up the chain gauge while doing damage. Commando is about pumping out the damage. And how Synergist and Saboteur can multiply those. But
sure.
The basic idea being there, it's basically a way to roll buffer for a given attack, and what might do 1,000 damage can quickly turn into 3,000 if you happen to time your shift just right. So it's a really subtle thing, but that's 2 or 3 more attacks that you didn't have to do to get to the end of the fight, and it all adds up. So you don't have to know every single one of those in order to start the speed run or jump in at all. But when you've got a world-class runner like Kaya here, every second gets squeezed out in some pretty impressive ways.
Yep. So to elaborate a bit more, very briefly, the primary ones that we're going to be concerned about are Com, Rav, and Sen. Actually, I'll say that after this fight, because this is the repeat of the fight that we just did.
On your toes.
Where, again, the only difference is going to be that we control lightning this time. So we still do this one string with the... Oh, that's not good. We still have that one string with the auto battle just because it's a lot faster and we need to sort of stagger as quickly as we can. Missing there is good. But now we're just going to be doing Aqua Strikes. And the Aqua Strikes do a lot more damage than just doing the waters and manipulating between them, because lightning does a lot of damage. And we're going to be doing the combo for there. And what happens is that we have still a water element.
No problem.
That is so close. There we go. We have a water element attack that's now getting the commando boost. And what is the commando boost? So, like Sharky said, in essence, it's more damage, whereas Ravager is more chain. But if we look a bit deeper, so each role has 2 types of bonuses that it applies to your party. To overall, really. So the first is the character bonus, where this character gets a boost to a thing because they are in that role. The second is the party bonus, which is the entire party gets a boost to this thing because this character is in that role. For commandos, it's damage. So the party gets a bit more damage, and your character gets a bit more damage. For Ravagers, it's chain. So the party gets a bit more chaining potential, and the character gets a bit more chaining potential. The thing is that these abilities stack. So if we have 3 Ravagers, then they all get a bit of chain boost from them being a Ravager, but they also get the bonuses from the rest of the party members being a Ravager. So the overall increase in chaining ability is a lot more than if you just had like 1 Commando and 2 Ravagers. The same applies to Commando, where if you have 2 Commandos, that's going to do a lot more damage than 1 Commando does. So it's going to be our sort of default damage paradigm later in the game is going to be Relentless Assault, where it's 2 comms and 1 Ravager, just because that's going to be the easiest way to get a lot of damage out.
Or aggression, sometimes.
Or aggression, yeah.
Which is 2 comms and 1 Ravager.
Oh, yeah, sorry, that's the one I meant to say. Relentless is 2 Ravs and 1 comm, but... Alright, so we're almost at the end boss of this chapter, where we're going to have our first sort of stretch break.
Yeah, after the boss.
But after the boss. But that being said, the end boss here, like this fight, it's kind of whatever. We're gonna summon and kill it with untouched thing. It's actually been a really long time since I've seen this normally because I usually have a D7 for this. But
same. I don't have any bonus shot this run yet, so
yeah, bit unfortunate. But so the next boss is affectionately nicknamed Bulbasaur. Goes by the name of Acer Plotoflorian.
He's a grass type. Yeah, you did. And,
okay.
Yeah. I don't know anything about Pokemon.
Yeah, so it's one of the hardest fights in the run to learn when you're speedrunning. It is significantly more difficult than anything has the right to be at this point in the game.
Yeah, they made them too strong, honestly.
Yeah, and there's a lot of different things that can happen. Because you don't have to learn just one fight for this, you have to learn 4.
Until next time.
Because the game really likes us, and we have to make sure that we're not hit too often because we will die because it does way too much damage.
The underlying mechanic there is that Bulbasaur here will decide he's a different type, and basically shift around his primary element after a certain number of seconds. And our Ravagers are a little bit incomplete at this point, so Hope has a certain set of elements, but not all of them. Lightning has a certain set of elements, but not all of them. So if he's weak to water, we may have one strategy we need to go to. If he's weak to fire, we have a different one. If he's weak to ice, we're kind of just stuck and have to wait for another one in some cases.
Other way around.
Fire is the one.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if he's strong to fire and weak to ice, we're in trouble.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
that's what you mean. Okay, yeah.
yeah. So so we're gonna start off by liberating because we are going to need to know like what it's weak to, primarily just to manipulate Hope. And those protects that Hope got on us are actually really important. The sort of spinning efflorescence attack does a lot of damage, and we're going to try to potion tank throughout it all. The general gist of the first part of the fight is going to be getting to stagger. Kaya has a very specific potion pattern to make sure that these attacks that do like 2/3 of her HP don't actually kill anybody, because honestly, even if Hope dies at this part in the fight, like it's just kind of fight over. We can't do anything about it. And that's Exo Fire, that's not great. So this is the worst one, because Exo Fire means that Bulbasaur is weak to ice attacks, where Hope has that, but Lightning doesn't, so we can't really do a lot with that. We essentially have to wait this out and wait for another Exo Proofing, because otherwise we can't really continue. So we're just gonna chill here in War and Peace until it happens. Once stagger occurs, is going to be when things get very interesting, because we want to try to stun lock Proto so that he can't keep on attacking us. And Exo Lightning, that's a good one. So one advantage of having physical strike that they're weak to is that even though we're not in comp, we still get a 2x multiplier from the enemy being weak to our ability, to our element. And we also get to increase the chain because it's a Ravager roll, as opposed to a Commando. So this chain's going to be increasing throughout the whole fight. We're going to keep on interrupting throughout the whole fight. And we're aiming to refresh Hope in this one, because Hope actually does a lot of damage. A lot of the focus in this fight isn't on Lightning, but rather is on what Hope is doing. We're just keeping Protoss unlocked. Towards the end, we're going to be doing the comm buffer that we discussed earlier. And it's going to be an Aqua Strike that is element typed with the Commando bonus, so it's just like a 300% damage increase, and that just straight up kills.
The backup strat in a lot of that is to, at the very last moment, pop out Odin and use his finisher with a maxed out chain gauge to get an instant kill on the last sliver of health. But because we had to stall, Kaya was able to do some extra damage, and that wasn't necessary. So.
Exo Fire is very easy to kill because you get a lot of extra damage in, especially with this physical route and doing attacks.
Yeah, it's just like a 20-second time loss.
It's our 20 seconds time loss, yeah. And now we actually have our first break. So this is the cutscenes that I just let play, I guess.
Yep.
So enjoy, guys.
So we're going to take a quick break here. On the Hotfix, we like to promote some healthy behavior, so we going to have an opportunity for everybody to get up, stretch, encourage chat to do the same. Refill your water, all of that. We'll be back in just a few minutes. More Final Fantasy 13. We're just going to let the cutscene play over the break, so you'll hear them talking if you're hanging out. But we'll be back in just about 5 minutes with more Final Fantasy 13. Stay tuned. And welcome back to the Community Spotlight. We just took a short wellness break there. Hope everyone got an opportunity to stretch, refill water, all of that. We're going to get back into the run here in a moment. Just as a quick reminder, for the entire month of July, all of our subscription and bit revenue, minus the amount we have to pay for taxes, is still going to Doctors Without Borders. So if you have a Prime Gaming sub available, you want to throw it to the channel, that's still going to a very good cause in supporting Doctors Without Borders for the rest of the month. And for Flame Fatales is coming up August 15th through the 21st. Games list is out now, and if you're a woman in speedrunning and want to help out with volunteering, volunteer submissions are open until July 24th, and you can go to gamesdonequick.com/framefatales for more information on that. But if you're all ready to get started, why don't we resume our 13 run? It looks like we timed this almost perfectly with this cutscene too, by the way.
Yeah, after the cutscene you can start the time again. I guess it's over now.
Yeah.
So are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
We want to get the Nautilus.
That's actually like kind of insane.
That was
how
That
nice
was
the timing is.
absolutely perfect.
Let's see how chapter 10 will be. But yeah, just one thing before the guys take over with commentary again that I want to mention is I actually love this track of chapter 6. It's really cool.
It's so good. It's so good. Yeah. So this chapter, it's a really chill chapter. Honestly, there's only one fight that we're gonna do at the end. There's not really much else to say until we get to the next menu and stuff. Honestly, it's just you get to relax and enjoy the calming.
Chapter 6 has a lot of downtime. I dodge for 7 minutes, do a menu, and then like one fight.
Excuse me, 2 menus. 2 menus.
Where's the second menu?
Well, you've got the shop.
Well, there's the
Well,
shopping,
yeah.
and then there's the stuff you do with your characters. So
Yeah.
and there is a lot that you can see with some of the intricacies of going behind some of the enemies or getting their attention and doing loops in order to get them out of the way. There's a couple of treasure chests we'll pick up. One of them's here. Belladonna Wand is a weapon for Vanille that, you know, it could be pretty awesome, but it's worth a lot of money, so we're going to use it to bankroll almost the entire shop here. Titan, do you want to talk about what we're buying here and how we're going to use it?
Sure. So, this shop is actually setting us up for 2 different sets of shops, really. The first part is we're aiming to upgrade our... That was 1, 2... Yep, there you go. We're aiming to upgrade the Vega 42s to level 19, because it's just going to give us a lot of strength and magic that's going to be really useful. We also unlocked sort of our best organic upgrade component that we have access to for most of the rest of them, which are sturdy bones. 36 of them are going to be enough to level up any of our equipment or accessories to a 3x multiplier, and they're also like really cheap, so it works out really nicely. But we actually bought 41 of them because we're going to be using 5 more of them in the next chapter shop, and it's just more input efficient in order to buy 41 because we only need to hit up arrow like 4 times.
It's faster than you need them anyways.
Yeah. We're also setting up equipments for the rest of the chapter, so we're putting the Doctor's Code onto Vanille and the Power Spend Star onto Saz. While I was out, did you go over what the Doctor's Code does?
Roosta did
not
pick
really, I
up
think.
on... Roosta mentioned it in passing as far as
We
how
talked about medic and potions, yeah.
Yeah,
and
so-
whether or not we need medics.
Yeah, so potions are completely busted at this point in the game. Doctor's Codes make them even better. But we're actually going to pick up a second Doctor's Code over here on the side. And this is well worth going out of our way for. One thing that we haven't gotten to... Oh, that's an unfortunate dodge fail.
Yeah, he was really fast.
Yeah. So one thing that we have access to through the whole upgrading system is also dismantling items. And different items will dismantle into different components, different things, which at base level will be, you know, it's something. But if they're at max level, they disenchant to even greater things. Doctor's Codes happen to disassemble into a Fortisol, Aegisol, Ethersol, and an Elixir, where Elixir is essentially a super potion that heals your whole party and restores your TP to 5. And that's really good, it turns out. Just getting access to those shrouds is super gil efficient, because the shrouds cost a lot of money, super time efficient because they save a lot of time in the fights, and if we were to try to get them through farming in chapter 2, that's, you know, 30-ish seconds for each one of them. We can't even farm Aegisols, actually, so those would just be gone. So it is like 100% worth it to go out of our way to pick up the second Doctor's Code.
Elixirs are a bit of a unique special thing as well, because they're the only way that you can fill your entire TP bar while you're in the middle of a fight. We get access, I think, to 2 of them, and there's only 4 total in an entire playthrough of the game. So not only is it a max heal, but it's 2 more renews, or it's a renew and a summon, or anything like that. And that really goes a long way for us being able to take down some of the latest bosses. at stages of development were really not intended to.
Yeah, and we could get the third one in any percent if we wanted to, but it's slower and doesn't really save you the time back of getting it by like fighting the immortal.
I've never actually seen that at camera angle for doing that dodge. It's actually kind of creeping me out.
I mean, I had to improvise that because the gap they gave me was really slim.
I'm just so used to seeing that from like the top right. That just looks so weird.
In general, if you get to the same places at the same time in the world, you should see almost the same pattern from dodges every time you get to a certain pack of enemies. It's not 100% consistent though, and in some cases you really have to improvise. And Kai is really good at that.
And I already failed 2 dodges earlier on the Gremlin Circle before the Doctor's Code, because the retry is a bit different in a lot of dodges. So for the dodges that I don't fail often, I don't know the correct retry setup in a lot of times, unfortunately. But usually you get most of them first try anyways, right? So
that's
I mean, yeah, the easiest way to not have to worry about the retries is just never fail a dodge.
But it's really rare that the retry works the same as the first try does, because you just spawn at a different part and the enemies have a different cycle of like where their movement is at.
And dodging is a really underrated part of going fast in the speedrun, because each time you retry, you have to wait for the battle screen to load in, and then it sets you back where you were when you first got into the battle zone. So depending on which platform you're playing, you're looking at 10 to 15 seconds for every missed dodge, plus the extra time to try to get past it the second.
At best, as Titan said. Like some dodges reset you so far outside of the battle zone when they have a really big battle zone that you lose like 20 to 25 too. Can happen.
And there's no guarantee you'll get it on the second time. I think each of us has stories about just how long some of those dodges can go and just how many times in a row you can miss something.
Are there any dodges that are just strictly worse if you have to retry?
Most of them, actually.
A lot of them are worse on the retry, yeah.
Yeah, like, it's not uncommon, real quick before the next boss, it's not uncommon for, on a large amount of the dodges that you fail to just deset past them, because on average it will be faster than failing it a bunch of times if you're not used to that. So, anyways, we got the end boss for the chapter, Enki and Enlil. There's 2 of them here. And we actually make a heavy use of the AI manipulation in this. So, each of Enki and Enlil is weak to a different element. One of them is weak to water, one of them is weak to electricity. And Synergist, which Saz is in right now, always try to prioritize giving the elemental buff to over essentially anything else. Saz is going to be doing 99% of our damage in this fight, so we really want him to have Bravery on himself as well as the End Spell. Bravery because it's going to boost his damage by 40%, and End Spell because it's going to add another like 100x multiplier on, or 100% multiplier onto our stuff. So, with that being said, we're actually trying to do... Actually, interesting, they didn't bellow. So, there's sort of 2 ways that you can handle this fight. One way is you can try to poison lock the Enki and Enlil, because poison is really unique. It does % damage per second, and will kill any enemy in like 600 seconds or something. I don't remember the exact number. It's a lot. 5 minutes, yeah. 300 seconds. It also is very good at interrupting enemies. So, one thing that we can do is, as we keep on sending off attacks, is use poison to make sure they don't get to bellow. Because when they bellow, they're going to remove any and all debuffs that are on them, and keep on doing and like get a bunch of things that we really don't care for. If we don't have Deep Protect on, then Saz is going to be doing a lot less damage because it's 89% boost. But we also know when the bellow is going to happen, so as we saw on Enlil right there, when after the bellow we just immediately cast Deep Protect again before Saz can fire off any of attacks, and the Deep Protect lands, and we just still get to output tons and tons of damage. One of the reasons that we actually held off on the Libra Scope for so long is just so that Saz would keep on buffing himself up as opposed to Vanille, because we don't care what Vanille is doing really. Vanille, we love her, we make heavy use of her throughout the run. She doesn't do any damage.
Yeah, the way that the Symbiosis strat lines up, you don't need buffs on Vanille. With the other strat you do, you full buff Saz and Vanille, actually both.
I actually had a question about that. So, in earlier forms of the run, because we were trying to stack our debuffs early in that fight, we would have Vanille sitting in Saboteur instead of Medic, while Saz was stacking his buffs, and Saz would prioritize buffing Vanille and then set himself up. It looked like while you were in that Vanille being a Medic setup, that Saz is just saying, well, she's just the healer, let me not worry about her yet, and buffing himself up first.
Yeah, that's actually exactly what happens.
Yeah, that's why we have the medic. That's exactly what you want to have. He's not buffing the medics. Like, when you are in the medic, he will buff himself first, and then maybe buffs the medic. I don't know if he buffs it at all, honestly, but he definitely prioritizes himself.
So I believe that they will buff meds, but it's lower on the priority list. So the Sin AI has a sort of tier of buffing priorities. When they get haste, they'll try to put haste on everybody, and then they do like elemental things, and then like I don't remember the whole thing for it because it doesn't come up very often in any percent. But one of the things that they do is try to not prioritize medics if there's something else that they can do.
I was a little curious if the Libra Scope has any extra interaction with that, or if it's purely based on the Paradigm deck.
It has, funnily enough, because when you throw the Libra Scope at the start, for example, he's also end buffing Vanille.
Yeah. So
I don't know why exactly, but that's why I hold onto the Libra Scope until Saz got all 3 buffs on himself, and then he's buffing himself the 4th one. If I would do it earlier, he starts to buff Vanille.
Yeah, it's primarily just the end spell. They tend to really prioritize putting end spells on.
So just real quick, when you talk about the end spells, you're talking about the spells that add an element to attacks?
Yes.
Yeah, it's and thunder and fire and water and frost, and those just let every single attack that I do be that element. So for enemies that are weak to frost, for example, we'll be using Enfrost later on in one particular fight a lot. Actually in 2.
So it's a bit more than
lot.
that. Yeah, like it's a bit more than that. They'll transform the element of whatever you have, of like whatever your attack is, into that element. If you are also doing an attack of that element already, it will do like an additional damage boost onto it. So if I have like End Fire and then I cast Fire or use Flame Strike, it will do even more damage than it would otherwise.
And your normal attacks are like Fire or Frost element or whatever you do. And that's part of why Saz is really strong in any percent, because his synergist with very little development gets all of the elements that we need. Like he gets Frost, Thunder, Fire, and Water in the run in his synergist. Also haste very early. Like Saz's synergist is actually really strong.
Yeah, Saz's like secret OP for this run, which there'll be more details on it later.
Yeah, not only his synergist, his commando. For those of you guys who didn't like Saz, so watch until chapter 8 at least, and his commando is way stronger than you thought, probably.
Yeah, when you control him, it's absurd in such a nice way.
Don't want to spoil it yet. It's happening in chapter 8 the first time.
It's all because of the Chocobo?
I mean, the Chocobos are in chapter 8, but...
I mean, the Chocobo he has.
We searched for the Chocobo, but...
Do you think you can ride this Chocobo?
But yeah, I, for example, when I played this game the first time casually, especially because of the segment you play with Saz and Vanille in Chapter 4, where Saz is just a Ravager and Synergist, you just think that Saz is really, really bad as a character. Like, you get this impression that this character is pretty useless.
Yeah, like, the part in Chapter 4 where it's Saz, Vanille, Hope, and you don't have any commandos, and it's just so awful.
Alright, someone want to explain the Shiva Stadium? Because it's different on console.
Yeah, so this is Shiva Stadium. It's the first of our kind of like, we're starting into Assault Fight. and we can actually kill everything here without ever leaving the stalls. The thing is that because of FPS and how damage and hits get calculated, the number of times that each of the abilities hit and the amount of damage they do is dependent on FPS. PC runs at 60 FPS. Console runs at 30 FPS. So some of the strats that we do for this on PC literally do not work on console. Like, at all. That being said...
It's vice versa. It's vice versa. Like, the console strats don't work on PC. You can do the PC strat on console, it's just slower in both cases. Like, this fight
sure.
and Another Chapter you just don't want to do on console because it's slower.
Yeah.
But PC has to do it.
If you have a wireless controller on console and you're trying to get through the entire run in one shot, that's your first chance for a legit bathroom break. You get about 30 seconds to where you can mash auto gestalt, and good luck.
And auto gestalt on PC just keeps losing your chain. Like, I think you lose chain in the third ability you use or something. Like, you lose chain really fast when you just auto gestalt on PC.
Yeah, this game is like all action all the time, more or less. Aside from that fight, the first real break that you get is in Chapter 11, 4 hours into the run, you've got a 27-second elevator.
You technically have Bridge 2 as well when you have a wireless controller.
Sure. Yeah,
That's true.
but it's only for like half of the fight, because you can't wireless the first half of it.
Yeah, well, if you're learning this run, I'd encourage you, whenever you need to stop or step away, just go ahead and do that. I mean, let the timer run, and it's still a valid run. For folks that are really pushing for that hardest time, it's a 5-hour setting, maybe closer to 6 on console, or if you're newer. And there's not really much of any cutscene that forces you to wait and not skip it for any length of time. So unfortunately, we can't go take a shower in the middle of a cutscene with this one, like the other
not
one.
quite.
It's only possible in FF10, yeah.
Yeah. Alright, so here's Fang. She's the last character of our party. Say bye to the Fang portion of the run.
Bye, Fang.
Yeah, that's it.
That
We
was
just
it.
control. So you're supposed to, like, this game gives you no free access to the party until very late into the game, and that's one of the main criticisms the game gets to... Oh my god.
I don't know why you took it on the left side there.
Because I always do that. On the retro you see why. Normally he sees you and makes space. It's weird. He didn't move at all. Like this.
Just PC things.
But yeah, the reason is this game gives you every single character as a leader throughout a portion of it, that you just get to know every single character while controlling it yourself, and that's one of the reasons you get free access that late, because the game wants you to play every character. And that was the segment where we control Fang, the first one. There will be a second one later in this chapter.
Yeah, so the purpose is, because we haven't actually seen her yet, is that it's like, oh, here's some nice easy fights so you can get used to her and understand what she does, and we just go right past it all. Because
that's why in the speedrun it's like very short. It's actually 3 fights there, but yeah, I just ran past all of them.
Yeah. So the actual interesting thing about Fang is if you go into her Crystarium, she actually has like a really well-developed Crystarium, because the devs at Square were like, okay, let's make it seem as though she's been in your party this whole time and level her up to where we think the rest of your characters will be by this point. The thing is that if you actually go and you look at the costs for all of the nodes, they're all 0, and she just has like the amount of CP that your characters have right now. That being said, she is kind of our strongest character right now, because we are perpetually underleveled throughout, and we're definitely underleveled compared to where the developers thought we were going to be.
That's also
regarding that underleveled.
Go ahead.
We basically skip every optional fight except for a very small number, and we're basically relying entirely on CP from bosses, which means that the further you get into the run, the further behind where you're expected to be you are.
We do 3
which means
optional.
that
It gets
only
real
one
bad.
of them is for CP. The others are just for chests, right?
The first one is the Pulsewag Soldier in Chapter 4, the 20 seconds fight, but gives us actually Hope's second weapon, so we can sell his first weapon that gives a lot of gil. It was tried several times to cut that chest out, but even though it's working, it's not as consistent or fast as getting it, even with that extra fight. The second one is a grind fight I take on purpose in Chapter 11 for 6,600 CP, which is another around 30 seconds. And the third one is actually a fight against 2 rust puddings that is possible to dodge, but the dodge setup can take like 5 minutes or longer because they barely move. So we just fight it.
You forgot the Scandroid that we get.
True, then it's 4.
Yeah. I wouldn't actually consider the rust puddings to be optional.
Yeah, because the dodge takes too long.
Like, not only does the dodge take too long, you're not even guaranteed to get it.
Yeah.
Right.
You just don't move. And it's a 25 seconds fight, so why not just fight it?
You're also going to be doing an Eidolon with 1 less ATB. But sorry, Rooster, go ahead.
Yeah.
That's fine. That's a good point. But the grinding all combined gives less than 10,000 CP. But as a point of reference, Bart 2 alone gives 100,000. So we really
one of the late game bosses.
Yeah,
we don't late game bosses.
We don't get much optional CP, and so the further on in the run we are, the further behind we are, and so the more on a knife's edge it is, and so that's where the difficulty really picks up, and you can really die to anything later on.
It really comes to a head at a certain point in Chapter 11 that we'll get to then, where it's just like the game thinks that you're doing all these side quests, and we just have done absolutely none of them, so there's a giant difficulty spike.
To be fair, every single side quest except 6 is optional, and a lot of people casually also don't do them, but they have really problems then in Tajan's Tower and other parts, so the game really wants you to do them.
Alright, so this is the shop that we were setting up before, where we have the 5 extra sturdy bones, and this is actually a menu that Roosta sort of optimized based on the upgrades, because we're going to be upgrading 2 different weapons, one for lightning, one for snow. But Roosta, do you want to describe the whole thing with like balancing the skills and stuff?
Yeah. So the thing that makes this menu complicated is that we get this chest that gives you, what is it? Thrust bearings?
Yeah, 3 thrust bearings.
Yeah, you get 3 thrust bearings, which are a lot of experience, but it's also a lot of minus multiplier points, and so it just like was a matter of math. And I used Logic Dolphins, if he's in chat. I used his calculator just to experiment with different combinations, and it just so happens there's an exact sweet spot where if you do I think it's 15 sturdy bones and then 30 and then 34, it gets you the exact right amount of multiplier to be able to use all of your mechanical things and get to the right level, and it also cuts out a 3-second multiplier prompt. So if you did 60, or if you did 1 more sturdy bone at the start, you get an extra prompt, and if you did 1 less, you wouldn't get the experience. So it's just kind of like a nice thing that just came out of nowhere. And then
culmination of happenstance.
Yeah, Snow's weapon gets upgraded too, and that's just a normal upgrade. But lightning gets that really special thing.
I wanted to just say that normally 36 sturdy bones is enough for ×3 multiplier, which is max, but I will use a total of 49 there for the extra XP that Rissa mentioned.
Yep.
Yeah, so the extra 13 on top of what you normally do is to counter the negative points that you get from the 3 thrust bearings. So if you did the turbo jets first, it would move you all the way back on the 1x multiplier, and so it wouldn't work. So you have to use the thrust bearings first, and so it takes 13 to make up what they lose. And so it turns out that 15 plus 34 is better than just 49.
So this is the Isham Gulf Subjugator. I hope you enjoy seeing this character model, because we're going to be seeing it quite a few times.
6 more times.
Yeah, and it's really interesting. So the first half of the fight, we don't have access to any way to debuff, because neither Snow nor Hope have Saboteur. But Ishmael Subjugator will actually cast Overdrive and give himself Deprotect and D-Shell, which means that after that Overdrive happens, we're suddenly doing a ton more damage. Hope also doesn't really do anything in this fight because he's really weak.
Yeah, he dies.
So that's why we summon Shiva. The TP cost doesn't really matter, because we're getting it all back anyways, and Shiva just does a lot more damage than Hope. We're keeping Hope kind of under leveled on purpose for
the next
later.
fight.
Yeah, but
But one thing that we couldn't mention because I did it too quick while we were still explaining the upgrading is that if you throw like an item or summon or use a technique like renew or something during enemy attacks that would knock you up or launch you, they will not do that. And in this fight particular, his tailhammer attack that he's guaranteed to do after a certain point of the time, it will launch you normally, and I have to time the summon through it to not get launched, and then after the summon is out, there will be a second one that you optimally want to potion through. I got both of these, but sometimes you get launched by it, and it's a bit of time loss, but it's not too bad.
The game does have stats under the covers that will try to figure out which attacks should or should not either interrupt or launch a given character, but doing the things that Kai mentioned override those and make sure that your feet are planted firmly on the ground, and it saves a lot of time. Caught you right at the end of that area.
Oof,
Yeah, I think that's past on the battle zone though. If not, I just decept this on the retry.
So yeah, we're back again to the Fang section of the run. We're only doing one thing with her.
What I did during that dodge there, that's actually a dodge that catches you really likely, but for some reason, Rooster found out that on the PC version, like on the console version, you just camera trick, hack the left, and it's fine. On the PC version, you want them to stop before you pass them, and once they are behind you, you want to very gently turn the camera towards the left side for some reason, while running straight, which usually makes them miss their swipe at you when they are behind you. And I have no idea why that works, but it normally works. Here it did not work because it was right at the end of the battle zone, so the dogs sometimes jump at that point instead of swinging, and this guy also did something similar, so that's why I was caught.
I love that hallway because you just like sneak on the edge beside the columns and they just don't see you. But anyways, you know, I actually think that Hope, yeah, like I think that Hope can fight this. What do you think, Sharky? You think Hope got it?
Oh, no question.
Yeah, all right.
Okay,
so we got Libra. We're gonna heal up a bit, and you know, synergists are busted, right? So, oh no, Hope.
Well,
how could you?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. All right. So, there's no way. Like, Hope can't actually win that fight. The win conditions for that phase of the fight are either you dealing 1% damage, or you let Hope die. And then we get the second part of the fight here where we're actually going to have our party again. And this is where the fight really happens. So this is Ushumgal Subjugator 2. And it's actually a really hard fight. It's going to be our first enemy that we're actually going to do 2 staggers with, because we just do not have the damage beforehand. We're also doing a rather massive Crystarium for this, because we need a few more things on Fang to make her usable. We want to give Lightning Thundara, because the raw spells against staggered opponents will actually increase chain more than just doing single ones, and that's going to be really useful here. And we're also going to give Hope just like a bit more. We really don't want to spend a lot of time on him at all. So we are leading with Fang here, because we have to. Fang has access to Commandos, Saboteur, and Sentinel, and they're all going to get used in this fight. Primarily, we're going to be starting off with casting Slows, which reduces the recharge rate of the enemy ATB. This is going to be really useful because Ushumgal Subjugator hurts a lot. And if it wasn't slowed, we just wouldn't be able to survive, because these laser rains are doing a ton of damage. And either we'd have to stay the entire time in a Sentinel thing so that things take less damage, or we would just have to be throwing potions the whole time, and that's a lot. Once we've staggered, however, we actually can keep Ushumgal Subjugator launched into the air, because Fang has the commando ability Launch, which against a staggered target will try to, you know, launch the enemy into the air and just keep them all juggled there. While they're in the air, they can't really attack us back, which is very useful. We don't have to worry about how much damage they can do, and we just get a wail on them as we so wish. We are looking to refresh Lightning and Hope here, so that they get as much chaining up as we can. And if we time it correctly, Fang also has another ability called Smite, which we see here, where Oh, it missed? Oh. So, what Smite does is, on an enemy that is launched in the air and is about to run out of stagger, it will smack them onto the ground and deal a lot more damage, which is really useful. That being said, now that we're in the second part of this fight, Ushu 2 kind of just like does a lot more damage. So we actually do need to be in Sen here, because if we tried to target Hope or we tried to target Lightning, they would die, and we like them being alive. It's definitely faster to not be dead than it is to be dead. So we make them just sort of look at Fang and keep on going. After that, the second part of it's much the same as the first, where we're going to try to amp up the chain, keep Ushu 2 launched, and just kill from there.
So this,
yeah, go.
This fight is one of the longest ones in the whole run, and it's really annoying because it would be the perfect fight to use a Fortisol on. But unfortunately, yeah, if you use a Fortisol, it only gets used for the first part of it, where it's just Hope dying.
The launch has failed. So that's something that can happen, which is not good. The launches are not guaranteed to happen. The enemies have like resistances to it.
It's just a 50-50.
Yeah, I missed 350 chances there.
Yeah.
50%.
So chances. that can be really unfortunate when that happens.
On Front Bit 2 later on, you can miss up to 5 in a row, and that is really upsetting when that happens.
Oh yeah, that's so bad.
Enemies can do basically what is effectively like what you do when you use a potion, where they can do certain moves where they can't be launched, but as a rule, if something is staggered, it's going to have 0 keep, and so it's just going to be 50-50 if you launch.
Yep. Right.
Hope's 1.
So these fights are really bad.
Yeah.
Hope's one of my least favorite fight in the whole run.
Oh yeah. It's
not only duos, it's actually for a lot of runners, because this has a lot of RNG that is not really controllable in a lot of cases.
Yeah. One of the big things with this fight is simply where everything ends up, where all the enemies end up standing. So if we have the enemies really far spread out, we're not going to hit them with everything, which means that they don't get damaged, and the Xantet's going to kill them, which means that if they don't die, then they're probably going to kill us when we come out of the Gestalt.
Yeah, the problem are these aerial soldiers. These aerial soldiers, a full combo of them on lightning, first interrupts lightning and second almost kills you. So if 2 of them survive and 2 of them target lightning, you just die.
We promised some math for math majors, so the way Odin's insta-kill works is there's just some multiplier, or some number, which just comes from Odin's stats, and then you basically multiply that by the chain multiplier, and so if it's 200%, it's multiplied by 2. That's the amount of damage Xantetskin does, but then there's a second number, the kill threshold, where you multiply by the square of the chain number. And that if you are below that in terms of HP, then you'll just kill them instantly. So you can imagine if you have, 999% chain, then it'll be, you can kill them 10 times as high HP, but for these guys you can't get that high, and it's just it sucks if you can't kill them.
Really cutting it close there.
Yeah, normally you don't need a potion. I was considering throwing one there for safety, but only one soldier doesn't kill you from 124 usually.
Alright, so we've got one of the coolest fights in the game upcoming.
Yeah, some fun fact about auto battle that the guys will explain, but I'll quickly get all strength on lightning, and yeah.
Yep, so
let's see.
It turns out, not that you would really know this, that if you weren't paying very close attention, Lightning's weapon is a gun sword, and on this next fight, we're really going to emphasize the gun part.
Yep.
So previously, it's the only time that we get to do it. In all the previous fights, we were giving Fang the strength accessories and Lightning the magic ones, and we're reversing it here. So this is Havoc's Sky Tank, and he's very far away from us, so we can't actually run up and attack it. So instead, we're just going to go pew 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 with our gunblade, and it's really fast and it's really sick.
And
because these attacks, these attacks are super fast. The other really cool thing that we're doing here is we're actually summoning Odin. So this is a relatively recent strat that is significantly faster than the old ones, because Havoc Sky Tank can launch our team into the air and deal a lot of damage, and then we have to heal, and we waste time because we're in the air, not being able to attack. But the Eidolons have Provoke, and they can also deal damage from afar with the Thundaris here. So the Sky Tank just attacks Odin. Lightning is fine, can just keep on dishing out all these rapid-fire machine gun damage, and Odin kills off all the side peripherals, and it's all good. Once Odin's done, well, we've killed off all the side peripherals, and now we just have to wait for Havoc Sky Tank to start its second phase so we can stagger and kill from there.
Pretty good.
Yep, this has been a very good fight so far. There's some funny history behind that, actually, that I'll get to in a second. But yeah, so he's gonna do the main cannon. It's gonna deal a lot of damage and it'll hurt. But because we were casting something in the middle of it, lightning doesn't get interrupted, and we can still keep on pew-pew-pewing until the end. This is unfortunately the only time in the game overall that we can actually force the use of the gun part of the gun sword, of the gun blade, because it's really fast and having it do more things would be fantastic. But sadly we can't.
Yeah, and also the combination of full strength on lightning and the Fortisol buff with haste and bravery, plus how fast the gunblade is actually when you use it, makes this fight really easy, honestly. And especially, as Titan said, because Odin is out in this iteration of the strat, which wasn't the case all the time, you just don't care to like get hit by plasma blasters, which is one attack that launches you, and very annoying. But Odin provokes it, so he just gets hit every time with that.
Yep. It's also really bad if you lose to that fight, because then you have to refight out the Hope House 2 that we did before. You don't want to do that.
And it's also one of the fights where you actually notice that the AI in this game is not that great, because when you do auto battle, it will default to ruins. But even with less strength and magic, attacks are probably still better to do in a lot of cases because of how much faster they are.
Yep.
So it's a bit weird.
Rooster or Sharky, do you want to talk about the game facts?
The Game FAQ's guide from a decade ago. That's, I mean, it's the first attempt to make a speed run from this, and
well, I think specifically he's referencing that the guide says to summon Odin against
the Odin meme we had a while ago, I think, was
against Sky Tank, and so it was kind of a meme, like, oh my god, why would you do that? And then we saw Shirasu doing it, and it turned out to be better, and it's like, well, we looked up now.
Yeah, we memed about using Odin on that fight for years, because the way that it was stated is that you actually summon Odin and use Zantetskin, and as we said earlier, Zantetskin without proper setup does like no damage, so it's like, why would you do that, right? Even though it's AoE. But yeah, actually having Odin out to provoke him is something we didn't think about.
Yep.
So it turns out that the meme became real, kind of.
Yeah. But yeah, so we've got a bit of downtime here. So Ray, you wanna plug anything?
Sure. We were talking about hotfix earlier, and if you were to tune in tomorrow, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern, let me pull up the list of what's going to be on. It's going to be Time Capsule, which is a show about games that were released in the same year and showing off their speedruns. So if you tune in tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern, it's going to be the year 2003. We'll be showing off SpongeBob and Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic for that. And of course, we've had a little bit of a theme recently with SGDQ backup games. This is a game that was on the backup list for SGDQ, didn't make it into the schedule, so we're showing it off today. On Wednesday at 10 p.m. was Speedruns from the Crypt, hosted by XIII. It's a show about horror speedruns, and he's also got a couple of backup games in the lineup for that as well. So if you've been enjoying this thing we've been doing recently, showing off games that were on standby for SGDQ but didn't make it, we got a couple more of those coming up on Wednesday night. And just a couple good hotfix programs coming up for you all week long. We've got plenty of stuff coming up. If you go to gamesdonequick.com/hotfix, there's a calendar where you can see all sorts of all of our upcoming shows. And this Saturday, we've actually got a Ghost of Tsushima showcase celebrating the 1-year anniversary of that release. So it's going to be a lot of fun.
Fun fact about this minigame. This is the second minigame we do, and you have to search the Chocobo chick from SAS. But Square Enix was a bit trolly and actually put the chick in front of you 3 times out of the 4 times we have to find it. And that's part of probably why some people don't find it initially, because that's something you don't expect. But it's basically 3 times just run straight. And for the last time, it's on the right
Just
side.
run right. I do have serious questions about the fact that he does have a chocobo chick living in his hair. But we can save those for another time.
Don't worry about it.
I mean, the simple
No, go ahead.
the simple answer is that Saz is a great father, and I'll accept no other answers.
He
That is
is a great
correct.
father, but still, yeah, he is a great father.
Also,
He's-
speaking of Square Enix being trolly, there are some segments where either Square Enix forgot to remove placeholders or they actually were trolling, because there's a chest later on in the game that is like not really valuable at all, but we can mention that when I'm running past that.
Yeah. All right, so we're actually towards the end of chapter 8 right now. There's only 3 fights, and one of them we just do to get a chest. But
We have
in the
Blitz now.
previous menu, we unlocked Saz's most busted ability, which is Blitz. So most characters, not everyone, but most characters have a AOE physical attack in their comm roll, which is the Blitz. And each character has a different way of doing it. So Lightning's, we've been using it a bunch before. She kind of swings her sword around. Snow's, who we don't have, does like a roundhouse kick around him. But Saz has guns, and while I think it would be hilarious if he kind of just like Beybladed his gun out and brought it back like a yo-yo, he does this like strafe fire onto all the enemies, and it fires 7 bullets. Each bullet does 0.6 damage,
Yeah,
that
0.7,
the normal
I
attack
think.
would. No, it's 7 bullets, 0.6, 4.2 total.
Or that, yeah.
Yeah. And the bullets can hit the same enemy multiple times if the enemy model is big enough. This being Final Fantasy, the enemy model is usually big enough.
Yeah, in this fight you
so-
can see it, for example.
Yeah. So this is going to be our primary damage for most of the run, honestly, is using Saz's blitzes. Because if you compare it to just doing normal attacks, so in the span of 2 ATB, you can have 2 attacks which do 2x damage. Versus the Blitz, which is going to still use the 2 ATB, but does 4.2 damage. So you more than double your damage, assuming that all the bullets hit. And even if they don't all hit, you're on average going to be doing more than just the attacks do by themselves. So it's really powerful. And we're just going to start chewing through all of the enemy's HP just by doing these blitzes. And that's kind of where like a large amount of the damage comes from overall, is we're getting Deep Protect on, we get we start using blitzes. Later on we get Imperil, which we'll get to later. Imperil with the end spells is going to do even more. And all these things just kind of multiply and add up, such that, you know, as we've been saying throughout, we are significantly under-leveled, but the enemies still just die in a snap.
The combination
So
of Bravery, Frost Element, and the Blitz in that fight made me do a lot of damage. And Deep Protect on the enemy. You're not supposed to kill this enemy in one stagger normally, but in the speedrun you can do it.
The high damage of the Blitz is the source of another meme that we have within the community, is that, I forget exactly which source it is, but there's like a famous source that says Saz's stats are too weak for him to be useful, but
You'll see Blitz's
speedrun says otherwise.
Yep. So this is Saz's Eidolon fight, Brunhilde. She's fire element, so she's going to be weak to ice. And I remarked all the way back in chapter 5 about conditionals, where if you change abilities, it will add on more chain. We're going to be seeing that a lot here, because the entire fight, we're just going to be doing attack blitz. One of the things about the blitz is that each individual bullet will apply any of our on-hits or conditionals that would be applied to the ability at all. So we get an attack, and then the blitz is going to have the conditional from the Enfrost. It's going to have the conditional from it being a different ability than what was previous. And even though we're not really building up the chain by a super large amount, the Gestalt gauge is going to increase massively from all of this.
Yeah, and Brunhilde actually has also the lowest conditionals in Commando. Like like a lot of the summons have like 1.0 or higher, and Brunhilde has 0.6. But the fact that we do like these attack blitz combos on her weakness still like nullify that and make it one of the faster fights.
We actually can't use Saz's Ravager at this point because it only has fire and.
Well, you
Yeah.
can get arrow, but it's not as good as what we do.
That's true.
But yeah, that was Chapter 8. Chapter 8 is by far the shortest chapter. On PC, good times are 9 minutes or less. On console, it's like 1.5 minutes longer, but still the fastest chapter in the run.
So when she jumps forward like that, is that good RNG? Because then you're hitting with more of
Yep.
your
It is
blitz
good.
shots?
The closer the
Precisely.
enemies are, and the more blitz bullet hits, the better it is. So if the enemy is not big enough, like Brunhilde is, it's very good when they are close. In some fights, she's trolling a bit and staying very far away. Then your like blitz bullets whiff a lot, and then the fight is slower. So that she gets closer actually helps a lot.
Yeah. It's actually really. We didn't see it much in that fight, but when she's really far away versus when she's really close, you can see the gestalt increase differences just from all the blitzes happening. So
Yep.
now we're in chapter 9. This is actually one of the longest chapters in the run that we're going to be doing. There's going to be a lot of party swapping and just doing a lot of other things, but the start of it is just, we've got some things to kill. Sharky, you want to go over some of the plot? Because I don't actually know how they get onto the Palamysia.
I mean, we've got about 8 chapters of plot to catch up on if you want to.
I mean, we can talk about that
Go
after the
for
menu,
it.
I think, but I just want to quickly mention that there are 2 ways to set up
Until
paradigm
next time.
menus. I can do it manually, or I can let them generate. And in this menu, it's actually way faster to let them generate, but it's also harder to do, so you'll see that now, like it auto-generates.
The
When I do
generate
that.
has an algorithm that's built into it that like tries to pick out good. There's offensive, defensive, and what is it, balanced?
Balanced.
And it tries to just like come up with sort of a generic paradigm, and it's the generate becomes worse and worse as time goes on, as you get more options available, and later on it just becomes completely useless because it tries to like stick medic and sentinel in random places, and it's just terrible.
I think this was the
But-
last time I use it.
But in the early game, when you have limited options, you can just pick out the ones that give you the right thing. So in the early chapters, you've been doing it. In this time, what's available to the party is basically just Com, Rav, and 1 Sab. And so you just spam offensive generate in the right spots just to get you 2 copies of each of the 3 paradigms you need, which is Relentless, Aggression, and Smart Bomb.
Yep.
I enjoy that you've been talking about how you're like under-leveled this whole time, and then I just noticed that Lightning finally hit level 2 Commando over 2 hours
Yeah.
into the run.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, we really don't give them a lot to work with.
But that's part of why this run is really good, in my opinion, or like this combat system in general, because even though you're under-leveled, when you really like know the combat in depth and play good around your options, it's still really fast to beat enemies. Like, there's not a single fight that is more than 3.5 minutes long in the whole game, even final bosses.
Final
So-
boss can be more than 3.5.
Yeah,
Well,
depending
if you're
on how
very
you-
unlucky, it can be, but the standard fight, the standard longest fight is around 3 minutes, which is the second to last boss. But
Yeah.
everything else is below that.
Like we are really underleveled, but we're also sort of leaning into something like a property which is true
Oh,
of pretty much
wow.
all Final Fantasy games, which is that the stats or the number of
Stats over
points you need to
stats.
reach the next level are logarithmic, and so as you go further along, you're further and further behind, but what you missed out is comparatively worth less. And so just working with the boss CP, you can usually do pretty well.
Yeah,
Yeah.
especially because we work around being under-leveled in terms of our offensive stats with equipment upgrades. Like, the equipment on the leader and later on Snow as well will basically be full strength for almost the entire run. And then the quote-unquote only issue is low HP, and that's why we have a bunch of Sentinel usage later on. But we obviously explain that when we're there.
Yep. So before we get to the plot stuff, I have serious concerns with the OSHA compliance of this airship. We should not be allowed to run around on the outside of this without any guardrails and jumping between the different planes without any safety equipment whatsoever.
All right,
Just don't
Kaya.
fall off. Just don't fall off.
Kaya, I have good news to you. You've submitted this complaint many times, and OSHA has just agreed to give everyone hard hats.
Nice.
To be fair, I'm not 100% sure there's any enemy in this specific section that's forced to walk on things. They're all just floating around them, like these robots and the jetpacks and all
Yeah,
that.
but our
so-
party, that's the problem, right?
Yeah, like the fact that our party can get out here is an issue,
Like,
and
look-
also, like, let's say that
Look at
that
this jump here. Look at this jump. Like, what if Lightning just falls down here? Like, she's dead. Look
Nothing to
look
catch her.
down there. Look down there. Like, how high are we? Like,
Gra-
what is
gravity's a
this?
suggestion, man. You've been watching this combat the whole time.
Also, well, but like their jumping abilities, like later in chapter 11, there are things that you can jump like in a lake that you can't do without a chocobo, which we've seen them jump 20 feet in the air during battles. Like, why can they not jump
Yeah.
across a lake of water? I don't know.
No,
It's not like there are piranhas in there.
I mean, canonically, she can just fall damage cancel because every time she swings her weapon in the air, she stops falling. So she just waits
Yeah,
until
exactly.
she's like 10 feet off the ground, swings her sword, and then drops 10 feet. You know?
Fun fact, look at how these soldiers are positioned. When I run into them with a reset and retry the fight, they have a way different position, which is kinda weird. But, like, they were all grouped up now, right? And look at this. Like, makes no sense. But, yeah.
Alright, so Sharky, you wanna cover 8 chapters of plot?
Oh lord, how long do I have to go through it?
Thermonon
10
dodge.
Until the thermal dodge, yeah, we have some downtime if Ray doesn't want to say anything.
No, you're good. Go for it.
Oh,
Alrighty, so where we last picked off, we were all trying to hunt down our sister who had been kidnapped by this big monster that was turning her into a form of a monster. The basic mechanic when it comes to being a l'Cie is that one of these overarching monsters called Fal'Cie give you some important task that you have to do, and you've really got 2 choices. You either succeed in your task or you fail it. If you succeed, you get turned into a crystal. If you fail it, you get turned into a monster. And there's really no way to get out of either of those options, at least as far as we know. So everybody, whether it's some randos that were caught up on the train, or our new friend that we met while we're trying to catch up to our sister, or the fiance that really wants to find out what's going on, all merge in at the same time. They get too close to the bad guy that kidnapped them, and they get turned into l'Cie themselves. Now, you'd hope with something that important you get real specific detailed instructions on what you need to do. It's just kind of, hey, here's a dream. It's kind of foggy. You're only going to see it once. I hope you understand what I'm asking. And they all get a dream that, corresponds to what kind of seems like the end of the world. So they don't really understand what's going on with that. They're trying to figure out what they're going to do, whether they're part of the enemy of their world or not. And while they're chasing after the now crystal of Sarah, because Sarah's whole job was just, hey, bundle all your buddies together to go save and or destroy the world. For lack of a better term, the Empire here, the government of Cocoon, finds the crystal, picks her up. Snow's there when that happens. He gets kidnapped. Fang happens to be working on the inside to figure out what's going on, so Fang's part of that. Saz and Fenil get split off from Lightning and Hope while they're running off trying to figure out how to take on the government or how to do something. And they go off on their own divergent paths where Lightning and Hope go through a crystal forest and end up in the town where Hope grew up. Meanwhile, Saz and Fenil go through a very damp forest instead and end up in the town of Nautilus. All this dampness is damp. So
yeah.
once you get to that point, the plot threads kind of start trying to converge. There's a subplot where since Hope is a teenager, he was on the train with his mom. The mom tries to stand up and help Snow because moms are tough, and one of the monsters knocks her off the tracks, and Hope sees his mom pass away and blames Snow for it. So that's a big part of his character development. You've got Vanille trying to find out what happened and how they, how she's showed up, because she actually was a crystal, but suddenly she's not. She doesn't know why. And all these different things are wrapping up to the point of Saz and Vanille get themselves captured by the government. The other 4 characters know where it is. It's on this giant airship where also the ruler of the entire Cocoon government is. And they're all trying to get together to rescue each other and, take down the world, basically. Or save it. Or maybe both. It's kind of wibbly-wobbly, timey-wimey at parts.
Yeah.
But where we're at right now is trying to converge all those storylines together, where Lightning, Fang, and Hope, with Snow in tow, because Snow got injured a bit in Chapter 7, are trying to get to where Saz and Vanille are, because it's been suggested that the government is going to execute the two of them. Meanwhile, Saz and Vanille have broken out of their cell and are trying to figure out a way to break off of this airship. And part of that includes a Gandalf Thermodon here, where you shall not pass unless you know what you're doing. So
yeah, so we
that's
kind
a
of
hard
stare the
dodge. Like
Thermodon down.
this dodge is harder than it looks. Like, you need to have a lot of knowledge, especially if he's not giving you the pattern you want to. Like this time he cooperated, so it was easy. But if he's not cooperating, you have to back it up, and that's really bad.
So, yeah, this is the Thermodon and Vespa's soldier fight. This is kind of the fight that starts to exemplify why Saz is such a powerful character for the speedrun. So,
Look at this blitz.
one of the things that we picked up in the last menu was haste in Synergy, which increases the rate of our ATB charging. That is really powerful because the more that we can, charge our ATB, the more action we do, the more damage that we can put out. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, again, he's got end spells as well as bravery and faith, which are all used to extremely increase our damage output, as we've been saying before. End spells doubling our damage output on things. The buffs, the bravery and faith increasing our stats by 40%. It's massive. And the last part is the blitz, because blitz is the best damaging move at this point in the game.
Yeah, you'll see it now. Like, I want to have him come close and
Why is he backing
come
up?
close. Yeah. Okay, and now look at this. Like, when every bullet's hit, it's like way too strong.
It's a ton of damage. And then that combined with Vanille putting on Deep Protect just means that we chew through HP bars like it's nothing. So
Also, because the question came up in chat earlier, but it was kind of answered already, but Sarah's focus was to gather the tools for this Cocoon's destruction, which is basically our party, because our task is to destroy Cocoon, basically.
So,
kind of.
again, we're on the outside of Palamisia, and there are, unguarded, rocket jets over here that are moving.
I mean, it's Final Fantasy, Titan. Don't come with logic.
Keep in mind, Titan, that this is the world where you don't get fired; you get turned into a thief when you fail your job. So, I think they have different job standards than we do.
I guess it's a good time to explain this menu now, though, in Kalaminka, probably already.
Yeah, I can explain it. So, right at the end of Chapter 7, we got the Brawler's Wristband, which is sort of the best strength equipment that's available to you at that point. And the Havoc Sky Tank also gave us a Uranite, which is, it costs a massive amount of money to buy one, but it's the component you need to upgrade the Brawler's Wristband to the next level, which is the Warrior's Wristband. And so we're going to buy exactly the stuff we need, which is 37 sturdy bones and 32 crankshafts to upgrade the Brawler's Wristband to the max, and that'll let us turn it into a Warrior's Wristband. And this Warrior's Wristband is the first piece of accessory that we're going to keep until the very end of the game that's for strength. Like, we're going to use, Silver Bangle that we already have, but in terms of doing damage, this is sort of our first real piece of equipment. And so getting this now gives a massive amount of strength to Fang, and then afterwards Lightning for the rest of the fight, or for the rest of the chapter.
Yeah, and I also dismantled the Doctor's Code for the first time, so now I got all shrouds except the Deceptisol and 1 elixir from that. Another thing is there was a slight optimization I used because my guild is good. I don't know if you saw that, but I didn't buy 37 sturdy bones, I bought 41 wicked fangs, which is a bit more guild, but it's less inputs.
I didn't know you guys were doing that. That's good though.
I also buy sometimes 82 in Mahabara because for the same reason, but you can only do that on good guild.
That makes me very happy because I kind of I'm a meme in the community because I try to optimize inputs always, and it takes a few more inputs to buy 37 of something than it takes to buy 41.
Yeah.
So 41 is overkill, but if you have the kill, it's better to just spend all your gil.
Yeah.
Yep.
You might say 41 is greater than 37.
Whoa, math.
Okay,
so here's the Kalaminka Striker. So this is gonna be another two-part fight, and while we do defeat this one and we get a battle results screen, the second one that we fight is actually going to be a separate one that we would see if we didn't skip the cutscenes between it. But same as in the Dreadnought fight, we throw off a Libra just because it gives us more information. But the first part of this is actually not too complicated. We get on slow so that it attacks us less, curse, which means that we're more likely to interrupt, and aside from that, we're just going to stagger and kill. The second part of the fight is very interesting, because Kalavinka Striker has an attack called Hellstorm Bolt, and Hellstorm Bolt does a lot of damage. In fact, it's enough to kill anybody in our party right now except for Fang. So there's two ways that we can try to handle this. The first is, try to get lucky. There's three ways to do it. One is try to get lucky. Two is have Fang be in Sentinel so that the Hellstorm Bolt attacks Fang and we don't have to worry about anybody else. But we're actually going to go with the third way, because one of the properties of Hellstorm Bolt is that it will always target the member with the lowest amount of HP. In this case, that's Hope, assuming that everybody is at maximal HP. So what we're doing on this fight is we're essentially just dealing as much damage as we can, increasing chain as much as we can, and as soon as the Hellstorm Bolt goes off, we know that it's going to target Hope, so we just instantly Phoenix down and resurrect them. The Hope sacrifice strat. And
ideally, you can actually cancel it, but here it was not possible. So
unfortunately,
what side inside is happening?
I was close.
Yeah, it's like if your timing is good, you can cancel it, but most of the time, unfortunately, you can't.
You also have to get a little bit lucky.
Yeah. So now that Hope's revived, as though he never even died in the first place, we just get to wail on Kalavinka Striker and kill it from here. But that routed in Phoenix down is honestly a really cool idea.
This fight is interesting because it's one of this fight and also Sid are fights that recently changed because we originally did much more defensive conservative strats, but we eventually took multiple steps towards the maximal offense strat. Originally this one we used Mystic Tower and Gorilla, and Gorilla let you get protect on everyone, Mystic Tower let you survive Hellstorm Bolt, and for 1 week we just took out Mystic Tower and still used Gorilla, and then eventually wait a second, why are we even getting protect anyway if we can just stagger and interrupt him? So we just completely cut out Gorilla. And then similarly for Sid, we did Mystic Tower there, and then eventually we cut out one. It's let's just do none, but we'll talk more about Sid when we get there because that's a fun one.
Yeah, shoutouts to Shirazu again for that, because he was the first person who actually showed us to do no Sentinel on Kalavinka.
Yeah.
No, actually, I think I had the Gorilla strat, and then he was the one who did the double spark bomb.
Yeah. And on Sid, the Japanese runners came up with the striking strat that we do nowadays, but I had the idea of just cutting out the Mystic Tower there as well for a higher chain.
The Sid strat went through a million iterations, whereas the Kalavinka one was just 2 steps, and it was
a week worth of stuff.
You guys don't remember Bar Thunder strats for Kalavinka, do you?
No.
That was well before my time.
Are you talking about Plat, or...?
No.
Okay, so
no.
for chat, Bar Thunder gives you higher thunder resistance.
Yep. All right. So, we're on the bridges section, and this part of the run for the next 5 to 6 minutes or so is really interesting for a few reasons. So
yeah, for this reason, basically.
That was
we get more time to explain now.
There. Yeah, it's more time to explain. Cool. So
yeah.
We do have some ability to finally manipulate our party now. We've unlocked the party option. I don't actually remember what it's called. But we can change our party members as long as Lightning is still our lead character. So we've gone with Saz and Snow for a couple of reasons. One is, minor spoiler, they're going to be part of our endgame party. So the more that we can level them up as opposed to anybody else, the more time that it saves overall, because we're not wasting on stats and stuff that we don't need. The other reason is that with the characters as they are right now, so we've got 2 Cerberuses, which is triple comms, which does a lot of damage because of all the comm party bonuses. And we also have 2 Tri-Disasters, which are triple Ravagers. For much the same reason, we get to chain increase by a large amount. And Saz just being there as a synergist is also extremely helpful because of all the reasons we said before why synergists are so good. That being said, we've also unlocked a very, very powerful ability technique on Lightning, which is Quake. So Quake is one of those abilities that doesn't really have a very good description for it when you're playing casually. Deals some slight earth damage to everybody. But what it does is it actually increases the staggered duration, the chain duration, of every enemy that it hits by 27 seconds. That's really powerful for a few reasons. One is when we have a lot of enemies like this, trying to make sure that they're all hit with the commando abilities, so that they have enough duration on them, can be kind of difficult. The other reason is that a lot of the damage that we're going to get on these enemies comes after they're staggered. And the fastest way to make sure that they're staggered is to hit them with Ravagers. If we Quake, we can spend more time having everybody be in Ravs instead of needing to build up the chain duration. So it ends up saving a lot of time. And we're using it on fights like this. We're going to be using it on a lot of boss fights as well, because it adds just enough time so that we can usually hit the max stagger duration, which is
I forgot the
45 seconds.
Quake. I hope it still kills, else I have to do some cleanup. The Reaver's definitely dead.
I was wondering what you were doing. I'm like, is this something I didn't know about?
Yeah, okay, 3 things survive. That's stupid. No.
This might
This
be
is
bad.
fine.
Yeah,
This
this might be bad. Man, I gave such a long description of why Quake is amazing.
Definitely kill the bombardier because he's gonna bazooka.
No.
Yeah, he's
It was
already-
so good.
Yeah,
Oh.
everything.
Hey, more time to explain.
I forgot the
Woo,
Quake.
Yeah, so that's something that happens if you don't have the Quake, because they ran out of stagger, so the Santeskin didn't kill.
So that's just
so-
you're giving us
That was an execution mistake.
you're just giving us demonstration of how much time it saves.
Oh,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
We have the
yeah.
frame of reference now.
That
I
was
also
probably
do
over
want-
a minute now, lost, but yeah. I was
Yeah,
like,
I
when I
also-
summoned, I was like, wait, my chain is way too low, and that is because I forgot the Quake. Now the chain is also way higher, and I get the Tetskin level 3 way earlier. Like, this is how the fight is supposed to go. Well, Odin missed the Reaver there, that is maybe also bad.
You should still be fine. I want to say.
I hope so, 199.4.
So it's staggering at 18, so it should be okay.
Earth, I believe, actually is an element that shows up in the enemy information,
It-
but I
it
can't
does,
remember anything else that uses it. but
Just Quake. It's just Quake.
And now
So
everything
one of
dies,
the-
everything is staggered now. Okay,
So,
that's the strat.
I do want to point out before I get to the next part that even though Kaya did die to the last 2 fights, you can die to basically any fight, and it's not uncommon
Until next time.
for a run to have at least 1 death. Like,
Well, the first one was RNG, the second one was just me forgetting Quake, that was stupid.
There's
But,
Right.
yeah.
there's only a few fights for the rest of the run that you can't die to. It's like Gurengach, and that's it, pretty much.
yeah, like you can die to basically everything, and it like are the world records deathless right now?
Nope.
Yeah,
I
like
don't think either is. Yeah.
I don't think either is. Like,
Yeah,
it-
PS3
Zero
died
died
to
on
Gelatin.
Jella Titan, and I died on PC1.
Yeah,
And on
like-
Xbox, Ursa also died somewhere.
Everywhere.
yeah, deaths are unfortunately commonplace because this is very hard.
But this is a really cool part of the run now. This is I mentioned before we had a glitch with the spawn positions. This is also something that went through many iterations, and it's like a relatively recent, I guess like 2019 development.
Ish,
But-
yeah.
It turns out that the developers implemented a system to save performance in this area where when you're far enough away from some enemies, you can pass through a zone that causes them to disappear, and that's just to save the frames pretty much. And so it turns out that the spawn zones overlap with the zones where enemies appear and disappear. And so what you're allowed to do is you're able to move far enough away from an enemy that they disappear, but then get into a fight and retry it, putting you past the zone where they would reappear. Which means that when you run back to where they were, they are not there. And so we call this the bridge despawn. It went through a lot of iterations because the tech turns out was known before we knew about it, and someone just showed us. And the original version, we had to kill enemies and then open bridges, because you can't open these bridges until you win the fights. And kill enemies, open bridges, and then save and load to respawn enemies for retrying to do the glitch. But eventually, after trial and error, we went through iterations, and at some point, just running around, I noticed that if you run like 10 or 15 steps down the ramp, it respawns the past enemy, and so that completely cut out the save load, and that's what we are currently doing. So you'll see Kaya runs like right to a certain point, turns around, and that's the point where the enemies respawn and lets you get in there.
Yeah, if you
Magic
see
trick.
there was an encounter on the next platform, while on this platform I have beaten this encounter, so it wasn't there, and that's why after running a bit more down, it respawns, as Rista said. And now when I retry this fight, I get put outside of the battle zone close enough to the next platform that the encounter on the next platform doesn't spawn at all.
And someone asked why not just kill the bridge. But we just despawned the third and fourth platform fights. The third platform has a battle time of around a minute. If you include the result screen and the battle loading time, that's probably about 1:15. And the second one, or the fourth platform, which is the second one we're skipping, is probably around 1:30 plus 15 seconds. So it's like around 3 minutes worth of fighting versus the couple seconds of time we just spent despawning. So it's much faster.
It saves close to a minute, I think, with both.
Yeah, and we lose quite a bit of CP, and we're actually really close to a threshold for something we want to get with CP later. But it turns out that we have just enough after cutting those.
All right, time for my favorite fight in the run with one of the final bosses. Like this one and one of the final bosses are my favorites.
This is going to be Barthandel's one. We're going to be he's kind of the big bad throughout. We're going to be fighting a bunch, and this fight is a massive difficulty spike actually. So the fight's going to be split into 2 parts, as are most of the boss fights. The first, he's got these 5 heads, and each head is weak to a different element. So by having Saz and Synergist and throwing the Libra Scope, we're able to have Saz buff up our attacks so that we get even more damage. And that's kind of going to be the name of the game for the first part of it, is just trying to kill all the heads. It's not worth trying to stagger them because we do enough damage just with attacks. One thing that you'll notice, that is very low there.
Other lightning.
He keeps targeting lightning.
So, one thing that you'll notice is that there are characters in this fight other than Lightning, but also
this comes from a meme from Logic Dolphin's chat, where if you type !other and then a character's name, the bot will say, "There are other people in this fight than the person's name you wrote," and this is "There are other people in this fight than Lightning" fight.
Yep. So, one thing that you'll notice is that Kaya's canceling the attacks after 3, not doing the 4th, because it's just faster to not have the very, very long last animation. The other thing is how the Cerberus AI works, in that if you have multiple comms, they will try to target something other than your party leader. But now we're in the second part of this fight. So after the rest of the heads are gone, Bart... Wow, miss. Nice. So after the heads are gone, Bart unlocks new attacks, like Thanatos' Smile, which can do a lot of damage, Baptism and Ruin, a lot of really nasty Brunga, a lot of really nasty stuff. We're gonna Quake, because we want to try to stagger as quickly as possible, and again, Quake's gonna give us a lot of time. And we're gonna try to amp up the chain to about 650-750%. After that, we're gonna be trying to attempt a stun lock, because Bart has this attack called Destrudo, which we really don't want to see. Destrudo has a few different effects. One is that it will completely reset its chain, which means that we lose this glorious 7.5 times damage buff. The second is that it will deal a lot of damage and has a chance to just completely one-shot us.
Yeah,
but because the chain is so high,
got
knocked out.
Why did he break out mid-attack?
I think
it's 2 kills, but why did he break out?
So, once the chain is high enough and we keep on stringing the attacks together, such that Snow hits and then Saz hits and Lightning hits, 95% of the time we actually just manage to stun lock, and Bart just keeps on grunting throughout the entire fight and never actually gets the attacks off, and never gets the Destrudo off. We call it Destrudo skip. If he breaks out of the stun lock because you get launched into the air, or you get hit by, or you just mistime things, the Destrudo itself can cost you 30 or 40 seconds, because you got to make sure that you're high enough HP to not live, you have to not die rather. You have to re-stagger, and it's just not great. So that was a really good fight. It is kind of weird that he managed to break out there at the end, but all's well that ends with a dead Bart. So now we're in chapter 10.
That fight was a 2:11, and that's a really, really good time. And I just wanted to mention that this is the first time that, or that part of the run is the first time where Snow has Adrenaline, where he gets more damage from having high HP. And so, Bart was really targeting Lightning, but that was good because it meant that Snow was green the whole time, and so he was doing damage faster. So that's part of how you get a really good time.
Yeah, my best ever was a 2:04, but that was in practice, and the best I ever did in a run was a 2:07 as reference. But everything below 2:15 is really good in that fight.
New strategy.
These are the Pulsework Knights. They're really annoying. They can do a lot of damage.
It's another instance of the Quake usage that Titan was talking about before, where you have multiple enemies and you will get chain duration on both, and so you just do a simple Quake here. This strat is new because they have the elemental weakness to fire, but you're using Thundara to stagger them because there's multiple enemies and you want to hit multiple targets. And so the trick is, how do you get the Libra information for telling Saz to do in fire? And normally we just did Libra, but we actually figured out recently that there's a threshold for the amount of actions that you can do before the AI figures it out on its own. And saving that TP gives some safety because it lets you summon later on, and so that's one of the nice things that let us feel more confident about doing the somewhat riskier Sid strat, is that summon can be a safe backup now that we don't use the Libra there.
The current Sid strat, we touched upon that earlier, basically cuts out the Sentinel completely. We used to use 2 Mystic Towers actually, which is 2 paradigms with Sentinel on Snow, and had Snow and Sentinel for the whole fight, but not anymore. And because of having no Sentinel while still being able to safely chain, it either means that going into a Sentinel paradigm loses me time, because I only have Riot Shield, which is my buffing paradigm with Sentinel, or that you just die because you're not in Sentinel. Basically, when you don't have the summon backup, that's part of why we have that now.
So, Shark, you want to talk about what we unlocked?
We unlocked a few things once we finally got past the fight with the soldiers there. At the point of the bridge, we were able to shuffle around the characters that are teaming up with Lightning to take on Bartandalus. Once we get to this point in Chapter 10, the game lets us fully unlock who we want our leader and really our whole team composition to be. So if we want now, we can use Snow, we can use Hope, we can use Fang, we can shuffle them all around. And if you've watched speedruns long enough, you've probably seen almost every permutation of character for a Sid strategy. I know Kai has pretty much worked out the best one, but there's been a lot of them over the days. So you want to lead with Saz, you want to lead with... sorry, go ahead.
No, I didn't want to interrupt you, I just wanted to add that.
Agree.
Also birds.
Birds!
It's similar to PC1 later on in Chapter 12 that also had, in the last 3 years, the strat was changed 10 times. And now it's about to be changed again with a route that's currently work in progress. So it's kind of funny.
If you want a consistent speedrun where the strats never change, this is the wrong game for you.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with doing those other strats. You can still get through a run. It's just...
Oh, yeah, that is true.
With a run this long and this dense, you pick and choose where do you want your time saves, what amount of risk do you want to take on, how do you want to go for the lowest possible time, the most consistent time, or you can be like Kaya and just work your butt off until the lowest possible time is the most consistent time. Most of the time, anyway.
The only problem with this Sid strat is just that it's very risky. A mistake can usually lead to a death or a huge time loss now, whereas previously it was a very easy strat. So
you say easy.
In comparison time.
In comparison, sure, but I still don't think it's an easy fight.
It's
much
one
larger
of the
margin
hardest.
for error.
It's one of the hardest fights in the run now. But this strat saves around 10 to 15 seconds over the other one, and that is massive.
A big portion of that is, when you're a casual player, you've got a lot of different options. Some are offensive, some are defensive, and in a lot of cases, you'll set up a few defensive paradigms and wait for your chances to counterattack and really do some damage. As people have been able to tell so far, and probably to an extreme amount with how quickly we try to stagger Sid. The big thing is going to be, can my offense be so aggressive he never gets the chance to really put the hurt on me and take out my leader? So in the meantime, there's also a lot of really interesting dodges here, because most folks are just going to run through and fight everything in front of them, and some of these are really hard fights. You don't really realize that in Chapter 10 there's only 3 mandatory fights. And they're all gated by cutscenes. So if there's not a cutscene playing, you can run around the fight and get by it.
Also, these
what-
behemoths are dumb. Just
I mean,
you can lure them a bit with like just entering the battle zone in the center and then go on a side, and they usually run straight.
one of them always had a neat trick where you ran back a little bit to run forward, just to draw him into one of those lunge moves, and he just runs right by you. It's
Yeah,
always fun.
but that's only in some patterns. Like sometimes you can also just run by it.
So,
Yep. All right.
so talking about
time.
Sid,
I hope
the
I
big,
don't mess it up now. Let's focus a bit.
Yeah.
the big thing to look out for if you're, not that experienced watching 13 speedruns is that lightning and snow are going to be both doing strikes, and strikes have enough interruption power that they'll stop Sid from beginning his attacks, but they won't be enough to stop him once he started his attacks. So Kai is going to be trying to alternate his timing and changing paradigms to keep him interrupted as much as possible while letting him get off attacks at specific times, and just try and get all the way to his 300% stagger point.
So yeah, this is going to be another one of the Quake fights where we just want to be spending as much time as possible trying to chain. The thing is, Sid really hurts a lot, and he's got a bunch of different phases to him. And if he targets lightning too much, then lightning will die, which is why we do still have Snow and Sentinel just for a tiny bit, so that we can redirect the aggro onto our tankiest member. But like Risa said, the strikes combined with the chain is going to be enough to try to keep Sid interrupted and delay all of his actions. The problem is that Sid has an HP threshold on him, where he'll turn into his second form, Seraphic Ray, and not Seraphic Ray, that's the name of the attack.
He does Metamorphosis.
Yeah, Metamorphosis into Seraphic Ray, and the Seraphic Ray will one-shot us. We will be dead. We do not want that to happen. So, the trick here is, we're actually getting really close to the threshold right now, is we want to stagger, and then as soon as we stagger, we're going to launch into the air and keep Sid juggled so that we're not in any danger of Sid breaking out and transforming and just completely killing us.
Lightning being that low HP is part of this threat, by the way. I knew that she's surviving. Like, you have to know damage ranges.
Yeah, Kai actually used extra potions that might have seemed unnecessary, but Saz and Lightning can both survive one of his full attack strings, which is the highest damage from
128 is really good, by the way. Yeah.
And so, like, when I said let him get off a single attack, like, we knew he was going to hit someone with something, and so we were prepared for all three options. Lightning, in a way, is actually kind of the best one to get hit because you're in control, and you can keep yourself on the ground, whereas if Snow or Saz get hit at a bad time, they can get launched. So that looked scary, and he was almost dead, but he was actually pretty far from really dying. Like, the only way he could have actually died is if he messed up the interruption that led to the stagger and the launch.
And that is part of why we also want to have the summon back up now, because even if I wouldn't be able to stagger in time or keep the interruption up, and I knew that he's getting out another attack that might potentially kill Lightning, I just summon and then I don't die. So
Ring around the bombies.
Speaking of summoning, this is a really annoying dodge. Because
it's annoying. I like it.
I get caught a lot by this.
calm.
Like, I get seriously caught a lot by this because I try to play it fast.
it's
Okay.
annoying because the whole elevator is a battle zone, and if you get caught, it puts you back at the top of the elevator ride, outside of the elevator, and so you can lose like a minute if you get caught at the bottom. However, there's two elevators like this. For the first one, you could Decept Assault to get through, but it's not too hard to dodge. However, if you do get caught, you can just summon and kill them immediately. For the second one, it's much harder to dodge. Still possible, but nobody actually goes for it, so people just Decept it.
Yeah.
That's not
I
a
honestly,
risk
I
worth taking.
really... Sorry, Sharky, go.
I was just saying that's not really a risk that's worth taking when so many other things can go wrong. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, I honestly really like that dodge because I like sort of holding one up over the game. It's like, ha, you can't catch me. Sort
But they
of thing.
can. They can catch you. Kaya knows.
So they
Speaking of
can,
catching.
but you just reset when that happens.
Speaking of catching me, we touched upon that earlier, that a lot of dodges have a consistent setup. Not all of them, but a lot of them. One of those will be a behemoth that I'm going to dodge pretty soon, which has two patterns. One pattern where he's like just turning around when I'm about to pass him, that is the easy one. Or he can be already facing me and then I have to lure him a bit, but that's also consistent. But after that is a dodge where a behemoth and three birds are. and that one is totally random, but we'll see that.
Yeah. When you said speaking of consistent, I was going to say, well, speaking of dodges not being consistent, we have the dodge immediately after it, which is totally just a crapshoot.
Like it's
Completely
similar to the
random.
Arangata section in chapter 4, where the enemies fight themselves, but this time they actually notice your presence. So it's not that I can just freely run around that. And that's the problem. Also, this is the bad pattern.
The
Unfortunately.
other thing to notice about the birds is that there's two kinds of birds. There's birds that will...
Nice.
In the fight, the birds that attack are sort of the more controllable while running birds, and then there's the ones that buff. And so if
Yeah.
you just run directly away from one of the normal attacking birds, usually it just lunges at you and you don't get hit. But they can force you to dodge into the other bird, or they can come in
Here
an
they
angle.
are. Like, look at that. Oh
And
god.
then
Birds.
Yeah.
Don't see
and
me,
then
don't see me.
the yellow one, he will just run straight and get you. So
That was actually super
Wow,
free.
that
This
that
saw me
was
very
the
late.
easiest room I've ever seen.
the Stakini
Yeah.
was stuck on the behemoth. That was crazy.
Yeah, like normally when they see you early, a lot of the times you can be caught. Like on console, this dodge works a bit more often than on PC because of the frame rate. Things we said earlier that on PC they like just start running earlier usually. But even on console, that can fail a lot. That dodge, like it's just random.
I'm
Speaking
like
of birds,
actually in awe about that one because I've never seen them behave so nicely.
Marathon RNG.
Usually that goes the other way though.
Yeah, I know.
See, that was something that he started manipulating all the way back when he decided 41 sturdy bones instead of 36. It's all lined up in a big step route to that moment.
Oh wait, including the deaths?
Yes,
Oh,
No.
I see.
but yes.
Kaya, big brain.
Also, we're about to do my least favorite summon fight next, by the way. Like, Bahamut is a fight that, depending on the pattern he gives you, he can either kill you when you mess up a bit, it's really dangerous, or, like, the fight variance is between basically 40 seconds and a minute 30, based on what happens.
So
Bahamut
this
is
fight-
massive RNG.
you can basically summarize what this fight is like by reading off the estimated time from Mr. Zwanzig, but I want to keep this a family-friendly stream, so I won't say it.
Yeah. But the reason is basically Bahamut can launch you with like multiple of his attacks. The aim is to actually stay on the ground, which I do with either potioning through his launching attacks or using an ability that is like animation through it. But sometimes he's opening with a launch move, and that's almost impossible to react to. And if he launches all three of my party members, I'm usually dying. Like if he launches all at the same time. So
He
We'll
he
see.
really only has two strings, and it's just like the one that starts with slaps or the one that starts with whirlwind, and then he can finish with two different things in the one that starts with slaps. But
I remember there used to be a shop here.
but the thing is, like, you have to inflict slow to slow him down, and it can take a long time, and he can really just overwhelm you if slow doesn't land. So we'll see how it goes.
A lot of
yeah,
times
hopefully
you
slow
need
lands
it on-
first string.
Yes.
Yeah, they've gone over a lot of with this fight already, but we want to try to slow because otherwise we can't like survive long enough to
First string
really do
slow,
anything.
so should be good.
So
Yeah, that
yeah,
it could be.
and then potion through the whirlwind so we don't get long.
Inferno is one of his
Air.
launching moves, so that's why I did that.
Yeah, your provoke has enough keep to keep you on the ground through his Inferno, so that was a clever little shot. But then he starts with Inferno or Whirlwind, and then you just get launched.
Whirlwind, but should be like it's a bit slower, but should be fine because it only launched Fang
Yeah,
into
play
the
it
air.
safe. Don't want to die.
And then just attack and attack to try to
This
get some things off.
this attack ruin attack is the same exact attack ruin attack we saw against Shiva, and for the same reason.
This should finish him with lightning.
Yeah, should be fine.
Yeah, once he has
Yep.
Curse also, then Fang will stay on the ground even through Whirlwind, as long as she's doing something, so that's...
52, that's not bad.
Yeah, 52 is
fine.
like average. Like you want to have sub 1, but like really good fights are 40 or even below 40 seconds.
So
Yeah,
we
that
forgot to
fight can be anywhere from like 40 to 120.
we
Yeah.
forgot to time check, but this is the end of chapter 10.
Yeah, I'm not skipping
break
these cutscenes. As soon as the cutscene starts, we can pause the timer and do the break.
Yeah,
The
apologies.
cutscene
for-
starts in like 5
Eh,
seconds.
And I'll just mention, as
Okay,
Sharky,
now stop.
as Sharky promised, it's less than 3 hours to reach this point in the game, so good job,
Yeah,
Kai.
and top runs. Sometimes we have.
Even with the deaths.
Alright,
Well done.
enjoy the cutscenes.
Right.
Do
so
all
if
in 5
you-
minutes.
If you missed the first break, Here on Hotfix, for our longer runs, we like to take wellness breaks, encourage healthy behavior, give everybody opportunity to get up, stretch, refill your water, just take care of yourselves a little bit. So we're going to take a quick break. As a quick reminder, we would appreciate it if you consider subscribing, because all of our subscription and bit revenue for the month of July is still going towards Doctors Without Borders, minus the taxes we need to pay. But we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just about 5 minutes with the rest of the Final Fantasy XIII run, so stay tuned.
It might take us to Eden.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Community Spotlight. We just took our second wellness break in this Final Fantasy XIII speedrun. Hope you all had an opportunity to get up, stretch, get some water, just generally take care of yourselves. As a quick reminder, this is the GDQ Hotfix. It's a series of speedrunning showcases that happen in between our main events. If you'd like to know more, you can go to gamesdonequick.com/hotfix for more information. One of the things to look at over there is if you look at the bottom left part of that page, there's an open submission form. So if there's something you'd like to showcase on the Hotfix, you can let us know. One of our showrunners might reach out to you and see about having you on one of our shows. With that out of the way, I think we're ready to get going whenever you are, Kaya.
Yeah, just calm down. I didn't skip the cutscene because we paused before the end of last chapter anyways.
Sure, why don't we get one of the commentators to do it?
Yeah,
Sure.
just calm down.
54, 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay.
I like the
Cutscene
callback.
skips are obviously all the time.
That's a good callback, I like it.
Yeah, for those
So
who don't get that, that's a community meme with 54, like, you can explain it, I guess.
Yeah, so Logic Dolphin, who's in the chat right now actually, he was doing a bunch of challenges for a sort of late game optional boss, and managed to beat it in 54 seconds, and his reaction was perfect. And so it's just 54 has been a general meme for this game for ever since then.
At the time, the best known time was 55, and I don't think he knew if a 54 was possible, but dude was really trying hard to get it. And when it happened, just out of nowhere, it was a very hype moment that's followed us around for several years now. So Logic is also a long-time world record holder in the past history of this game, and he's a very solid person.
He's one of the GOATs in this game, like, really knowledgeable, extremely skillful. Had record on, like, PS3 and PC for several years total.
Yep. Really great guy. So yeah, we're in chapter 11 now.
This plan. 2 times in a row.
Giant pudding. The giant pudding. He just wants a hug, man.
This is one of the RNG dodges, unfortunately. Like, I want him to not immediately catch me, like this time. Oh, well, never mind. Well, let's see how long this could take. But usually you have a camera trick set up for the first try on PC, because then that does not happen. Okay, this time it...
There
Nice.
you go.
3 times in a row is actually really rare. Like, usually you get it at least on the second try.
Wait, me 3 times. I saw the first try. Right?
Oh my god!
Well done.
Hitboxes in this game, by the way.
They just want to hug you. Why don't you want to give them hugs?
They're your biggest plans.
Yeah.
Oh god.
So that's 4 failed dodges on this segment that only has 6 dodges, and you normally don't want to fail any of them, obviously. Alright.
So just for context, how many ballpark? How many dodges are there actually to do in a run, and what's like the longest string of them in a row without anything else to do?
No idea.
Don't know the
honestly.
answer to both of those.
I
But
know that the good failed dodge counts are like between 20 and 30 is good. Like,
alright,
really good.
So we've got another Eidolon fight here. It's the second to last one. This one's gonna be Hope for Alex. We've got a bit of an issue in this one, in that Hope is really weak because we haven't leveled him up basically at all since Ushu 2. So we make very good use out of, again, manipulating the AI and specifically their positions on the map. Fang is going to be our sentinel, and as long as Alex is hitting Fang and is not in range of Hope, Hope has 0 chance of dying throughout all of this. So what we're trying to do is manipulate Fang's position so that she's close to Alex, far away that nothing ever hits Hope, and then Hope's just going to be wailing out all the Ravager spells to increase the chain as much as we can. The reason that we said that this fight is consistent, quote unquote, is that Alex only has 2 sets of strings in a pattern that will always repeat. It's going to be like attacks and then lofty challenge and then attacks, or just like attacks, brief pause, and then more attacks. And if we give it the same set of inputs every single time, theoretically we should end up with the same results.
Not the same inputs, but the same relative timing to his attacks.
Yeah, same relative timing to hit all the attacks. Like, everything should end up to be hunky-dory. So if either of those things had hit Hope was dead. But, you know, they didn't. They hit Fang, and Fang was far enough away, so we're all good. And then we do some just HP refreshes here to get out some more damage, and then that should be the end of the fight.
Yep.
So when you say that you're manipulating the positioning, how do you do that with the AI-controlled characters?
So the way that it happens is we know the strings that they want to do. So in Fang's case, when she's in Commando, she's going to want to do runes and then attack. And the attacks are going to make her run up. So by waiting for her to run up and then shifting into a different paradigm, in this case one where she's a sentinel, we stop her from running, we fix her position where it is, which is away from Hope. And she starts using Provoke or Mediguard or things like that so that Alex will target her. As long as she's far away enough from there and she can get her abilities off in the correct amount of time, we don't have to worry about Alex ever hitting Hope.
Yeah, you basically
Provoke
manipulate
never
her
misses.
with like going into a commando that she's running up and then going into a sentinel that she's using Provoke and Mediguard, so Alex hits her and she's far away from Hope.
Yep.
The one thing is that it's dicey at the start because Alex has lower chain, and when he has lower chain, Provoke can miss. And if Provoke misses, then after Fang uses multiple Provokes, she'll have time when her ATB is charging, and while her ATB is charging, she'll be backing up. And so in the very first string, we shift to one paradigm, let her provoke, and then we shift to another paradigm, literally just to make her do a ready animation so that she can't back up while her ATB charges. And then after that, we can just let her land, and she'll land the first provoke, and then do ready animation, and then she'll stand there. And so that's how you manipulate the position.
Is there also a chance at that point that Alex is going to swing against something that isn't Fang?
So if all the provokes miss, you have a 1/3 chance of losing the fight.
Yeah, or if Fang jumps. So
I don't
she's
think all
probably
three can
away.
miss though, because each one decreases his resistance. So
Yeah,
The thing
if
is,
Fang jumps, then she's not going to get the provokes off in time, and Alex can start the attack string onto somebody else. So it's one of the fights that is very difficult to learn how to do, because the timings are very precise, and learning when to do the timings can be really difficult. Once you get it down, you shouldn't really ever have any problems.
the other thing about it though is that you say it's a 1 in 3 chance, but if he attacks Lightning or Hope, even if you survive, your positioning will be messed up because like Fang will be off to the side, or
Yeah, that's also true.
stuff will be weird. And so usually if Fang jumps, you just restart right there and then you just try again.
Yeah.
Okay, so we talked about earlier taking some optional fights. This is actually the only completely optional fight I think that doesn't have any chests that we need.
This is the only CP only fight.
Yeah, this is 6,600 CP, also perfect RNG there.
Just run right into the back foot.
Yep.
Yep. So this is also the first fight where we're going to be making use of Imperil. So Imperil is one of the 3 abilities that we really care about from Vanille Saboteur, because what it does is it changes all the elemental resistances for whatever it lands on, one stage further. So
Nice.
if they're resistant to all elements, they instead become neutral to all elements. If they're neutral to all elements, they become weak to all elements. This is important for a couple of reasons. One, if something is resistant to all elements, then we want to make it neutral because it's going to make our chaining a lot better. The second is that if it's neutral to all elements, we want to make it weak, because once it's weak to all elements, we can end spell our party, and now we're dealing double damage. It's kind of the last puzzle piece, or the second to last puzzle piece rather, to getting through all of these fights as underleveled as we are, just by really making the most use out of all the multipliers that we can, is Imperil, End Spells, Bravery, Deprotect, Blitz, etc. A very, very common theme throughout almost every fight from now on until the end of the game is we're going to have Vanille in Saboteur just so that she can land Deprotect and Imperil, and it's going to almost triple our damage output just from landing those two.
So for those interested in the numbers, Bravery or Faith buff your own magic or like attack by 40%. Imperil boosts the elemental damage to weakness by 100% and makes them weak to the elements. Deprotect boosts the damage by 89% or like D-Shell depending on physical or magical. And all of that is multiplicative, not additive. So that's like that way we actually get like a ×5 multiplier I think later on. And that doesn't even include the chain. So yeah. ×5 damage multiplier plus like all of the chain you have.
If you take like Orphan, where you actually get to 999 chain, then that's like 10. 40% from the Bravery, 89% from the Deprotect, 100% from the Imperil. I'll calculate it really quick.
Yeah,
sure.
And I think it's around 5.
It's a lot.
Or like 4.2, I don't know.
We actually reached the point to where we can start not doing all of the buffs and still reach the damage cap.
Also, this is the longest menu in the game. Just quickly wanted to say that beforehand, so we have some time here now.
Yeah, this menu we do a lot of stuff. We're throughout the whole run. There's been a lot of points where you can be short on gil for shops, but this shop here is kind of the first one where it starts to come to head, where you're unlikely to be short from it, and even if you are, being short on a shop isn't run over. It just costs time because you have to shift over some of the upgrades or item buys that you would do now. You just have to shift it to a bit later. That being said, the purpose of the shop is actually kind of nice and simple. We're gonna upgrade both Saz and Snow's weapons up to max. We bought some Warrior's wristbands, which we're also going to bring up to max because they're going to give us a lot of strength. We got the black belt here, right?
Yep.
Yeah, we're going to get a black belt and max it just because it's going to give us physical resistances, which are going to be really nice to have. And yeah, like we're also going to be doing just a lot more Crystarium just to pump everybody up for stats, which we're going to be using for the next while. Yeah, go.
I was just going to say, like, there was a quick little thing that Kaya did there, which is he put Gorilla in the first slot. Even though Gorilla is not our default paradigm, after the next boss, the party swaps with the boss, and then it swaps back and defaults the first paradigm. So we want Gorilla to be our default paradigm in Tajin's Tower, which is Sabsin Rav, and then doing that little menu there doesn't change our default, but it will change what our default gets set to later. So it's like a clever little thing we do there.
I also do want to state that this is kind of the part where we're going to start being super underleveled, even more than usual.
Yep, 11 is a huge difficulty spike.
Yeah, like the area that we just passed of Grand Pulse is where you start being able to do all the side missions, and there's a lot of grinding. There's a lot of equipment and stuff that can drop from them. You unlock a lot more things. We're doing none of that. The game kind of assumes that you're at least on some of it, so the next area is going to be a lot harder because of it, because they think it's going to be much higher level, and we're just not. So
just following up on that multiplication from before, there's an aquatic mammal with Masters in Math in chat who told me that the final multiplier is 5.282 for all of the things, but then if you add in a max chain, that's 52 times. So we're doing 52 times damage against one of the late game bosses.
Are you sure we're not missing like a tiny amount of multiplier there? Like just a bit more?
I think that's oh yeah, we need Bravera, you're right.
Yeah, like it's basically just the fact it's multiplicative, and as I said earlier, it doesn't include any chain. That means it on top of the 5 times multiplier you already have, everything you have above 100% chain comes on top. So yeah. It's a lot. And then that combined with Saz's Blitz, that on big enemies basically hits every single bullet for only 2 ATB. It is
so another
really strong.
4.2 times.
The first fight where you actually really see the full power of our setup is like the final boss in Tajin's Tower.
Yeah, that'll be a fun one to get to.
Yeah.
To get to it. This right here, these are the rust puddings. This is the fight that technically we could maybe dodge if we take 5 minutes for it, but also let's just not do that, please.
Is that one of those things like waiting for them to move the right way is often just longer than killing them?
They don't move, that's the problem. Like, they barely do anything.
You have to manipulate one of your allies into pushing them out of the way.
Oh god,
Yep.
okay.
Yeah, it's not great.
What was that, Sharky?
I
We
said
do
they
some
kind
other
of
things.
just vibrate.
Yeah, they'll look at you, but they don't really move. But I've only seen one VOD of it happening, and the guy just like ran in circles until Fang just decided to go forward and push the flan. Tried it myself for a good 5 or 10 minutes, but literally nothing happened. And Fang just sat there like.
We do something similar on one dodge later on, though, with like pushing them out of the way, but the difference is that dodge later on has massive hitboxes, and these guys have like no hitbox too, so...
Yeah, that one's really cool when we get to it.
So real quick, how long was that Behemoth King and Megatheridan fight?
Probably about 20 something,
Yeah,
like
I
27
got
seconds.
28 battle time, was it? But like really good fights are 26.
Okay, so 28, another 10 to hop into the fight, and then time to do the extra.
It's not even 10 to
Crystarium.
hop
So
into the fight, honestly.
we probably invested what, about 40-ish seconds into that.
It's probably about 40 seconds.
You save
Sure.
almost all of that back just on Hackathon, though. With
Yeah,
40
that's where I was going, because
Yeah.
I think with Vanille you got one extra node of Crystarium by what, like 5 or 10 CP total.
Yeah, a bit more because it delayed the Ravager roll level earlier, but when you get the roll level
very
and you
tight.
don't miss, and when you get the roll level earlier and you don't miss any CP in the whole run, you have it enough by 4.
Well, I hate to be that actually guy, but if you were gonna cut that fight, you would cut Vanille's accessory, not her ATB, and you could still do the fight quickly. It's just more dangerous.
Maybe,
but,
yeah. But it's backup stuff if you mess up usually. So.
That ATB unit is going to make up its entire
Yeah.
Huge
time
difference right here.
It's so good
Yeah.
that you just risk dying instead of cutting it.
And this is, in
Yeah.
my opinion, the hardest Eidolon to do correctly, or like to do fast. But-
So, yeah, this is the last Eidolon fight. This is Hecaton. One of the reasons it's so difficult is because we only have 2 characters here, Vanille and Fang, and Fang we haven't really given anything to in a really long time, and Vanille is not very powerful. We also only have 4 abilities to start with, but the really cool thing is that one of the things that Hecaton is weak to is inflicting debuffs, and it doesn't necessarily matter if the debuffs are already inflicted. So as such, we just managed to, all that we need to do with Vanille is keep on bouncing between the 2 different Sabs, and that will be enough to increase the Gestalt gauge. We're also doing a very similar thing that we did with Alex here, in that we're going to be manipulating Fang in the same way to make sure that Fang is far away from us, and that Hecaton will only be attacking Fang when not in Looming Wrath. Because these will just straight up kill Vanille if too many of the AoEs hit her. Hecaton has a bunch of different strings that it can do that we know ahead of time, just from the starting parts, what they'll be. And as such, we kind of know when it's okay to shift in and out of the Sentinel in order to do it. As the fight goes on, if the Gestalt gauge is like really close to the max, and it looks like Fang's gonna die, we'll be okay with Fang dying. But most of the time we're just gonna be throwing potions and renews, which we haven't actually talked about renew yet.
Yeah, we did. Earlier.
Oh, we did?
yeah.
Yep.
It heals 50% of your max.
Oh, yeah. Huh, when did we... Okay, I guess I
When we were
missed
talking
that.
about TP usage earlier on and like what an Interstall does, I think you might have disconnected at that point.
Oh, that was when I was gone. Okay, sure. Yeah.
But yeah,
Alright.
I just wanted to mention that I forgot if it's Alex or if it's this fight, but it's the same idea. One of the runners that used to run this game had the split name of Fang Go Forward.
I just renamed mine to Army of One. From the joke you made a while ago.
Oh, the army one and not army
Yeah.
of one, right?
Yeah, the Army one, yeah.
Hackathon's design has a bunch of arms sticking out of his back. You'll see it later on when we summon him.
You can do Hackathon with spells too, but debuffs is better because of Imperil mainly. And you have a 40% chance of inflicting D-Protect and D-Shell every time, and it's just a bit faster if you get a lot of debuff inflictions than using spells.
If only we could do attack ruin with Vanille.
I mean,
I mean, when
if
they
you
become
want to.
Lassie, they forget how to
Oh
use
my
attack.
god. That bomb turned around like last second, I think.
Sorry, Sharky, go.
I was going to say, if you want to farm a few more
Yeah, a few
Burger
more-
King and McDonald's fights, you could do that.
And hey, we get Commando anyways, right? So
Did you explain why Burger King and McDonald's? Because that's people don't understand it.
It's Behemoth King and Megistotherion, and that's
Yeah.
BK plus M. So when you just see BKM written, everyone just thinks Burger King and McDonald's.
Exactly. We just call it Burger King and McDonald's for BK and M.
Product
Every-
placement.
every fight in this game has a meme name. Every single one.
Some dodges too. Gustav, Gandalf. It has
Swansegg.
some dodges.
Swansegg.
Swansegg. Yeah.
Is it Rooster?
Yeah.
We can actually explain Swansegg later though, because that's like.
Yeah,
some
we'll
future.
we'll be getting to that one later. But Sharky, unless you've got anything you want to say plot-wise, this is a really long sort of walking and dodging section.
It's the
So
longest segment. Until the tower, I do nothing except of dodging for like 8 minutes or something.
Well, we
now.
we have a cool dodge strat we can try and explain. That's
Yeah,
not too
but
when we get
consistent,
to it, but it's in a
It's
while.
like 5 minutes until there, so.
Yeah.
Uh,
So Sharky, you want to give us some more plot stuff?
Bombs have faces, and puddings like to chase you. And yeah, where were we on the plot? So we were in early chapter 9.
Palamessia is the last thing where they were escaping.
I
from
guess
the jail
Bart,
cell.
like, revealing a Falsi is a good point to start.
Right. So there's an entire character that you've never seen because they only exist in cutscenes. Jill Nabat, and Jill is the primary person
who?
that you. Yeah,
The
Jill.
long-haired blonde woman.
What is it? I don't remember what her hair color is,
Isn't
but
it
she's
gray?
definitely a menace.
I think it's blonde, like it's dark blonde. No.
Look this up.
Anyway. So she's the face of the government coming after you. She works for Daisley, who is the Primarch or the head of the government, and he is on the airship in Chapter 9. And when you finally get to the end of it, you're thinking you're going to face off against the human head of the government. And what you learn is that Daisley is not actually a person. He is a Falsi named Bartandalus. Bartandalus has his own plans, which, if you're familiar with Dragon Age Origins, you probably hear a lot about people trying to manipulate other folks and the world in general as a way to summon the Maker. And Bartandalus gets revealed to be one of the primary antagonists who actually wants Cocoon to be destroyed because it's going to be such a tragic event that the deities of this world that have long been absent are going to be forced to show themselves and do something one way or the other. So basically, Bartandalus wants to manipulate you to be strong enough to go through that mission. So when you find that airship after you fight him, it autopilots itself into this area called an Ark, which is where a bunch of monsters are stored. You fight your way through there. Sid gives you some idea of what's going on. He reveals he's a Lassie when you fight him. That was the big thing about Metamorphosis. And in the meantime, you're still just trying to decide, okay, let me get to Pulse, let me get away from Cocoon, let me find somebody, let me figure something out. Along the way, more Eidolons pop up. The Eidolons are basically your own summon monsters who are supposed to show up when you're having a really emotional or really trying moment to show you the way so you can make it to completing your focus. So, Snow gets ready to give up and Shiva shows up. Lightning's ready to yeet Hope off the Vile Peaks, and Odin shows up to force her to protect him. There's big conflict between Saz and Vanille because Vanille's part of why Saz's son Dodge is in such trouble and a big plot device. And Brynhildr shows up. Fang has a moment, and Bahamut shows up. Vanille has a moment, and Hecaton shows up. All these different things keep rolling together while we get the grand idea of Fang and Vanille are really from this town called Erba. It's at the far end of Pulse. Maybe we can find somebody there. It used to be such a vibrant place. There's gotta be something we can do if only we can make it to this town. And we've been going through the steppe. We've been going through the caverns in Mahabra. We're about to climb this giant tower if we can get by the Panthers, which is probably the cool dodge you wanted to talk about.
Actually, it's the
hope
next
it
dodge.
works.
Amphisbaena.
I hope it works on my PC though, because recently it didn't work anymore.
Well, I'll
So-
shut up and let you guys go
Yeah,
into
yeah.
that,
So
but that's where we
recently,
are.
Logic Dolphin discovered that. Well, we always sort of knew that when you change the party, stuff would happen. But what you can do is you can change any set of members in the party, and it basically removes you from the zone for an instant. And so for enemies like this Amphisbaena, which is just like some kind of bird, when you get instantly removed from the zone, it restarts its coming after you animation, and that's very slow for these guys. Once they're going, you cannot get away from them, but you can just change the party to reset that animation. It doesn't always work, and sometimes you get stuck not being able to move forwards. It's just a
really
little bit
annoying.
random, but when it works, it's really nice because that used to be a dodge that you really had to deset on PC. On PS3, for some reason, the FPS just makes it so that you can get by. But on PC, you really had to deset that one.
You can't really get by on PS3 either. You have to use the DSET for consistency. The party swap doesn't work on PS3.
I lost a Shroudless run because I had Swanzig's PS3 notes, and he said just dodge it. And I literally could not get by him on PC.
You can make it on Shroudless on the retry, according to what I remember.
I never got it to work.
On the first try, you can't.
Yep. So I did actually look it up. Jill is a dirty blonde. It turns out.
You already
More of
blocked.
a brunette.
It really depends on which picture you look at, because some of them looks brown, some of them looks gray, some of them looks brown. So
This is a fun tiny little bit of trivia because for the first couple of years I ran, I had component going into my capture card, and one of the 3 video prongs was broken, and I didn't know it. It was just, why are those greens blue? Why are those yellows orange? The jellies in Chapter 10 were a really weird color.
well, after getting zapped by Bart, I think Jill's hair is probably like a toasty black. So
So
To give
now
a
we're in
brief
Tage's
overview.
Tower.
Exactly, we are in Tagen's
Yep.
Tower, which a lot of you guys might remember from your casual playthroughs, because this is the seemingly never-ending tower that is extremely boring to do. In the run, luckily, it's not that long.
Yeah, this essentially turns into a mini boss rush for us. So we're going to be going to a bunch of these different statues and activating the missions, which are the game's version of side quests. And the missions are going to spawn these essentially boss monsters, marks that we have to kill. That we have to
Also,
fight.
that is Swanzig.
This is affectionately named Swanzig after a member of not only ours but a bunch of other Final Fantasy communities. And he just wants to give us a pat. But yeah, so again, we are severely underleveled. So the way that we're gonna actually handle most of these that's awkward.
Yeah,
The way
I
that we're
ran
gonna
through
handle
Ace.
most of these fights is by preempting them, because the fact that we can start with the enemies practically already staggered is gonna make things a lot more manageable, make them a lot faster.
Would you not go that close, please? Okay.
Just wants to hug you.
Hi there.
Hello.
that
So this
is your biggest flan.
yeah. This is the Jaw Titan. This is the first of the 6 fights that we're gonna be doing in this tower.
This fight is actually really hard casually too, but it shows the power of buffs and debuffs. So
Yeah. So we start just by getting the preempt, staggering and stuff like that. And this is the first fight where we're really going to be showing the use of Imperil plus end spells, plus bravery and all this sort of stuff. We're just going to be doing so much damage. Like each of these bullets is doing 7,000 plus. Each of Saz's attacks is doing like 20k or something.
Yeah, so you may have noticed that Kaya just canceled one of his blitzes mid-string. That's because he was anticipating Snow running up and just launching him out of the area of effect of the blitz. And Saz is well known for whiffing entire blitzes, and that's what he was trying to avoid there. There's a few more times we'll have to do that.
And
yeah, sometimes
as
I
the
just
chain
delay
was going,
blitzes that
as the
to
chain
make
was-
sure
yeah.
that they hit.
sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
sorry.
to make sure that they hit. Like, it does so much massive damage that you want as many bullets to hit as possible. And let's say like enemies on the ground, Saz is aiming towards the ground, he's shooting on that spot where the enemy was, and then Snow is launching the enemy at that time, so Saz's blitz will just completely not hit anything. That can happen.
Yep.
So
And
sometimes we wait.
if you could see, towards the end of the fight when the chain was increasing, like each of Snow's punches were doing 34k damage, which is insane
So
if you think about it.
The other underrated part of that is we've used
He's
the
baiting me.
basic weapons, and he really is. We've used the basic weapons and a couple of warriors' wristbands, which is the best strength weapon we can get to at this point, to where we've got an extra 500 or 600 strength than what we're supposed to have right now. So you take that to up your base level and then multiply it by all 16 different factors you throw out.
Yeah.
And you're doing thousands multiplied several times.
On this
So-
one, unfortunately, it doesn't work, but yeah, type.
Yeah, so this fight is going to be the first kind of our summon cheese fights, as I like to call them. So Hecaton is Vanille's Eidolon, and it's one of the strongest summons that is out there. The way that we're going to be handling a lot of these fights is by starting a Quaking, chaining, summoning, chaining a bit more, and then we just ult. Hecaton's got two really great abilities in Force Blasters, which just does a lot of damage and increases chain by a lot, and the Gatling Gun, which just increases chain by a massive amount. Hecaton's ultimate ability that you see there does an insane amount of damage.
Actually, the machine gun doesn't actually increase chain that much unless he's launched, and so you have to do the
Yeah.
force
Yeah.
blasters first to launch him, and then you can increase the chain.
Yeah.
And just like a quick little technical thing is that the multiplier strats does actually work on him, and I think he's at least weak to water. I think he might be weak to multiple things, but the problem is that he resists. There's actually two problems with the fight. He resists physical, and so it's better to use ruins, but you're everyone's strength spec, so that you can't do that much damage. You could still kill him, but the other problem is that the two soldiers on the side, you also have to kill them separately, and if you kill them first, he summons more, and so there's just no really good way to
Yeah.
keep him interrupted and kill the guys.
think
If
he
you had a little
summons
bit better
more.
stats, you could, and that's kind of what you do in the Shroudless run, but it's just better to use Hecaton there.
Yep.
I think Hecaton is also the strongest Eidolon, except for
is.
like Odin's insta kill. Like you have Odin's insta kill, but apart from that, Hecaton I think is the strongest, and then Bahamut
Yeah.
in terms of damage.
So this is the Gurengach. This is sort of an upgraded version of the Thermodon that we fought before. This is kind of the only fight where you can't actually die to it from now until the rest of the run, like Rooster remarked. And just look at how much each of these punches is doing. This is another
Well,
one of the fights that
unfortunately,
really
the power-
shows. This is another one of the fights where it really shows how important getting these preempts are, because we can't do any damage to it. Same as for the Thermodon until it's actually staggered, and it has a really high stagger point. So it's just so much faster to wait a bit, get the preempt, and just kill before the 10-second stagger runs out.
So, real quick, somebody in chat was mentioning, how are you doing so much damage? And that's a long answer, and the short version is
Yeah.
just lots and lots and lots of damage multipliers.
We explained it earlier, but I can quickly do it again. You have buffs and debuffs that are really strong. Your own buffs buff yourself by 40% strength or magic, which is bravery and faith. And then on the enemies, you have Deprotect or D-Shell, which boosts your magical or physical damage by 89% each, which is almost twice as much. And then on top of that, you also have a weakness multiplier with Imperil that is 100% when you hit the enemy's weakness, which is why sometimes I use elemental spells to make, like, and water and thunder and
Yeah,
stuff.
that's just for any weakness. So a lot of the stuff like the Gurengach, oh no, he just gets imperiled, but in the Stakinis in the next fight are weak to water, and so you don't even have to imperil them. You can just hit them with water.
And all of that is multiplicative, so that means when I have all of the buffs on myself and all debuffs on the enemy plus hit the weakness, the default damage multiplier is already 5.282. So I do 5 times as much damage on each chain value when I have all buffs and debuffs. That is really strong. So let's say I have max chain, Rooster said that earlier, you have this like 5 times damage boost by buffs and debuffs and hitting the weakness. And then on top of that, 999% chain, which is almost 10 times more on top. So
typically you get something like 15 to 30 times as much damage as you would.
yeah.
Almost.
It's a lot of math.
It's
I hope
a
you
lot.
like math, because this game is all math basically.
And
Like you see that on the final boss of this tower. That's what we said earlier. Like you really see our full strength equipment plus buffs and debuffs multiplier and max chain. Because briefly I will max the chain in that fight usually. Yeah.
Also, as Titan pointed out multiple times, the enemies are getting harder. You know, they're hitting harder and harder. But like every single enemy inside the tower here can be preempted, and so you can just keep them interrupted after staggering them.
Every but one.
No, Vitalik can also be preempted. Zero got it like 5 times or something in the short span that he's ran the game.
Really?
Yep, and I still never got it in over 2 years. So...
I've never seen that.
You can always
I've never
decept
seen
it, but it doesn't save enough time to warrant a decept.
So mission 25, the one after this, can be preempted, but it's extremely unlikely and full RNG.
Now, pay attention here because this is actually a pretty high skill ceiling technique that he's about to do to preempt this fight. These guys have a pretty chaotic movement pattern and wide field of view, but by manipulating their positioning, we can catch them right when they enter the zone. Ooh, nice.
Yeah, I had to wait for that one bird.
Yeah, the back left one was facing towards you for a little bit, but he turned around.
Yeah,
this spread is way harder than it looks, and this is a new setup too. Like we had a different setup earlier, but this one is a bit more consistent and faster.
So, this is actually a fight that a lot of people, well, not a lot of people. It is not unreasonable to farm an extra Deceptisol just to preempt this, because while if you get the preempt on the first try, it saves time, everyone after that like loses you 10 or 15 seconds. So, it's like how often are you going to reasonably be able to preempt it?
This is also a fight you can just really super randomly die on because both Stakinis can debuff you, and so if they manage to remove your protect and then deprotect you, you start taking massive damage and he can just kill you. It's pretty unlucky for it to happen, but it can happen.
There's also nothing you can do because like both birds hitting deprotect means your protect will be removed, you get deprotected after, and you also take 89% more damage from physicals then, and Mushusu has a spinning attack that already without deprotect does a lot of damage. So that means if you have deprotect on Sass and he's doing that spinning move, you die one shot.
Yep. So just to comment on something in chat. So different enemies do have different resistances or immunities to debuffs. And the more that you try to land the same debuff on an enemy, it will decrease that resistance so that it becomes more likely to land them. That being said, a lot of the fights later on, in order to get like a really good time or just not get completely messed up by RNG, we're going to be relying on Vanille actually landing the debuffs in a reasonable amount of time. And when that doesn't happen, things can go real bad real fast.
So overall, it's a combination of the resistance, the base chance for each one to land. So like Imperil has a smaller chance and Poison has a really small chance. That's the base. Like Titan said, there's the resistance, but then also there's that chance at the end gets multiplied by the chain. So if you're at 200% chain, you get double the chance of landing the debuff. So all the time we'll have like, chaining and debuffing at the same time. So the chance gets higher and higher and higher as the chain goes up and you fail to get more, or they'll get lower resistance.
Also, the debuff infliction when it's there is all extended with like the higher chain you have. So there's a base duration and it gets extended by like your chain. So that means in some fights, like the second Barthendelus fight, for example, I kind of don't want to have the debuff inflict first cast with like very little chain, because then it might run out in phase 1, like the deprotect mainly. So sometimes you also want the debuffs to happen at a bit higher chain too, because of that. Because then they just last longer. On Orphan too, on Orphan you want to have poison, but you don't want to have first cast infliction poison, because that can be really bad.
Yeah. We'll get into more detail when the fights happen. But
also, these birds are not that smart. Like, you can just trick them by standing and going.
Yeah.
Alright. Menu time.
So, we've got another big menu here. This is kind of the one where... Is it just me, or did it freeze up?
No, it froze.
Yeah, the stream froze.
I'm trying to
that
resync it. That's probably...
Yeah, for me it's not... I don't drop frames. It's just like... For me it's totally normal.
I'm just so worried that like my internet cut out again.
No, tell me when it's good to go again.
Seems fine now.
Okay, my OBS it also works. Is it alright?
Yeah, it looks good now.
Yeah, looks
I think Ralkin fixed it.
Yeah.
No, just
MB.
froze.
No, it's still freezing a bit.
But it's not on me.
Okay, this seems fine now.
Let's give it a second, see if it clears up. I'm gonna pause the timer real quick.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, tell me when you start again. Then wait.
I see it fine. How about you guys?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay,
yeah, it's
cool.
just it's really far behind, so I'm trying to
Yeah, just tell me when to go
get
and
it
just wait again.
synced again is
Sure.
the issue.
Like I have 0 frame drops since like 4 hours.
Just cross-Atlantic
Okay.
connection stuff being weird sometimes.
Maybe. Yeah.
That looks better. Yeah, we're synced now.
Okay, do you start the timer again?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay.
Okay, cool. So,
Um,
this menu is the one where if we were short in any of the previous ones, we have a lot of excess skill at the end of this menu. So, we'll always be able to afford whatever we were missing. It's freezing again for me.
Can you hang on? I'll send you the other server. We might need to switch.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Can I do that mid-stream?
momentary technical difficulties, everybody.
Yeah. We were doing
Can I do
pretty
that midstream,
well
or do
for-
I have to?
You'll have to cut stream real quick.
stop?
Well, I'll send you the URL.
Okay. All right. BRE.
Yeah, and you can see it's still playing because it's so far behind.
I mean, I didn't stop yet.
Oh, you did? Didn't? Okay, yeah. Go stop.
I waited for. Okay. Now I stopped. Where did you send the link?
I'm DMing it to you now. Just change the URL to that one. So we'll be back in a
That's
second.
bit sad. Yeah. Like as I said, I don't drop any frames. That's definitely then the connection.
Yeah, just the cross-Atlantic connection freaking out.
It should be live again in a bit. Should be live now.
I will refresh.
And then
it.
tell me when you start the timer again. I'm sorry for that though.
No problem. We were doing pretty well for most of the show.
Yeah, like as I said, I never streamed to like American servers. So
Alright,
maybe
that looks
next
good.
time. Alright. Are we live again?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, did you start the timer?
Starting it now,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. What did I do? I did. Okay. Need to still do this. Alright, we do
All
the
right,
rest of
so-
the menu now.
Yeah, so what was I saying? Yeah, everything that we kind of were missing before, we have again here, and we'd be able to catch up. It's mostly just getting some more equipment, upgrading a few more things. We're going to try to push as far as Ravager as we can with Saz, because there's an ability that we want to get much later on that's very deep in the Ravager tree. And we're also just doing some final setups that we're going to use for the rest of the tower. That's really all I got to say about this menu, honestly.
Yeah, just a bunch of stats, renewed roll level, a bit of Sentinel personnel.
Yeah.
And then I equipped already a bit for the Haka and Vitala, but yeah.
I was like really shocked that like he didn't get Metaguard, but like that's a different route.
It's part of an optimization that 01337 found pretty recently, that we do the shop first. Initially we did the menu first and then the shop, but now we do the shop first and then the menu. Yes. But this saves a lot of time on inputs, because I have only 4 accessories after selling, which is far less than having like all accessories still. So
Yep.
Also
Upgrading
really
the
cool
Warriors
shop here.
fans. We gotta get everybody nice and swole.
And then I dismantled the second Doctor's Code. Oops. Hopefully not the Shield Talisman. Yeah, I did that once.
That would be awkward.
And now time for the scariest mission.
Yeah, so this one's Vitala. Vitala is a barrier enemy, but this barrier enemy does a lot of damage. Has 2 different multicast attacks that it can do. One of them will just put on a bunch of random debuffs onto us, which can be really bad. The other is just going to deal a ton of damage. Vitala is also completely immune to any physical abilities until we get rid of the barrier, which we don't find out until after we try to hit it with things. So we got poison, which is okay, but again, we're just kind of trying to be looking for Imperil and especially Deprotect. Because of the Deprotect, we're just not going to be able to deal enough damage. And then buff
Yeah.
everybody up, and then we got that, and should be okay here. So this multicast shouldn't kill. So it was the debuff one, so yeah, not even close. Vital always alternates between the two.
He cycles between single targets, multi-targets, and debuffs on the group. So it's actually 3 of them, I believe.
Oh, I thought the multi-target was... Oh, okay, sure. Yeah. Yeah, and then there's one more fight here before we fight the boss of the tower. Other than that, it's just, a lot of running around and checking off, open this thing, open that thing. Run around in circles in this place that looks all the same and you get lost in. Although, actually, funnily enough, like, you can have this area entirely muscle memory about where to go, and then you can actually do some of these missions in a different order. But you won't always remember where to do the different order things in because you're so muscle memory of where to go, which can be very awkward. And I'm not saying that might have happened to me last weekend.
Yeah, the boss that we just did and the one that we're about to do, there is a route where you can do them in the opposite order, but you kind of have to ignore your mini-map, and if you've been watching the top right of the screen, it's going to let you focus in on where the game expects you to go the entire game.
Yep. So this is another one of the Hecaton summon fights. It's going to go much the same as the first one, where we're going to Quake, chain a bunch, summon, chain some more, and kill with the Hecaton stuff. This is going to be one of our uses of the Deceptisols. So the Deceps, as I think we mentioned like 3 hours ago at this point, can be used to preempt enemies. And if you take the fight and you kill the fight with it, then you lose the Decep. Trying to manually preempt this fight is incredibly difficult and is very RNG. So basically everybody just gets the Deceptisol and does it. Uses it on this.
Bye, Kaya.
Kaya, no!
That's okay, Chair Kun is here to help us. Welcome back.
You're muted.
Yeah, I know. What happened there? That's why I was muted. Is my alarm went off because this is usually the time. Usually the time I wake up to get to work.
Oh, tomorrow will be fun for you.
I'm sorry for that. That's why I was muted for a bit.
We didn't hear it on the stream, so.
Yeah, that's why I muted myself quickly.
Yeah. So
I forgot that.
That's the end of the sort of like mini boss rushes that we have to do. We still have the final boss of the tower to be Dahaka. Dahaka is going to be really scary. Well,
hey, you
sort
can do
of
him blindfolded.
Would be really scary if we weren't so gosh darn good at this game. But that'll be fun to explain in like a minute or two.
The name Dahaka.
Yeah, fun fact about
really
Dahaka,
funny.
he's like, Dahaka is like one of the big walls when you're under leveled usually and don't know how the fight works, but we know how the fight works and we are really strong in like offense, so it's still okay.
Yeah. What actually, like, why do we need to do all these missions actually, like plot wise?
To turn around the layout here of this tower, because when you do the missions to help the statues with like their quests, they are doing us the favor of turning around the layout that we can progress, basically.
So in Lord of the Rings, it's why did they fly the eagles to Mordor? Here it's why don't they just fly Bahamut to Erba?
Yeah, that's like one thing that makes no sense. Definitely, like we saw Bahamut flying at the start of Pulse. Why we just don't fly like over this tower? But yeah.
Plot-wise, this is literally the next thing you do after flying Bahamut on Pulse. Like, come on, guys.
I mean,
Look,
you could probably get into
rest
lore.
his wings.
You could probably get into lore stuff about how, you know, your idle ones are there to help you in your times of need, aren't gonna just like make your
Yeah, we
journey
have like
easier.
another 6 to 7 minute segment of dodging after the Haka.
Yeah, I need to get to Erba, so this is my time of need.
And also, it's my time of saving my knees from all the walking.
Also, those of you who know the game, Erba has also a really great background OST, which has English lyrics, but I don't understand any of the words they sing, so I always thought it was just some made-up language, but it's actually English.
Wait, it is?
Yeah, it is. You can look up.
Man,
the
I
lyrics.
really should pay more attention when I play this game.
Is it one of those things where it's like it's technically English, but the words are
Yes,
jumbled
yes.
together into nonsense?
Yeah, it's
Not
like
double, it's-
really weirdly pronounced and with Japanese accent. So
And it's drawn out too.
drawn
It's
out
very
too.
atmospheric.
Like you barely understand anything, even when you know what it should say. So,
But that makes
it's
it easy.
English.
It makes it easy to ad-lib, so you can be like, Kaya sucks.
Alright, but yeah, those were the 6 mandatory missions for this vampire. I unfortunately have to wait a bit, because when I would go now, he's cutting off the way, so I wait until he's turning around again and then go. For this one I have to go around because he's in the door. Fun fact, I ran into this chest on the left side there once and failed this dodge.
Nice.
Because like they just bonked into that and then one of the bats caught up.
The
Alright,
vampires,
so-
they aren't hard to dodge, but they're also like very lurchy and kind of like move unpredictably. So there, you just want to make sure they're not moving into the doorway to block you.
Alright, so we're about to
Yeah.
approach the final boss of the tower, Dahaka.
Finally,
and-
one menu still, and in that menu
Oh,
I
you haven't
actually
done it yet.
purposely changed my party order to a specific like order. I want to have Snow and Saz and Vanille lined up like that for the fight.
Yep, so part of the reason that we're putting the order like this is because it's going to put Snow like really far away from Saz. and
It
closer
puts them
to
it puts them
Dahaka.
on the left, and that's
On
important
the left
because
part.
Dahaka
yeah.
swings from our left to our right, and so he hits Snow instead of someone
and so-
else.
Yep. And so I do want to preface this fight with saying that Dahaka has like 2.3 million HP.
A lot,
And-
yeah,
And
2.3
that
million.
that HP is going to vanish. So the first part of the fight, pre-stagger, Dahaka does a lot of damage, unfortunately. So we're gonna try to keep Snow in Sentinel as long as possible, so that we get damage reduction. It's gonna hit Snow, not Saz, and everything will be fine from there. Dahaka also has this ability called Foul Utterance that he will use on somebody, and the Foul Utterance will remove all the buffs. And you know, we worked hard for those buffs, so we want to make sure that they go onto Snow because we haven't actually buffed Snow up yet. Other than that, we already got Imperil, so that's great. We don't need another debuff on him yet. We will need Deprotect later. But,
Really quick, you did not get in Thunder on Saz.
Oh yeah,
oh, yeah, you should do that.
good catch.
So,
Thank you.
yeah, and here's the Foul Utterance, which is going to be on Snow, but it's not going to do anything, so it's all good. And then once we stagger, Dahaka's going to fall to the ground.
I would have
Once
checked here.
Dahaka's-
I usually check in the second buffing segment if I have everything, but yeah.
So once the Hawk is on the ground, his Deprotect resistance actually falls completely to 0. So by shifting it to Matador, where Vanille's going to be in Sab, just so that she can land the cast Deprotect once, it's going to instantly land, and we don't have to worry about waiting for it.
Also look
After
at this
that-
damage.
We kind of have everything set up. The Hawk is at really high chain, it's got Deprotect and Imperil, so he's weak to the end spells that we have on Saz and Snow. We have Bravery on each of them, so their strength is going up. And we're doing 2.3 million damage in approximately 40 seconds to this boss. And it's just dead.
Yeah, that's that
Just
52 times
Absolutely
multiplier.
wild.
Yeah, that is the combination of like the multiplicative buffs and debuffs and max chain plus blitz. Like
Remind me that Kaya is under-leveled.
Super underleveled.
Like, I feel like that's really important to emphasize in a moment like that.
So the problem with that fight usually is he's doing his strong moves after certain amounts of time, but we just stagger him before he starts his first strong move. The only move that we see that does a bit of damage aside from his physicals is like AoE magic that we usually survive with 2 renews. That's why we use both renews usually to heal up. And Foul Utterance, which removes debuffs and does a bit of damage on Snow usually.
Yeah.
So that's the only moves we want to see. Then we stagger, and then we hopefully kill before he's going up again. When we don't kill before he's going up again, we might see his stronger moves, and those are all one-shots in the speedrun. Like, we don't survive. I think we survive the Plague move, but then we
You
have like
survive
8
the plague,
debuffs.
but you're so unlikely to kill after the plague hits that like
Yeah.
you're
Well-
basically dead.
We can mention briefly that he inflicts not pain, but the debrave. And so bravery gives you 40% more. Debrave reduces your attack or your damage by 90%. So it's really OP, and you really can't do anything
Yeah.
after getting it.
Yeah.
So
You're
the
just-
fight
you're
is
just-
set up in a way that you need to kill in one stagger. In my current PB, I actually failed the kill in one stagger, but I killed in like around 10 seconds afterwards because he's not doing his strong moves immediately, right? But it's getting really scary if you don't kill.
Yeah, and again, I do want to emphasize, like, we are so underleveled, and that boss had 2.3 million HP, and we just chewed through it like
Honestly,
that. Like,
our offense though is way stronger than what usually people have, just because we have 2 max warriors response on SAS and the max
the equipment
weapon.
really makes up for a lot of it. The equipment makes up for a lot.
You also see the underleveledness in the fact that we had to stay in Sentinel literally the entire fight until he was staggered.
Yeah,
Or, I mean, until just before he was staggered, we knew he was going to kill us. But like, you know, everything up to there we could just decept or preempt and keep it interrupted. But once enemies actually get to attack, there's no way to stop him. So you just have to tank it. And for future bosses, we'll have like, you know, Aegisols, but generally,
Yeah, and
we're underleveled, so it's hard to survive.
Fulminous Firestorm is his strong AoE attack, and that one, as I said, that is a complete one-shot. I think even through Sentinel in the speedrun, just because we don't have much
you're
HP.
dead. You're completely dead.
So, like, Saz is always dead, even with Sentinel on Snow, so...
Yeah, so that all being said, we do have like 2 minutes if you want to say anything, Ray.
Well, yeah, 2 minutes, and then we have the dodge.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't have anything ready for this one.
Well, then we can do it
good.
after Bart, I guess. Like,
Yeah,
we can
do it
explain the
after
next
Bart.
dodge. Like, the next dodge is actually the most technical
It's so
dodge.
cool.
No,
It's so cool.
The second most technical dodge. There's one more in chapter 12.
I love this dodge so much. This is like, the dodge in chapter 12 is cool. This is my favorite dodge.
The way it works is those Seekers are like cut off hands from Seath or whatever, or vampires, and when you back out of the battle zone, they sometimes pull their hands like this towards like the other side. And when they do that, there's a gap next to them. And the way that this works to get past this is I go into the battle zone on purpose, then I back out, activate a Decept, and wait for them to put their hand aside like this, and easy.
Just run right past. It's
The reason
so
I
cool.
activate this Deceptisol, you don't need the Deceptisol for that dodge, you can do that without 2. The reason I activate the Deceptisol though is this guy. Like, he's really hard / impossible to dodge consistently. So, we're just doing the Decept anyways.
I also do find it funny, quote unquote, at this point that like this is a Vatala, which is one of the mini bosses that we just fought on the tower, and it's just a random enemy out here now.
Yeah.
Like,
There's also a bunch of them in the village too. It's just like some Seath hanging out.
yeah, it's just...
Wait. There's...
So we're setting up here for one of the hardest fights in the entire run.
You might know
And-
him already.
Yeah, it's our good pal Barthandelus, back from the not from the dead, but back again.
Back from the defeated.
Back from the defeated. So the thing with this fight is not necessarily that it's like hard to do, which I mean it kind of is, but it's not necessarily technically challenging. This fight has the most amount of RNG of any fight in the run. Which means that while we do have a general game plan for what we're going to be trying to do, there often is a lot of improv and, oh my gosh, what is happening here? How do I recover this? Stuff going on throughout. There's also a discussion about whether or not to use a fort assault for this fight or not, but we don't have a extra fort for here, so we're not going to bother with that. And yeah, like this fight is just... It's going to be an absolute pleasure. He's got so
Depending
many
on the
things to do.
patterns I get, it's extremely hard or almost impossible to win the fight. Like, sometimes you just get a completely unwinnable fight. Like, he can inflict debuffs. Daze is the worst, which is basically a stop, and that, when he's using Dazegar, that can hit all of your party. If that hits all of your party and that multiple times, the fight is basically unwinnable.
Yep.
But
So
we hope we don't get debuffs. When we don't get debuffs, it's actually not the most complex fight. Like, what makes this fight hard is actually playing around the debuffs that he's doing.
So, yeah. Bart's got a few really aggravating parts to him. One is, like Kaya just said, he can debuff our whole party with Pain, which will stop us from attacking, Fog, which will stop us from casting spells.
Yes,
Daze.
to go in there. As Zero says in chat, I think the new Sid is honestly harder to execute than Bart in a normal case. But yeah, like it depends.
Right, so Fog, Daze, which will not only stop the character from doing anything, but will also double the damage, the next bit of damage that they will take. Bart also just does a lot of damage. All of these lasers hit for a lot, and if they, wow, that's really nice.
Yeah, all
and
three
if it targets down one character, then that character is likely just going to die really quickly, and if it's Saz, then it's kind of fight over. So first part of this is going to be another 2 stagger fight. First part of it is mostly just to get Bart down to an HP threshold, where he'll split his heads and open up. We actually had some really good luck already in that Vanille like instantly landed both Deep Protect and Imperil, which is really good. The Imperil is just going to make him neutral instead of weak to everything, which is why we're not using end spells, but it means that we'll actually be able to effectively chain, and the Deep Protect is, again, as before, just that we deal 89% more damage. Once we get the head split phase, there's one of 2 things that can happen depending on whether or not Kai gets the damage push, but
I don't go
he's
for
got
it on
2, okay, so
I
he's
would
got
have gotten
2...
it here, maybe it's still, but we'll see.
So he's got 2 abilities that he can use here. One of them is Thanatosian Laughter, which does a lot of damage. The second one is this one here, Apoptosis. Apoptosis will remove all buffs and debuffs from every character that's on the field. We really like our buffs and our buffs that we have on ourselves. Like, we need the Aegis in order to live. We spent a really long time buffing everybody up with the Bravery and Haste and stuff like that, so we don't want to lose that. By summoning, we actually make Apoptosis miss our characters because it like tries to hit Brunhilde, but Brunhilde doesn't have anything on her, so we get to keep all of our things. Bart does still have remove his own debuffs. We just need Vanille to re-inflict them. Overall, like, it's a really nice way to sort of ensure that we still have a survivability on our damage output. Past that, Kaya's gonna make really hard sure that it's still at like a high amount of HP because of this attack right here, Thanatosian Laughter, which will deal like a bit more damage than Saz actually has max HP. So if we aren't at a high enough HP and we don't renew at that point, we are just going to die. Past the Laughter, most of the fight's pretty simple because unless we take a really, really long time to kill from here, Bart's really only going to be doing damage and we just need to attack. But that was Apoptosis, the Laughter. Again, Bart has an insane amount of HP and we're just kind of chewing through it all.
It actually was close at the end because Snow got debuffed.
Yep, but there we go, 225. That's a really good
But
time, honestly.
Vanille Esna MVP on that.
Yeah, like 225 is honestly a really good time. That fight was just about as good as you could hope. The thing that Kaya mentioned in the middle of it, where he didn't go for the damage push on purpose, the Thanatosian Laughter is initially triggered at a lower HP threshold than just doing the head splits. And it is safer to get the Laughter because then afterwards you don't have to worry about it popping up at a bad time and killing you. It is slower, however, because you have to just wait in the summon for Apoptosis to happen.
Yeah, exactly. Like, getting Apoptosis first is faster, getting Laughter first is safer. But we go for speed, so...
Yep, and this here's just another one of the Gestalt fights. This one's actually kind of really interesting because by timing when we use these abilities, we managed to get like extra hits in, and we managed to kill without even using that Seskin, which saves like 2 seconds or something.
It's pretty funny because the game expects you to use Santetskin to kill this guy off, like just stagger and use Santetskin, but you can do it without. It's a bit different on console because of the chaining thing again as for the Chapter 7 fight, but it works on both versions.
Yep. And then we've got like, honestly, just like a bunch of dodges for a while.
Yeah, there's nothing happening, so if you guys want to say something or explain the lore again, like until BK we basically have, well, maybe Bulwarker. If not, then I have something to say as in that this chapter is probably, like, it doesn't have the hardest dodges, it doesn't have the hardest fights, but overall, like, combining both of those makes it the hardest chapter, and that you do it like 4 hours into the run. IMO.
But this chapter has the only break.
Like, this chapter, like, doing this chapter fast is the hardest. especially when you are on pace. In chapter 13 you have 6 fights, but you don't have any real dodges except the first one. But this chapter has hard fights and hard dodges, and is very late into the run. But yeah.
I think Bruce's internet died.
Yeah,
don't know.
looks like it.
Okay,
well,
we can try to pitch in for him. as
But
best
yeah,
we're still
What-
still flying 4/5 of a ship.
one of the bad dodges is upcoming now. Like on this one, for example, I want to activate a decept. Also, this blue soldier is trolling a bit.
Oh, that is
And
not a
now
good
here are
position.
4 dogs in
Okay.
that narrow space. Like, look at this. Like, there's like not a lot of space at all, and we have 4 of these green dogs, and that is actually bad.
That's really
Oh.
not a good positioning. This dodge, I hate this dodge. It's so awful.
Ah, rip. Yeah.
Conry and I both figured out about the same time, so I always try to steal credit from him as far as actually using a DSEP here. But he's also
The
a
retry is
wonderful
free, of
runner
course.
and a very strong 13-2 runner for the better part of the decade. So, shoutouts to Conry.
Yeah, shout out to him. Like, really great guy too.
I do
He's
like.
also the. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I do like that all of the commentators have had some sort of tech issue at this point, so it's just sort of been
Yeah, and
the
the runner
rotating.
too. Like,
It's just all covering each other when something happens.
Look. I mean, like Kaya's had pretty good in-game marathon luck, so the marathon luck had to go somewhere.
I mean, I'm not past part 3 yet, Titan.
I'm trying to remember what broke on my side.
I mean, we can make something break if something hasn't happened.
I have to actually use the force blasters. I can't believe this.
So, yeah, like this is another one of the hackathon fights. It's the same as the others.
This is
You
the
can
last
actually
time
do
we-
this.
Oh no, this is the second last time we use him. One time in chapter 13.
Yeah. You can actually do that fight without consuming a decept to preempt, but you're a lot less likely to live if you do that, because that fight can be really risky.
Most of us also forget to do the CP menu before we do that fight, so we're even more underleveled as well.
For the next fight, yeah.
Did you have anything lined up for what we're upgrading here, or why we're setting up our deck here? Titan?
Yeah. So we unlocked Vanille's Cerberus. Not Cerberus, sorry. We
Commando.
unlocked her Commando.
Yeah, Vanilla
And-
Commando. Why do we do that?
Yeah, so as I mentioned all the way back in chapter 4, I want to say, characters when they're in a role can give role bonuses to themselves and to the party. In our case, by unlocking Vanille's Comm, which is one of her secondary roles, which it's very expensive compared to the primary roles. We unlock the ability to use Cerberus, and Vanille being in Cerberus is not going to be too great for her individual damage, because we've been severely underleveling her, we haven't given her any equipment, we haven't even upgraded her primary weapon. But just the fact that she has this passive damage boost that additionally gets applied to Saz and Snow, and the fact that when she's in comm, she just gets like a bit more interruption capabilities that's more consistent than if she was in a Ravager, means that it really helps out in some of the upcoming fights. Because while, not this fight, but the fight after this, while it is not necessarily a difficult fight once you get used to it, it's very precise. And we kill very close to us, like, not killing, actually.
We kill very close, yeah.
Yeah,
No.
like we could... Yeah,
The fight is really
it'll make,
tight.
yeah, it'll make more sense when we get to the fight and I explain why we have to kill it like that. But that's the primary reason why we unlock the Cerberus, we unlock the Commando, just so we can get Cerberus, and it'll just make things just a tiny bit easier. Because we need that additional damage boost from the roll bonuses.
I want to have Vanille debuff both Deep Protect and Imperil pretty quickly, so let's see if we get Deep Protect.
Yep. If it takes too long to get the Deep Protect here, then we're actually gonna wait on the Cerberus, or I guess not.
Yeah, that was
Because he's got to attack Hurl, That was scary. He's
Oh,
got
that
an attack
was not scary.
that can kill snow.
We had like 3 more seconds until he would regenerate.
I didn't see that your other blitz was queued up.
That's why I did 2.
in charge of ATB.
No, that's why I did 2. Like, just for
Yeah.
safety.
So if the Behemoth King stands up, he full heals and gains like much more powerful attacks that are really awful and we don't ever want to see. So we just unlocked the last piece of the puzzle for how we managed to beat basically all the fights from now on. And that is Saz's full ATB ability of Cold Blood. So every character has somewhere in one of their trees a full ATB ability that doesn't matter how much ATB you actually have, it will welcome back. No matter how much ATB you have, it will consume the entire string. They all have unique effects to them that are usually amplified if the character is if the thing it's attacking is in stagger. So Saz is called Cold Blood. It fires off 17 bullets that each apply on hit, have a very high likelihood of interrupting, and also if the target is staggered, boosts up the chain by an insane amount, like several 100% of chain, and it's really powerful. A very common pattern that we're going to see throughout a lot of the fights from here on out is go into Try Disaster or something just to get initial stagger. Cold Blood, it'll pump up the stagger gauge even more, refresh again, Cold Blood again, and then kill from there.
Yeah.
Like
you
it
see
is
it on the fight, it does massive chain.
Yep.
The problem on this fight is targeting. Like, if I get really unlucky targeting, I might die. Like, that can happen. Might be B died to this. It might be B I died to this, though, because I forgot the Libra scope. So it was under-damaging. But
Yeah,
it can also
so
die
this-
to targeting.
So this fight here is Ushamgal Subjugator 3. I mean, wait, sorry, PC1. And
Proud
this
Clad.
fight... What?
Proud Clad, yeah.
Yeah,
Proud
Proud
Clad,
Cloud
yeah.
1. And this fight is not the most, like, technically challenging. It pretty much does go off of a script, but we need to kill in the first stagger. Unlike a lot of previous enemies that we've fought, Proudclad has a stagger gate instead of a damage gate, where after the first stagger runs out, he'll do this limiters deactivated mode, and we are just going to straight up die if that happens. So we want to avoid that from happening. We start off just by doing a comm buffer of the Blitz into Raved, because it's going to give us not only chain, but also a lot of chain duration. And for the first part of this fight is essentially going to be Saz buffing up everybody that needs to be buffed, so, you know, Bravery and Haste, and Faith and Haste as needed. Snow's going to be dealing some damage with the strikes, mostly increasing chain, and Vanille's there just to make sure that we stay alive. We can't actually debuff Proudclad, so we don't even try to bother. And then now that we're at staggering is when we're going to Cold Blood. So you see, starting at 250 chain, after this first Cold Blood, he's going to end up at like 500-ish. Yeah, like 555. So that was 300% chain over the course of a single Cold Blood, where if we'd done anything else, it wouldn't have even been close. After that, now we're in Cerberus, he's at 90% chain, we're doing a ton of damage because of that, and it's just going to be a matter of making sure that we get all the attacks off. And it's going to be very tight at the end, which is why we need Vanille in Calm, because that additional like 10% damage boost is really going to add up. The other thing that we're going to try to keep in mind is we've gotten an ability for Snow a really long time ago called Adrenaline, where if Snow is in green HP, which is about 70% or more, he gets a 30% damage boost.
That was a clean
And
fight.
that was a super clean fight. You see, we killed very close to the end of Stagger, and it's entirely calculated. And I guess you're not going to do Lightning Turtle. It's that.
No.
So, yeah, we've got
It's too
another
risky.
summon fight. It's risky, but think of the swag.
I can show it off after the run if we have time, because I have a save here. But we do this during the run.
Sure. So there's a few different ways that this fight, next fight can go. Sorry, what? There's a few different ways that this fight can go, but we're going to be fighting essentially a giant baby turtle. And the giant baby turtle does a lot of damage. We can't really survive it for too long. So we're gonna make another use of the fact that it's like a 3D fight, like 3D battle arena, because if we have Snow jump into the air, then he gets to dodge most of these stomps, and we don't have to worry about like taking all the damage. And then our allies are gonna die because they can't jump in the air. So we just summon Shiva and we kind of go from here.
There's a nice little trick that's being done here, which is you use a strike at the start of your string to jump, and then you just do spells. The reason that this is done is that the spells will keep him in the air while he's casting, but if you were to just do strikes, the movement of Adam and Charlotte's head would make the strikes miss. And so you do strike spells to consistently hit him and stay in the air for longer amounts of time.
Also,
After that,
he's
the
weak
rest of
to
it's just...
ice.
Yeah, he's weak to ice, which, it doesn't actually matter because the Gestalt moves are non-elemental, so it just happens to be that Snow being able to jump means he can survive. The other two party members are Sass and Vanille, and they can't jump, so you basically have to use Snow here. The other alternative that Kaya was mentioning before was Lightning Shellid. That's also a newer strat where you give Lightning just enough HP to survive one stomp, but it's risky because if you accidentally get hit by a second stomp, you just game over. Snow can survive 2 stomps, so it's much safer to do it this way. There have been other ways in different routes, like Sharky has done Vanille Shellid actually, and you just have to have more defense then, but it's still definitely possible. Like we mentioned before, Hecaton's the strongest Eidolon, so...
Sharky, you want to go a bit into Fang route here?
Oh, we're going to admit that exists now.
Yeah, there are a lot of preference
I think
things,
Bahamut's
like,
probably a good point for it.
like some things are slower, but you can run this game in multiple ways. Like there have been so many route changes that you can just stick to older strats, as Sharky said earlier, if you want to, or like modernize some older strats still. But that sometimes still is a bit slower than like what we do nowadays usually. But it's definitely viable.
Yeah,
And one of that was using Fang instead of Snow, so we just ditched Snow.
So the communities between the Japanese community and North America and Europe were originally a little bit more isolated from each other. So we didn't necessarily know all the things that some of the better Japanese runners like Shirasu were up to until shortly after PC came out. All of a sudden, this run we'd never seen from this person was suddenly 8 or 9 minutes faster than anything else we had done. And up to that point, where you've seen Snow show up in the route from chapter 9 on.
No, 9? Okay.
With some small adjustments to chapter 7. Fang was our primary sentinel and a really big commando, which if you compare the two characters, you're trading off Fang's Saboteur with things like Slow and Curse in return for Snow being a really fast spellcaster and having a Ravager as a primary role.
Yeah.
So, and then back in those days when you had the same amount of development into a character like Fang as you do now with Snow, you could do really weird things like summon Bahamut and use that to kill the Chelid. Or if you want, Vanille is an option. I think Alexander's the only one I've never actually seen somebody use. I've seen Saz.
Yeah, I've done Saz.
I've seen Saz straight up as well without a summon.
Can we briefly interrupt that for
Yeah.
VHNT? Because else I did it and people don't know what happened. What the hell was that? But yeah, basically, I'm going to do a dodge. You'll see the encounter, and then I guess like some of you can explain what happens or like what hopefully happens.
Yeah.
I can try
Go
to
for
jump
it.
in on this one. So,
But basically, you'll see it. Like behind these 3 vampires, there are like this big blue tyrant there, and like another Bulbasaur thing, which is a Vernal Harvester. And this looks like impossible to dodge, but we have a way around that. So
this was actually something that we discovered in that same run that Shirasu dropped on us back in 2015. So when you get just past the battle zone here, your friends decide to run up near you. And then as you cross back and forth directly in front of it, they're also going to run back and forth through these enemies. And like you just noticed, Saz or Vanille can push one of those 2 guys out of the way, either left, right, or center. And you can pass right on by.
Yeah,
So
and that is really amazing.
That is
How long was the
not
fight? Like 45, 50 seconds or something?
well,
When
it
you
was
fought it?
it was 45 seconds roughly, but then there was also a menu that we do to adjust from the XIII and or PC1 setup.
It's
to
even
its
a little
own-
bit better now with snow. It's like 33 or something with snow.
Yeah, but it's still usually quicker to go for the dodge there. Sometimes your party members are trolling a bit and just run past them without pushing them, and then it's a bit sad when that happens. But most of the time it works first try or second try.
The other nuance for newer runners that try it is that if you don't go past the battle zone and you just stay in it at the far edge next to them, your friends are all going to stay backed away and they're not going to get close enough to push them out of the way.
Hidden choice time.
Yeah. The chapter 12 so far is really good, right? I only failed one element run, I think.
Yeah, this has been really solid.
I said this before the hard part, but yeah.
Commentator's curse.
But here's the third segment we're running back, what actually triggers the cutscene quicker. So we had the other two in chapter 4 and in chapter... where was it? Chapter 3 and chapter 4. And like this is the last one.
Yeah.
Also, this super boss on the left side that I don't fight in this run, that was the one with the 54 meme.
Yeah, we technically can kill it,
Yeah, this guy there.
but it's not worth it.
There's an adamantoise from the big ones from the steppe, just happens to be running through town here when you come by. And if you actually take the time to kill it, you can pick up both of these chests, but when you don't, there's a cutscene that triggers as you try to run away from the first thing you pick up. And it's faster to just run back onto the glass, which you would think drops you down into oblivion, but
We
video
managed
game.
to dodge out of the way.
What was that pattern? But it worked, so whatever.
What one really awkward thing about this chapter is we did use up the last of our Decepts because we used one to preempt Bulwarker, one on Penangolin, and then we just had ours run out before PC1. So if we fail any of these dodges, we don't have an easy way of getting past them other than trying to go through it again, which can be really difficult at times.
Passing by an extra weapon for money, I don't think we're going to need at this point. I'm sure your guild route's on really solid ground right now.
How much
Yeah,
do you have?
I could get it for a third Deceptive Soul, like the Punisher would be enough, but I go with 2 in chapter 13, just because it saves a lot of time on selling already. Like, getting both chests is like 6 seconds, and then selling the weapons...
The
at,
Punisher,
like,
the Punisher alone's like 5 seconds. So
yeah, and then like it's worth to go for 3 Decepts if you guarantee it with 1 chest, but I was not sure if I guarantee it with 1 chest.
we've passed
so I
like
just
a
go
bunch
for
of
2
chests
Decepts.
that are like there's the Perfect Conductor ×3. There's the Saint's Amulet ×2. There's the Rebel Heart, the Mistletoe. Like all of those are just like 3 seconds for 5,000 gil, and it just turns out that's not worth it.
Yeah, and just selling the 2 weapons, like just selling the Punisher and Mistletoe in chapter 13 alone and entering that is like 3 to 4 seconds if you're fast. So that comes
Another
on top
fake
of it.
cutscene here.
Also, the game can crash here. Like Lucho Dreamer, a fellow runner of this game, had a crash on world record pace in that load screen.
Oh no.
So a while ago.
So
Oh,
we're picking
Logic
up.
Dolphin also had a crash in Tajan's Tower, but we're past that, so...
Yeah, so we picked up Power Glove, which is the next tier of strength items. And from the shop back in Tajin's, we actually bought like additional things that we need. That combined with the particle accelerators that we picked up lets us actually upgrade this Power Glove to max and upgrade one of the Warriors wristbands we have to another Power Glove, just so that we can get even more swole. You know, we got to get those gym reps going. And then we're about to go against one of the hardest bosses in the entire game, Proudclad 2, or at least in the entire run. Only not the hardest.
This is probably the most precise fight in the run.
This is
Yeah.
my vote for most technical fight as well.
Like, not the hardest maybe, but the most precise definitely.
Yeah, if you mess up, you're either dead or you've just lost a minute.
Yeah.
Or more.
Or more.
Or more.
Yeah. So, I'll get into some of the details a bit when we're a bit closer, but essentially what we're doing in that menu here is just a tiny bit more stats to help our damage and survivability, and shuffling around our equipment so that like people have more survivability and more strength. But yeah, we're going to be going with all the shrouds for this.
With the work in progress route that gets the Hiatus Magnum's weapon for SAS, this fight is a bit easier from what I've heard. But
I don't know if it's easier. It's definitely faster.
yeah,
right,
faster,
so,
by like 10 to 15. But
yeah, so we've got Proudclad 2 here. This is going to be another one of the 2 stagger fights, because we can't actually debuff in the first stagger at all. So all that we're trying to do is, the first stagger, is get PC down to about 60% HP, so that it does Limber's deactivate, just like Ushu 2 did. The thing is, while we're doing this whole fight, we have to make sure that it gets off as little attacks as possible. After it does 7 attacks, it's going to transform into aerial defense mode, and that's really bad for us because it will do a lot of damage, and we can't really do as much to it. This is the fight that we've now failed a ton of launches on, so that's really scary because it means it can get a lot more attacks off. And if it gets off too many attacks, then like it's just not good. But we got the launch, so we're all good here.
As long as Snow has adrenaline, it's fine for me. I just want that he's not doing too many hits, because if he's doing 7 hits, it's unwinnable.
Yeah. Then you go into aerial defense mode. If you get that too early, then it's just really bad. So we should have hit the HP threshold here, which is good. So we've got Limbers deactivated. From here on, you can do either Oneric Maelstrom or Muon Blaster. The Oneric Maelstrom we're just going to renew right through so that we don't get launched. And one of the things that happens when Limbers deactivated is that he actually applies Deprotect onto himself. So again, we haven't really changed anything about our stats or our setup for this. The only difference between these 2 phases is the fact that now he's got Deprotect on. The first time we were able to do about 40% damage. This time we're going to be able to just kill entirely. And this is another one where just Vanille being able to do a bit more damage with the Commando and giving us the Commando roll bonuses onto everybody else where it really helps. So we're doing so much damage here.
Yeah,
Snow's actually hitting, Snow's actually hitting the damage limit. If you see, we're getting either 5/9, yeah, like there, 5 9s, easy. And if we don't, so we're actually able to kill here. But if it was going to be very close, we actually can do a stagger extend, where if you throw off full ATB ability when stagger is ending, it doesn't actually kill. Like the enemy can't die, and also the stagger doesn't run out, but we can get them down to 1 HP and the last thing hits. But we didn't even need to do that. We just saw, even with our underlevel characters, and just a bunch of equipment, we dealt damage limit.
Cold Blood does that mainly post-stagger. Like, the full ATB skills post-stagger chain a lot.
Yeah, it's only post-stagger. Pre-stagger, it can be a very useful tool for interrupting, but post-stagger, it will amp up the chain like crazy. And now we're in chapter 13, final chapter. We're doing a bit of inventory cleanup here because one of the things that dropped when we beat PC2 is Eden Pharmaceuticals, which lets us actually buy shrouds, which we weren't able to do before.
What are the odds for AFB?
Low. Well, it's a marathon. I think we deserve it, right?
Yeah.
Alright, we do have a bit of time here, so, what actually is happening plot-wise? I'm not entirely sure.
We are an office trader now.
Should have warned me. I could have prepared for that. So yeah, we made it all the way to Erba. Fang and Vanille were hoping that it was still a vibrant place, but it's not. Basically, everything got turned to Seath to the point it's kind of just a crystal desert out there. And the only real things were various Seath form of monsters, like those cool Seekers, the faces with arms growing out of their ears. So yeah, we have another standoff with him. He tries to, convince us to do what he wants us to do. we say we're not going to do that. We get an airship. We end up back on Cocoon. And while we drop into Cocoon, Bartandalus basically unleashes most of the rest of the arcs so that a ton of monsters all flood the city, cause as much chaos as they can, all in the hopes that at some point it's going to get our protagonists to show up at the heart of Cocoon, fight and eventually kill the fal'Cie that is keeping everything together, and that's going to cause our mass casualty moment that's going to bring the Maker back. And if you play through the trilogy, it gets further into the logic and the pantheon of this game. So at this point, we've managed to make it past the military, we've managed to make it through most of the government, and we're in the area that leads us to that last fal'Cie called Orphan. So we've got 3 boss fights coming up, along with some random enemies we're going to all run past. All while our party is trying to figure out, what are we going to do? Who are we? Or we think we're the heroes we want to be? Are we? And all leading up to a very epic fight against basically a series of bosses.
Yep. This chapter is only like 20-ish minutes long, and it's entirely boss rushes, basically.
Also, no hallways anymore. Like, you get lost very easily here. Look at that. Like, where do I actually have to go?
Open air corridors are a very important architectural point here. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I was gonna say, like, this again is another, like, everything is OSHA violating here, but also it's full of monsters, and I don't think humans were meant to be here, so I'll let it slide.
We're not even in the
Yeah.
same dimension, and you're worried about OSHA.
Yeah, it's like,
I'm pretty
is this
And what
a
if you fall down
workplace?
here?
I don't think.
Like look at this jump. Like, what if Vanille falls down during this jump?
I
Like,
think you just respawn.
I think I'm going to say that based on the events of Chapter 12, OSHA may not exist anymore.
I was also gonna say, is this even a workplace? Is it even under their jurisdiction? Like,
Well,
come on.
these Seath were former employees, I think, so probably.
Yeah. Actually, do you know what this area reminds me of now? The, from Spider-Man Into the Multiverse.
Oh yeah, a little bit. I see it.
all right,
Yeah.
we made it to the
More
first
vibes
fight.
from Crash 4. It's all about time. The one level where you're jumping on the trucks flying by.
Oh yeah.
See,
Yeah.
all I think about is Academia 700.
So the guys we
Oh,
fight here
gosh.
now, you know them already.
Yeah, so welcome to the souped up versions of our Chapter 12 bosses, Bander, Snatch, and Jabberwocky.
Well, chapter 6.
This is
Sorry, Chapter
Enkidu
6
2.
bosses. Yeah, Enkidu V2. Unlike before, where one of them is weak to water and one of them is weak to lightning, one of them is weak to magic and immune to physicals, and the other is the opposite. Luckily for us, though, Eidolons kind of ignore all of that. So we kill Bandersnatch off rather quickly by chaining a bunch and then just salting him away. The other one, Jabberwocky, we're going to just try to stagger and keep interrupted either with attacks or poison. And that should be enough to make sure that it dies.
So the real question is, does the Vorpal blade go 6 neck?
It does.
Unfortunate. I tried.
Honestly, a large amount of the Chapter 13 kind of reminds me of like the like old time poems and like Alice in Wonderland stuff. But
I mean, if you think about Square on the long page with how they come up with a lot of their lore and their names, it's kind of take Norse storytelling, take all sorts of basically anything that's a creation type story or
those, yeah.
old time ethos. Put it all into a jar, shake it up, and then pour it
Yeah.
into a word generator.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, seems accurate.
Especially when it
Seems
comes to
accurate.
like summon or like Eidolon names, very commonly
Yeah.
just pulled directly from that jar.
Yeah.
So what we did in that fight, kill the small one with Hackathon because he has less HP, kill the big one with Stunlock. That is like the TLDR.
They also have like a little trick to them where one of them is immune to physical, one of them is immune to magic, and so of course we kill the one that's immune to magic or immune to physical.
And now is something really funny that baffles you when you don't know about that, but hitboxes in this game are a bit janky, as we saw earlier on the Flans, for example. This big guy there also has a janky hitbox, but we can actually make advantage of that. Because when I have a Deceptive
through the
Soul,
legs.
exactly, I slip right through this here, and then cancel up on the other side. That's really funny.
Well done,
How
Red.
does that work?
Yeah, you need to know the plays, and now I'm on the other side, so I can just cancel the Decep.
Like, you really do have to give it to the game where they're like, this is a 3D game. We're going to like have them actually be like 3D models, where you could do things like that.
He's not just a giant.
This is
cube.
one of the. Yeah, this is one of the more fun ones because you never really expect that this works, but like the hitbox just works out exactly that when we have a Deceptive Soul and he's not noticing us, we can just slip through.
Yep. All right. So, here's Władysław. He's the immortal. He's got a stagger point of 999. We're not staggering him, but he is weak to Deprotect and he is weak to elements. So we're again going to be doing a vanilla lead on this one just because we want to be able to control the Deprotects, which is really nice. And he's also got this attack Mountain Contempt, which is going to remove Deprotect and also does a lot of damage, so much that it would kill Vanille if it targeted her. So that's why we've got Snow in Sentinel, and that was a lot of Deprotects before it actually landed. But anyways,
because he's doing Mountain Contempt soon again, I have to play this super safe.
Yep. So the thing that we're
scary at all.
trying to do, yeah, this is fine. All
Could you do
according to
Mountain
Keiko,
Contempt
too.
again, please, bro? I provoked him on Snow for a reason.
Mounting
There it
Contempt
is.
is also interesting because not only can it wipe your buffs, it can apply Deprotect, at which point even Snow's in trouble.
Yeah, luckily we have Veil and Protect, so.
Veil is kind of used. Oh, Snow's dead. That could be bad.
Nah, it's fine. We just play this super safe.
Veil to make the chance of
Okay, I'm
Deprotect
dead.
landing.
That's actually.
Oh, wait. Can they kill in time?
Yeah, no.
Can they kill in time?
That was really
No,
unlucky.
yeah.
Like 9 Deprotect casts in a row in that fight.
So,
Yeah. So, ideally, what happens in that fight is the Deprotects land really early, so that Saz and Snow just kind of kill without any concerns. But as you saw there, when the Deprotect doesn't land, and then he does a lot of damage.
He doesn't even
Like,
have
a
that high
lot
of
of
a
damage.
resistance. Like this time it was first cast, right? It's like.
It just can happen, right? And it's annoying when it does, but hopefully this one goes a bit better.
Yeah, like he's removing it normally now, but it should re-inflict. Yeah, there it is. Like much better than before.
Wait, what do you mean before? This is the first time we saw this fight, right?
One try.
No. So we go by index 0, so this is still the first try.
Okay, all right.
If we're index 0, it's still fight 1.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is how this fight goes usually. Now he's dead.
Yep, there we go. See, never didn't have it. Never didn't have it.
Okay, never mind.
Deprotect killed.
perfect calculated by.
Calculated. The Deprotect killed.
Snow probably missed like 2 or 3 hits because I should never have been this short on damage. I need to rewatch that, but like the only thing I can imagine was Snow missing hits because the HP looked like it would definitely kill in 2 strings.
So,
Because sometimes Władysław dodges and that's bad.
He moves a lot.
something that's worth pointing out is that it's way faster to just retry a fight than to die, because if you die, there's like a whole
Game
animation
over
of you
screen.
just like sitting down and waiting for the game over screen to fade in. So
Yeah,
like
that's why I
Kaya,
manually retried.
Kaya could have gone for that first fight, but he definitely wouldn't have gotten it, and so he just retried to save time.
But
Yeah.
that is a bit unlucky. Like Władysław usually works like on the second try, but that you kill with the last string actually, and Snow's not missing hits. Like no idea why he was missing attack.
So
Vlad can
chat's a
just
little confused. I believe the boss was about to end Vanille's existence, then he died
Yeah, that
right
is one
before
shot.
it happened.
The
If
dead
the
body's
attack
animation went through Vanille, so he really just got it.
Yeah, it was very, very close. So
Now back
We're
to a worse
doing-
fight.
we're doing sort of one last paradigm setup here, where we actually did our second secondary role expansion where we gave Saz access to Sentinel. This is so that we can get consolidation as one of our paradigm stacks, because one of the role bonus for Sentinel is damage reduction to the party, and that's going to be extremely useful in one of the next fights upcoming. Just that additional bit of damage reduction there.
All right.
But so this is Ishmael Subjugator 7.
Or Tiamat Eliminator.
Or otherwise known as Tiamat Eliminator. And there's actually a recently discovered stun lock that you can do here that makes the fight a lot easier. So in the first phase of this, we can't actually put any debuffs on, but we have access to all of our buffs. And we try to keep Tiamat interrupted using the Cold Bloods, because even though it doesn't really increase chain that much pre-stagger, it does a very good job of keeping interrupted. We also don't actually want stagger duration, because after Tiamat is done with this first stagger, we can actually land our debuffs on, and again, the debuffs are extremely powerful. So now to extend, we can land debuffs, and we're again still trying to keep interruption here, because if he breaks out of the interruption, then we're gonna lose all of our buffs, and our buffs are things like haste, bravery. No debuffs. That's unfortunate. Like us having our buffs is gonna make things a lot easier without interrupting it. But Vanille is being a bit unfortunate here and not actually landing anything. So did slightly break out. Wonder what we lost. Haste. Okay.
I lost everything now, but I have the two important ones. Like this should still kill.
Almost had bravery still.
Almost still had bravery. But yeah, so after this point, like, the poison is really nice. It adds on a lot of damage over time. The D-Protect is, again, really important because it's 89% additional damage.
Did we actually say how much damage poison does yet?
Nope.
So it kills from full in 300, which I mentioned before, and that's like, what, 3% every 3 seconds, I think?
No.
No?
Wait, 3% every... No, it kills 100% in 300 seconds, so it's 0.3. That's 1% every 3 seconds.
Okay, yes, that is... See, you're the math person, not me, so...
If only we had any...
Those debuffs were very, very, very bad.
We had math class earlier, come on.
Yeah, this whole run is math class.
That was multiplication, it wasn't division.
Oh, fair.
We got Serena here too.
1% every 3 seconds. That's really handy on Orphan 1. On Bard, it's Orphan 2 not.
That's 3% of max, so it's constant damage, and
it adds up. It adds up to a lot. That fight would have been a lot faster if Vanille had actually landed the debuffs on time.
If nothing goes wrong, it's around 7 minutes until the end from this point.
Yep. So we're almost there.
But 3 hard fights back to back. Well, 2 hard fights and 1 easy fight that can still kill you. But
well, you say easy, but it's not a real run until you beat that fight. So we've got our sort of final boss rush here. Of the first one's gonna be Bart 3. Hi again. He's got a few upgrades from last time, such as now he knows Ultima, which can deal a lot of damage. And one of the abilities that we got for Snow all the way back in Chapter 9 was his ability Fringe Ward, which if he's in Sentinel and an AoE attack targets him, it will actually deal... that attack will deal reduced damage to everybody else. The name of the game for this fight is just land, D-Protect, and Imperil. We want to go into Consolidation when the Ultima is going to hit, which, since Ultima is on a timer, we always know when it's going to hit. And very good, we got those here, which is really nice. After Ultima, we're going to go into Try Disaster, Stagger, Cold Blood, and try to kill from there. The Thanatosian Laughter has gotten a bit of an upgrade this time, in that it does do more damage, but it's percentage-based damage this time, so it never can actually kill us. So even though it's going to look very scary, I swear we're going to be fine. We don't actually need... So because of the the Power Gloves and all the other upgrades that we've got, we don't actually need Vanille as a commando. And because we need to set up the Paradigm deck once for the rest of the 3 fights, having a Cerberus doesn't actually help us. But we're going to go into Tireless just to make sure that we keep on having Adrenaline, because we've also gotten it for Saz by this point. Here's the Laughter. It's going to look scary. I swear we're fine.
It's percentage based, like, it's not dangerous.
Percentage, so not even close. And then a bit more damage, 1 more refresh, and that should be the kill. Oh, it's kind of close. Yep. All right. And now, so here's Orphan 1. This is, I think, the coolest strat of the entire run. So Orphan
My
will
favorite,
always
too.
start. Orphan's always going to start with an attack called Merciless Judgment, which does an insane amount of percentage-based damage. We don't want to be hit by that because it will hurt and then we have to heal up. So instead, we summon and we instantly go over to Malevolence. The Merciless Judgment's going to instantly dismiss Brynhildr. But the thing is that we start the fight just with everybody at full HP, and it means that we can immediately start doing things. From here on out, the fight kind of operates on sort of a beat. It's got a really nice tempo to it, where we have the time to do approximately 4 actions worth of stuff, like 8 ATB worth, before he does these slaps.
When you have fast inputs.
When you have fast inputs. So, we're buffing up Saz and Snow with Haste and Vigilance, because the Vigilance is going to mean that we're not interrupted when the slaps happen. And then every time before the slap, we're going to Consolidation, just so that Snow provokes and we're all safe. Other than, like, we're going to be doing the same sort of buffing that we're doing for a lot of the other fights, where we want Bravery and Spell and Haste onto both Saz and Snow. But we're only going to be putting oh, that killed her. That's not great.
Yeah.
So we're only going to be putting Haste onto Vanille, because Vanille is likely to die in this fight for several reasons that, well, I mean, I can say now. So one of the attacks that he can do is Predatorial Wrath, which, if you have a medic, will target the medic first. We want it to target the medic because it has a chance of randomly killing, and if that targets Saz, then it's fight over. So the fact that Vanille actually died there is not great. It was a lot of high rolls, so
Yeah.
tempo's like a bit off. But we're gonna stagger. We're trying to do a smart bomb, and here we want to get both Deep Protect and Imperil, which we already have, and then Poison's a big one. Because the Orphan, we do a lot of damage. Orphan has a massive amount of HP.
Poison.
And the poison ticking throughout the entire fight is really going to add up, and it's actually going to be doing most of the damage throughout the rest of the fight. Now that we've got the poison...
It actually doesn't do most of the damage, but it's just necessary damage.
Sure. It really affects an... Oh, you didn't Libra Scope before.
Because of all of what happened.
We might get the rare double slam here.
Double Merciless. In which case, because of the lack of
he'll be
Libra
fine.
Scope, Poison might actually be doing most of the damage.
Oh no, it's okay. Oh my god, she also died.
Ooh.
This is not the best
fine.
fight.
So now that we've gotten past the first phase and Merciless Judgment, Orphan goes into a second phase, Opposite Extremes, where he starts just doing a ton more damage, and it can be really scary. But we're likely going to need to summon, just so that we have Brynhildr like tanking and healing us, and we don't have to worry so much about dying. But the reason that this fight is just so great is just that first phase where you have this really nice tempo going with it, and like not needing to worry. I mean, not needing to worry, but like it's just got this really good rhythm. It's a fantastic fight.
From this point onwards, the fight is done, by the way. Like, I can't lose.
Yeah.
But,
Shoutouts to car strats.
like, worst case, I get stalled. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
The important thing about poison, by the way, is that it persists even through the judgment, which happens after the first stagger. Or, judgment itself can chain break, so even if you have plenty of stagger left, he'll still break the chain, but you get to have poison for the whole rest of the fight. The second part is maybe about like a minute long, a little bit longer than a minute if you just reapply haste.
Yeah.
And it can be less if you damage push, but that's 1 minute, which means that the poison is going to do 1/6 of his health. So it does a lot of damage. And
Deep Protect ran out, by the way.
Nice. Oh, because it got inflicted and then you had to go back and rebuff and stuff.
333 is not a good
And there we
time
go.
anymore. Like, it's normally around 3 minutes, so I lost like 30 seconds to a good fight there.
Yeah, but I mean, that's because you had to
Better than
delay
dying.
the first phase so long.
Yeah, and better than dying. Also get ready for time. If I don't die, it's like a minute from here.
And so this is the last fight of the run. It's supposed to be a victory lap boss, but it's also not a run until you die to Orphan 2, because that happens many times.
Many world records have been lost with this boss, including ones in marathons. Logic Dolphin is a multi-time sufferer of the losing world record with this boss.
Yep. So, it's kind of the last barrier enemy that we have here. We can't do any damage until after we stagger, but we can just increase the chain as much as by a large amount. We're trying to time all of our inputs and the way that we're casting everything, so that we stagger interrupt a slap attack, which would launch us all into the air, which we really don't want.
That is actually bad.
But we didn't get it, and that's at a really bad timing, like in the middle, because now this is going to keep on going off, and it's going to stagger. But we've already got the D protect, so we should be okay.
Yeah,
we
the
still
range
need
is
the
fine.
imperil.
But-
Yeah, like we still need imperil because it's still going to be a 200% damage
that
boost.
should be a
So
win.
Vanille, please, there we go. And
Alright,
and then yeah,
make sure to not miss blitz bullets again on this fight, so wait a bit with the blitzes.
If this guy's at the top of his peak, you'll miss the entire blitz. It's so funny.
yeah. And even if
Alright, get ready for
Orphan's
time.
launched, Orphan can still hit us.
Time is now.
Nice.
And that's the run.
440
GG.
exactly by this timer. GG.
Well, yeah, it's not
GG.
completely accurate though because of stopping and.
Yeah, we had a few
like,
tech issues.
Twice.
but really good run, I guess. Like that's only, even without tech issues, it's like 3 minutes off PB. Like my PB is a 4:37. So.
Nice.
You say PB, we say world record.
Well, yeah, it's world record
Yeah.
obviously, but for me it's PB still. So.
For the record,
yeah.
that would be the second best time.
Yeah.
yeah,
Like this
Well
was a
done.
really
Second
good run. This
it was
really
pretty
good
smooth
run.
except for the deaths on Bridge 1 and 2.
There were 3
and-
deaths, right?
And I
Vlad,
think
Bridge
like
1, 2.
Vlad, yeah, like that. But all other fights were pretty smooth. I don't remember any fight being particularly bad in this run, honestly.
Did you have the
So-
splits going? Like, what was the dodge count? Failed dodge
No, I
count?
didn't.
Oh, okay.
I ran completely without timer.
We'll just assume it was
Just-
54.
So do we have like a minute that I can show off the other Kellett
Yeah, I was
spread,
gonna
or do
say,
you-
why don't you start doing shoutouts, and Kaya can do the lightning turtle thing you were talking
Yeah,
about
exactly.
before.
Sure. Also, do you want to do blindfold at the Haka, maybe?
I didn't practice that in ages, so I
Alright,
don't know.
sure.
I did
Um,
the Haka blindfolded in one marathon like a year ago, but that was the last time I did that. So
Okay. Yeah, so Kai, do you want to start with
I do the
shoutouts, or should
Kellett.
we just go?
yeah, shout
Alright,
outs
so-
to like the commentators. Great job here, Rooster, Sharky, and Mr. Titan. Much appreciated. Shout outs to the Final Fantasy 13 speedrunning Discord. Really great community. Everyone's helpful. If you guys are interested in learning the run, you can check that out. It's linked on the speedrun.com page. And yeah,
Yeah, so I'm gonna
that's it for me.
I'm gonna continue what Kai said there. If you want to learn this run, like we have a Discord, we've got a really great set of notes, and literally everybody in there is more than willing to like help people learn how to do this game. It is a very complex run, very hard. It's also incredibly rewarding because it's just a lot of fun to do. There is some RNG, but a lot of it's just like how well you know the game and how well you play it. It is incredibly rewarding run to do. It's also relatively short, it's only like 5 hours.
I need to quickly find the correct save.
Okay,
Okay, the one before.
I'm gonna ditto pretty much everything the first two said, but I also want to give a quick shout out to everyone in chat that did not complain about the game being too linear. You guys are the real MVPs.
Yeah, that's something that I don't personally like that much, because this game is linear, yes, but it's not the only one, especially in the Final Fantasy series, right? It's just like, that's just part of the series. Like they are just not as open as some other RPGs, except 15, but 15 is still empty, so I don't know.
And Shark, you want to shout anyone out?
So
Okay, let's
it is a community that's welcome to everybody that wants to play, because we always need more friends. We always need more folks that are interested in 13 and 13.2, in Lightning Returns. No matter who you are or anything, you're always welcome here. So there's a long history of folks that have put together all these runs, and we just want to help people. We just want to do something nice for a good cause. And I'm just really happy that we got to put this together. Kaya had a wonderful run. The rest of the couch knocked it out of the park, and I hope everybody else really enjoyed this as much as I got to. So thank you, everyone.
Yep.
And GDQ, thank you for having us.
Big thank you
it's
to
an
GDQ
honor.
for having us. Yeah, like that's actually the
Yeah, it was
first
a lot of
showcase
fun.
this game had at GDQ, and it's not that often in other marathons either, because like it's either first long and then doesn't have like the best perception from people sometimes. So really cool to show it off. I
All
enjoyed
right,
it a lot,
so
and the run also was really good. Like that's always not like the practice run I did was 8 minutes slower than this one was. So
Oh wow.
all right, so Roosta, Lightning Turtle is your baby. You want to
Yeah.
give it a go?
Yeah, so this is
okay,
something that
I started now. Okay.
this is something that Logic Dolphin and I worked on together. It's just like you just give Lightning enough HP to survive one stomp, and you just spend the whole fight trying to keep Light in the air while he stomps. The thing is, his stomp pattern is unpredictable, which means that you can just die if you mistime it. You can use summoning to dodge one stomp, otherwise you have to just keep jumping. And so he's stomping pretty fast, but Kai only got hit once, and once you get 2 full strings off, you'll be able to kill him. So this looks perfectly good.
Yeah, that's a kill.
So this is going to be around 45-50 seconds. So it's around 5 to 15, depending on RNG, seconds faster than the snow fight, but it requires extra menuing, and it's very dangerous. So we kind of say it's like a swag strat, where you do it to show off, basically.
And
Yeah, I dodged
really
the
cool thing.
I dodged the first stomp. I didn't dodge the second stomp. I dodged the third stomp with a summon, and then like post summon, you have time for like one stomp to get hit again. But you have to like if you get hit twice in a row, you just die.
So one of the really cool things about this strat is we haven't touched Lightning's Crystarium since Chapter 9. And while all the characters are underleveled, Lightning is underleveled even more compared to everybody else. So just the fact that we can do this fight, which is a really hard fight, with such an underleveled character is just amazing. It's
Yeah,
so much fun.
that's the peak of being underleveled.
Yeah.
And this actually was discovered because this is what you do in the plat speedrun, because Lightning is not low leveled then, because you're leveling everybody up in the platinum run. And so I was watching the plat run, and I was just like, wait a second. Odin is doing all the damage, so the only thing Lightning would need to do this in 80% is HP. And so, I made the strat, and then Logic made it safer, and now we have the current iteration.
These are the stats for Snow, by the way. 3000 HP, almost 1000 strength, but the strength doesn't really matter in the magic because you summon anyways. But yeah, 3000 HP. Lightning has, where is she? 1175. And like almost no strength in magic.
Strength in magic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She has 1175, and that's mostly the diamond armlet that she has, or the diamond bangle she has equipped, which is plus 500. So she has 700 HP, right?
Yeah, if you take this off, like 675 HP. So yeah.
Like a third of the HP, 20% of the strength, and it's a faster fight.
But as you can see, she has 231,000 CP, so we just didn't develop her anymore.
Yeah.
So that's why
That's really
usually
funny.
people on PB pace don't attempt this, except a few runners who really like the strat that risk it. But like it's not super risky if you practice it. Like you still get it more than half the time usually, but Snow works like 90% or 95%, and this is maybe like 70, 75-ish.
It's one of those things where,
So-
given the amount of like failed dodges, the fact that even the top runs still have a death, like, is it worth risking that for 5 to 15 seconds? Is I think probably the evaluation a lot
Yeah.
of people are trying to figure out.
It saves
My
you like
answer is yes.
It saves you 5 to 10 seconds in the fight, depending on how it goes, but you also have a bunch of extra menuing, so the overall time save is usually less than 5 seconds for it.
Yeah.
So. But yeah,
feels
thanks
so
again
good.
for like letting us showcase this run. I hope everyone had fun in chat. We tried our best, even though we had some tech issues here and there.
I'd
But
say
that just happens online, I guess.
I'd say you did really well. Not that you tried your best. That was a good showcase.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Yeah, and
And I hope you enjoy the rest of whatever GDQ has up in the next few days and next week. And yeah, that's it from us.
Thanks everybody for coming on. If you tune in tomorrow, we mentioned earlier in the show, Time Capsule starts at 7 p.m. Eastern. It's a show about speedruns of games that were released in the same year. And tomorrow it's going to be the year 2003 with SpongeBob and Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic. Later on this week, we have a special episode on Saturday, Ghosts of Tsushima Showcase, starting at noon Eastern. Got a lot of stuff coming up this week. You can go to gamesdonequick.com/hotfix to see all of the shows that we have coming up this week. Otherwise, we will see you tomorrow for Time Capsule. We're going to take a short break, and then we're going to raid someone. So if you're still, up, wide awake, you want to cheer on some speedrunners, we're going to send you in somebody's direction. You can go give them some energy and wish them best of luck. But otherwise, we'll see you tomorrow.